Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, innies, outies, and in-betweeners, hello and welcome. Sound check. Anybody? 1, 2, 3, sound check. Am I getting out? Can you hear me? Fabulous. A little bit loud. Okay. Which one is that one? That's that one. How is it now? Still clear? Not as loud? As long as you can hear me. At the end of the day, you've got your own volume controls. You can always turn me down a little bit, can't you? Lovely jubbly. How's everybody doing? How you doing, Rex? Hello, Animal Rights. Benson, bugger off. Bumblebee, nice to see you. Rob, nice to see you. Aid Braid, how you doing? Roger, thanks for joining us this evening. Danny Austin, hello, my pal. Tiffany, hello. Hello, Richard. Who else we got? Peter Bishop, how you doing, my man? Stuart B, good evening to you too. Hello, Princess Angela. Hello, John Spence. Hello, Barbara. DJ Sonic, how you doing? Hello, Psycho's Missus. Hello, Sandy. How are you? I have my number one mod modding from the office today. Hello, Mickey. Hello, Willow. You're in the stroke rehab unit for 2 weeks. You've not had a stroke, have you, Bumblebee? How you doing, Andrew? Have they just put you in that unit for somewhere to be?
I'm going to sit on the casting couch.
This would be Lost Souls Paranormal, is who this is.
It wasn't blonde.
It's going to be modding from the background over there. With the teddy bears. She fits right in with them teddy bears. Actually, you could probably sit on the top of that cushion there and probably still be able to hide yourself.
I could become part of this.
Oh dear.
Hang on, Chief Mod needs her hat.
Oh, Chief Moderator is putting a police helmet on to police the chat this evening. So nice to see you all anyway, folks. Nice to have you here. My apologies for the lateness. I got tricked into cooking dinner.
Bullshit.
No, I was up till 5 o'clock this morning on various live streams, and then I didn't get to have a sleep this afternoon, so I've had to push through, and we've had some dinner and whatnot, and you know it's all good. No stroke, but your wheelchair was an issue on the main ward. Couldn't even access a toilet. The physio gym due to start physio. Okay, cool. Well, at least you're getting some support, Bumblebee, which is good to hear. I'm glad for that. No, Richard, no nookie going on. No. As hard as I've tried, she won't have none of it, mate. Trust me, none of it. Right. So anyway, it's a late one tonight because it was such a late one last night. So what I'm going to do is we will do what we normally do. We'll have the lines open shortly for a while, and then we'll do the panel. Normally we do sort of half and half if we can, or do till 10 o'clock normally with the phone in, and then however long it takes on the panel. But we're going to do an hour on the phone in tonight, so I'm going to have to cut people short. Excuse me. So we're going to have, you know, want to speak to as many people as possible, obviously. But let's try, if you want to have a longer discussion, maybe come onto the panel and we can have that discussion after the phone in. But I will open those lines shortly. Just wait for a few more people to get in. But we've got 96 people watching. We've got 14 likes, it says. Come on, guys, don't forget to hit that like. It's a silly little thing that you can all do just to help a little bit with the channel, just by making sure you hit that like button on the videos. Pinup Media UK, how you doing? Pigs took phone off you and apparently lost it. Evidence Section 4, Public Order Act. So they've lost your phone? Is that what you're saying? They've lost your phone? Fucking better not lose my phone, that's for sure. Still waiting to get that back. Bastards. Fucking Metropolitan Police. That is a feeder. It was a big dinner. I will admit that was a big dinner. But that's the first cooked dinner I've had. This is what I say to people. You know, what I've said on. I'm talking to you, Holly, by the way. When I've said on these streams where, like, going to make something to eat, there's no point in making it for yourself. And when you've got somebody around you that needs feeding, you tend to. I don't mind so much putting the effort in to cook, you know. So I've had a proper dinner tonight. Although they were frozen vegetables, it was a pork joint, fresh pork joint, and it was nice. It was nice. Must have some good porn saved on that mobile, Dan. I can't remember, to be honest. I don't think I had any saved. I think it was just linked. I think I just had about three pages worth of swiping with shortcuts. Oh dear. If it's censored, it's true. Hello, mate. Hello, Rich. Nice to see you, Rich. I don't think we've seen you for a while. How are you, mate? That's exactly what they're saying. They've lost my phone and that I have had to make a complaint to South Yorkshire Police. Apparently, they might not be able to get rid of my YouTube. What do you mean they might not be able to get rid of your YouTube? They shouldn't be able to get rid of your YouTube unless there's something illegal on there anyway, or something that breaches the terms of YouTube's conditions. Other than that, I'd pretty much go tell them to fuck themselves if it was me. James Worley. Just James Worley. Hello, mate. How you doing? Need to dress like the police and go to Bryony's house. Fuck, you know. Can you imagine? Oh, dear God. Dave Kelly, how you doing, brother? Hi, Gaz. RJ, how are you? Yeah, don't go without a lady witness. Absolutely.
I'll be a lady witness. So, I'm not a lady.
Sir Jimmy. Now then. Oh, you know. Sonic, I'm not tonight. No, tonight. Well, tonight. I mean, I've still got quite a bit of Martell left. It's a bit stronger than the normal stuff. Thank you, Danny Austin, by the way, much appreciated. It's a bit stronger than the normal stuff, so I can only have that, you know, in increments. That shit, however, is a much bigger bottle than I usually get of 3 barrels. Although I won't be drinking all of that tonight, because that would probably fucking send me into hospital with another stroke. But there we go. Mark Kelly, that was a great fucking stream last night. That was very interesting and amusing. Aid, Holly doesn't drink it. Holly doesn't drink it. This is all for me. I'm going to have a threesome with these Pour it in a mug, you mug. Back off, you muggy cunt. Right. There is a time limit, Danny Austin. There is a time limit. Well, there isn't a time limit, but I believe the legislation is that they can only keep it for as long as reasonably necessary. So, I mean, I should be able to get mine back by going to a magistrate's court and saying to them that they've had it for 12 months now. And it is 12 months. Thursday was 12 months to the day. So it's over a year now that they've had my phone, a year and 4 days, 3 days. But there is legislation. I can't remember what one it is, but I think it's from 1860 something, if I remember rightly. But the legislation says that they can only keep it for as long as reasonably necessary. And a judge can then say to them, look, you've had it for fucking too long. Fix it now, get your shit and give it back. So there is a way of getting it back. So there we go. They are arseholes. Right, so I'm going to get the lines open anyway, guys. Let me just find my screen. There it is. I need to turn that up as well. Yeah, I can hear that. Right. I also need to make myself available on Skype. Status active. And there we go. 0151 528 9590. 01519 I can't remember. It will show again across the bottom of the screen in a minute. 0151 528 9590. 0151 528 9590. I should get one that's a bit easier to remember, but I thought that was easy to remember, but it's not.
You should have 999 in it.
Which would be cool. But we've also got, if you are a Skype user already, you can just look me up as Dan Pap on Skype and you'll find my logo, and that will be me. Will you sue them for confiscating work phone, aka work tools? Well, I've already told them that I was there as a journalist. I told them that from the moment they lifted me. And that should be on their body cam footage, providing they haven't lost it, and it should also be on some of my footage. The body cam I was wearing was on, I believe, and that was running, so it should be picked up somewhere. But you know what they're like. Let's face it. Here we go. Hello, good evening, and welcome. Hello, Adrian. How you doing? Good stuff.
I can't hear anything.
Which one was that? Yes, the 15 or 20 minute neighbourhoods. Yes. Oh, hang on. Hold on. Sorry, people are saying they can't hear you. That's typical. It's not your fault. This will be something to do with me for some reason, but I don't know why. Let me try something else. Let me try my settings. I think it's that here. Audio. Yes, it is the settings here. And that needs to be, I think it needs, right. Okay. That's it. Just say 1, 2 a couple of times. Right. Can you hear him now? You should be able to hear him now. No? Oh God. Don't do this to me. You're absolutely right. It's not a lot. It's not a PAP live stream if something doesn't go wrong. Right. Let me just double check something. Are you all right to just hold for a second there, Adrian? Good stuff. Let me just double check what's going on. Microphone is that.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
1, 2.
Can you hear him now, guys?
1, 2, 3.
You can. Okay. Can you hear me as well?
Yeah, I can hear you. Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Just checking with everyone else. You can hear me as well, yeah? Holly? Are you ignoring me? Holly?
Yep.
Right. Got a bit of a delay. Right, brilliant. Sorry about that. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Adrian. Go on, my friend.
Oh, no worries. So you made a video about that thing with the 15 minutes.
Yes.
And well, I believe this is not going to happen right now. It's going to happen after they take the cash out. So a way to fight it will be to continue using as much cash as possible and trying to avoid like the self-service. Because if they can't do anything about it, people can just break it and they can complain about it. But when they're going to be captured by this thing with only programmable currency or something, then it's gonna be like big trouble. But right now, a lot of people can just go and fight it, and they can have money put away, stashed away, and stuff like that. But after a while, you won't have the luxury. For example, I applied for a loan at my bank, and it got declined. I don't have any loans and stuff. I never nothing apart from my studio flat, and I'm paying rent every month and the phone. So I'm not building up credit and stuff. But it was like I want to make like a very small loan for like £800, get an iPad, and it got declined. They told me that I have a bad credit score, and I was thinking like, well, I can just put money away and buy it however it is. But I was thinking then, what happens if I can't put money away at a certain point, and the money that I don't use on the card is just gonna vanish at a certain point, and I actually would need like this type of thing, like to be eligible for loans and stuff. I'm gonna be grabbed by the
So it's one of the things, just from my experience with credit reference and stuff like that, is if you haven't had credit in the past. Okay, this is why a lot of people get a mobile phone just so they can start building their credit up. If you haven't had credit in the past, you are classed as a potential liability to lenders. Okay, because you haven't got a background of paying back anything that you've borrowed. So it's difficult initially to actually get what you want. It's difficult to get a loan, or it can be difficult to get a mobile phone contract, for example. Although it's a lot easier now to get mobile phone contracts, but loans are a lot harder if you've got no credit. So the people that said to you, you've got bad credit, they wouldn't know that.
No, they said I don't have credit.
Right.
Or something.
If you go to a bank, all they can tell you is that it's been declined. They can't give you a reason. They're not allowed to give you a reason because they don't know. It's likely that from what you've said, you've got nothing that you've had in the past or anything like that.
I just worry about the future, like the future of not being able to put money away, and that's all I was worried about. And there's a thing I heard, like a lot of people are coming from China now, and I think there are going to be a lot of rich people coming from China, because if you have a poor social credit score, you won't be allowed to travel, not even with the bus, not thinking about the airplane. So I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but history debunks said something about 10 million people from India and China approved visas and stuff like that. I don't know exactly.
That's an awful lot of fucking people. That's an awful lot of people. That's a sick. That's like like about 15% of what we've already got here, or something like that.
Yeah, well, the market for the what's it called? They have a building market in China, and they have all this bad real estate, and people invested, like a lot of people invested in that, and they have like a giant boom with the thing, and a lot of people stopped investing in buildings over there, so maybe they're going to invest in buildings over here. I just saw across my street they offer like 20% discount if you register in time. And London is under construction like big time, like especially the Wembley area, and everything is like up for grabs. So So I don't know. The thing is, if the people come and they have like relatives in their country held hostage by the president and stuff,
Yeah.
I don't know exactly. It's kind of crazy, but yeah.
Yeah, it's so that Reverend Simon Sideways was picked up on, I think it was yesterday, and he was said about the and I saw a post about it today as well, something about the digital IDs, the cashless part. They won't go cashless until the digital IDs are implemented. And I know there's a lot of stuff at the moment. Black Belt Barrister's done a bit on the digital IDs. Lots of other people have done it, which is one of the reasons why I've not really spoken about it. It's not really something that fits in the criteria of this channel as such. But the digital IDs.
We're still gonna have like one more year. I don't think they're gonna implement it right now because they have all these gadgets with medical and stuff. And I think when they're gonna implement it, they're also gonna implement it in a manner where they're gonna say it's for health and safety, especially with the what's happening with people's stuff. So I think it's gonna be like to avoid eating certain foods and stuff. You're gonna, if you have like diabetes, they're gonna you're not gonna be able to buy like products with a certain amount of sugar, and they're gonna say we're saving lives. You might not know what you're buying, but if we do this thing and that thing, and after that they're gonna push all these things that they put in place, like especially the um, traffic lights that they have at certain supermarkets and they never removed. And yeah, because everything is like it's just to be ready. I don't know. I recommend everyone just to try to get cash out of the bank. If you're with the bank that that starts disappearing, I recommend get more cash out of your stuff, your bank account, maybe coins. If someone's gonna try to rob your house, it's gonna be heavier for them to take them all out.
Personally, I'd recommend everyone go and fucking empty their accounts of cash and watch the banks
Yeah,
collapse.
because we're gonna have like that collapse that's been promised, like with the Russia or China did the virus attack, and everyone's account has been wiped out, and then we're gonna save everyone with the new currency and stuff. There are a lot of scenarios and stuff. Yeah, but especially if you try like spending money everywhere and avoid the what's called the self-service. Why would you do the self-service? I went over there with my mom, and she did like something wrong. She put the product like twice or something, and the woman just got angry and started shouting, "Why did you do that? Can't you pay attention?" It was like crazy, like.
Well, I unfortunately have to put my hands up and say that I did have to use a self-service earlier, but that was because we got to the shop, Tesco's, no, Asda's. We got to Asda's, and it was like 30 minutes before they shut. And me and Holly are a pair of cripples, and it took us too long to walk around to get to the tills while somebody was still on the tills. So we had to go through the self checkout, but generally I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, I keep looking over there. Everyone looks like when they have like a lot of groceries, especially Christmas time, they look like they were working in a factory. Everyone was like scanning product, like 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Like it was like yeah, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
No worries, no worries. Listen, everyone's welcome to phone in if they want to phone in. We can talk about anything on the phones. It's just that because I'm late on, I've got to limit the amount of time I give to everybody, which is a bit of a pain.
Oh, no worries.
But I'll be on again. I'll be on again next week, and then the week after. Is it next week? Yeah, next week, and the week after, and the week after that, it's going to be a members live. So we've got another two public live streams before the next members live. So you can call in next week or the week after, whenever you want. You're always welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Take care. Have a good evening.
You too, Adrian. Take it easy, mate.
Thank you. Bye now.
Bye. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Pat, good evening.
Hello, I know that voice again.
Followers, mate. Listen, just a quick one.
Go on.
All I got to say, all right, okay, I love your channel. Fuck all the haters.
Well, this is why I do. You know, listen, I know this is probably okay. Oh, you're gone. I was going to say this is probably to do with the comments video I've done. Again, I know I've had some people on there saying, "Oh, fuck the haters." I do. I don't really give two shits about them. But what's the best way to piss the haters off other than to monetize their content? You know, their comments. I mean, what the fuck? These people are trolling me, trying to get me shut down, and I monetize their comments. It's fucking brilliant. Hello, Bumblebee.
Hi.
Hello,
everyone.
How are you?
I pop in. I'm good. Been in hospital about 5 weeks now. Got moved to another hospital.
Right.
I am in a stroke rehab unit, but I have not had a stroke. It's just that I can get the rehabilitation, and as most of I'm a wheelchair user.
Well, I'm glad. I'm glad because the last thing that I want to hear is that you'd suffered something like that on top of everything else that you've been going through. So I'm glad you haven't.
It's been a bit of a shit 2020, hasn't it? 2022.
2022 was wank. Absolutely wank. As was the previous 2 years to that as well. But you know, it sounds like people are starting to take you seriously and offer you the help that you need, which is really good.
I initially refused to come to this hospital when 999 was called. Spoke to the ambulance, it was high.
Right.
And I went to a hospital further afield, but connected by trust.
Right.
And they were wonderful. And it was a positive experience. Some of my experiences in this current hospital haven't been positive, but I had somebody approach me and said, let's give you a positive experience in the other hospital.
Right.
I'm in a hospital in the area that I was in a care home. I don't want to say where, but people will know.
Of course.
Trying to keep some privacy.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I got put on a main ward. So the person overseeing it and manager said, don't know that the main ward will work. And I said, well, I've been on similar before. But we found that I couldn't even get my wheelchair in the toilet. So,
shouldn't they have a wheelchair accessible toilet on every floor?
Well, the hospital I'm in has got many wards, like over 20 wards, what I know of. And on the main corridor, apparently I was told they were built in the 1960s, 70s when there weren't many people in wheelchairs.
Mm.
So, and the cubicle space was so small, but it quite shocked me that there was lack of wheelchair accessibility, if you call it.
Yeah.
But I moved from a hospital Thursday evening. Then I went on to a main ward in another hospital. Then Friday night I moved again.
Okay.
I'm okay where I am. I've been off the board for about an hour and a half. It's a lot farther away from the main entrance and the amenities, but I worked out that I could do it tonight.
Okay.
That's like everything. Met some lovely people while I've been in hospital, staying in touch with a few. Your last caller said about the cashless society.
He did indeed, yeah.
Tonight I've just been in the public staff canteen, cafeteria, whatever. They sell hot food, drinks, and everything, and snacks. And believe it or not, the coffee machine is card only. So you can only get if you've got a bank card. And when you pay at the till for your food, that's bank card only.
Yeah, I've noticed the vending machines in the local hospitals here have all been converted into card machines. Thank you, Ian. Much appreciated.
Nice one, Ian.
But I do know that the cafes at the moment are taking both cash and card, but the machines are all card only.
So it's opposite here.
I don't trust it. I don't trust it. I don't trust them machines. You know, there's nobody to monitor the machine to make sure that nobody's tampering with it. I mean, you know, you can get your cash machines tampered with, so somebody will come out with something to tamper with these fucking cash machines and you know, and swipe people's numbers.
They've tampered with ATMs before, haven't they?
Exactly.
No, here there's some vending machines. I've been to one tonight because I wanted some midnight snacks with my medication when I get in bed. £1.10 for any chocolate bar, £1.10 for a packet of crisps, £1.10 for it seemed like everything was £1.10.
It's fucking ridiculous extortion, isn't it?
Well, it's cash, the vending machine. But the canteen, which is locked at certain times, I think they shut at 7:45. I was on Glenn Simmons's live and I got a tap on the shoulder. We're shutting.
Right.
But big up Glenn Simmons. I know you've been over there, Pat.
Mm-hmm.
It was all card in the cafeteria. Now, bearing in mind, a lot of staff frequent there, relatives take their family who are patients there because it's pretty central to the hospital, that, and it's quite a big place.
Right.
But I was quite sure you couldn't even get a hot drink without a card.
No, it's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
You suddenly come to hospital. Sometimes you haven't got your bank cards with you.
No, you're right. Totally agree.
Some people at a time, because I'm disabled, I must admit, sometimes because you've got people standing behind you and you're so much slower, my anxiety comes up with that one. So I sometimes panic and I'll just give a card if I can't. You know, if I'm in a busy shop and I'm going to have a panic attack, I'd rather give a card, get out the shop and calm down.
Yeah. Thank you, Ray. Thanks very much.
And yeah, sod the haters, Pat.
Yeah,
Like, you do what you.
Well, like I said a minute ago, it's not the case of them getting to me. It's a case of, I mean, what's the best way for me to get back at them? You know, rather than me getting into that to and fro, because no matter what I say to them in the comments, they're just going to come back with some more bullshit. So there's no point in me doing that, although I do still, because sometimes it's funny. So I just think to myself, well, fuck it. I might as well piss them right off. They don't want me on here. They want my channel to fail. They want me to go away. The best way to get back at them is to monetize their comments and make them look stupid in the process. I mean, it's genius.
And as a community got on several platforms, do you really think they're going to let you? Do you think we're going to let you fail?
No, no, I know that. But this is the thing. These people want me to fail. I work too hard on this channel to let some little twat hiding in his mum's basement, jacking off to the Gratan catalogue to ruin my channel. You know.
Apparently, Glenn's a lot of trolls now, or something. He said this evening or yesterday.
He's had a few go on there trying to cause issues and stuff. But again, this is what happens. They get bored with one channel, and then they find another channel, and they go, "Oh, let's go over there and piss them off now."
I've seen certain disruptors, should we call them?
Yeah.
Jump on 5 different channels in the nighttime, disrupting every single one.
Mm.
Can I say a big thank you to Roger? He knows why.
Of course you can.
Thank
you
for a bit of support. And thanks to everybody in the chat. But yeah, let's hope 2023 is going to be positive, and I'm hoping I can move into supported living, not a care home.
I'll be honest with you. I don't think 2023 is going to be completely positive based on the last couple of years, but I genuinely hope that your health situation is a positive one this year. at the very least. I hope that is something that you can manage to get fixed and sorted, and put yourself in a situation that you're more happy with. But I don't, I think the government have got lots of plans to fuck us all up, and if anything, I hope that's at least the one thing that you get sorted out this year properly.
Well, one question for you. I find it very hard how a manager in a certain service that is organising my care can make my wheelchair invisible.
Can make your wheelchair invisible?
Yeah, she blames everything else, not on my physical disability. Like, even like going to the kitchen to make a cup of tea. Oh, you can't do that. Mental health. My mental health's got fuck all to do with it.
Yeah.
And she won't back down. Nice.
Obviously, I can't comment. I don't know. I've not interacted with the woman, but I suppose some people are a bit harsh in their ways, especially when in the medical sort of sector.
It's the other sector, you know what I mean? Social.
Right.
I just shocking that every meeting she wants to blame my mental health, and it's actually, I'm in a wheelchair. Can you not see that? Can you not see I can't stand and walk? But I'm hoping that in the stroke rehab unit that they've got a physio gym, which I'm sure you and Roger have come before.
Yeah, I had to do that as well.
And I saw some power bars, so they might get me up on them.
Yes,
we know it's to stand.
When I was in the hospital and they took me through after, I think it was the day before they let me out, they took me through to the physio department, and I had to prove that I could make a cup of tea and walk up 3 steps. They've got like these little blocks, and I had to prove that I can walk up them. And to be honest, at the time I could do the stuff, although it I had the weakness, but I could do that more then than I can now. Now it's really difficult, and the ache is or can be rather unbearable. It's fucking horrible.
Yeah, I got out of bed at 5 o'clock this afternoon. I slept till 3. I woke up for lunch. I said I'll take my meds and I'm going back to sleep.
Yeah.
You've got to listen to your body. LSP will tell you in the background as well that when your body's saying, "Oi, let me have a break, let me have a rest," you've got to try and.
Oh Jesus! Sorry, it's censored.
Oh, no.
If it's censored, it's true. Thank you very much.
So you've got a lot of support. So.
Oh, I know that. I know I've got more support than I have haters. I know that much. As I say, it's just when other people that are on here that run a channel or do videos on their channel, they'll know that it does get relentless. And all of these comments, or most of the negative comments, go into the held for review or potential spam folders. And although you don't get to see it, nobody else really gets to see it. So I'll go and check it every now and again to see what's in there, because sometimes decent comments do get flagged and go in there, so I have to let them through manually. But then I have to read all of these wanky comments that are in there as well from people, and even though I can ignore it, you can only ignore it to a certain extent. After such a period of time of reading that shit, it starts to piss you off. And rather than me getting into that argument with them, and I've sworn at Crinkle on here. I've let rip at Crinkle, for example. Rather than getting into that situation with them now and losing my shit, if I just make them look stupid on a video and then monetize that content as well, then I win both ways. I can get it out of my system and I can make some money off of them as well. So it's all good.
I saw that night. I think you were on, was it Simon's or something? Or you were on a live with Simon and somebody else, and Crinkle's on there, and you just let rip. But I actually found it quite like I was like, yes, you're not taking on the stress of the shit.
Yeah.
But I want to say thank you, Psycho's missus as well. So I'm in a stroke rehab unit because I'm a wheelchair user and I need some rehabilitation, not because I've had a stroke.
Right.
Things are going positive. And I hope all you are getting the adequate care you need and support.
Thank
But
you.
like Amber has just written, Crinkle isn't worth it. He isn't.
No, he's not. He
And
absolutely
if
isn't.
What you watch your figures go down in the chat.
Yeah. I know. All right, Bumble, listen, I'm going to have to call that one up, wrap that one up, because I've got somebody else trying to get through now. But listen, it was lovely to hear from you. I'm really glad things seem to be looking up, and I really hope this year they do turn around for you.
Yeah, I'm feeling quite positive and hopeful right now.
Awesome.
Take care, Dan.
Speak to you soon.
Yes, your visitors as well.
All right, we'll do.
All right, take care.
Bye. Bye. Oh.
I end this thing.
Hello, good evening, and welcome.
Hello. Well, blimey, Dan.
Hello, Scott.
Finally, Dan, we touched base
with
one another. Well, I've got to be honest, I'm not great. 100%, mate.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I've been trying to... I've got to be honest, because I obviously love you, and love Angela, and love everyone in the channel, I've been a little bit disappointed, Dan, because I know you're busy, obviously, my brother. I know you've got a show to do and this, that, and the other. But I've been trying to get hold of you for months. You, Angela, and no one's getting back to me. And I feel quite let down, actually.
Right. Well, I can assure you, you're not the only one that I've not managed to get back to.
No. I know you're busy, Dan. Like I said, I left a lovely message for you the other day saying there's no, you're a good man. I'm not one of these, Dan, that just turns my back on people just because they've let me down and starts slagging them off, because I'm not made like that.
Yeah.
But I got nicked in December.
You got nicked?
From the mother. Yeah. The mother of my son went through my Facebook.
Right.
And she then decided to lie, and then decided to say things that weren't correct, saying that I've been harassing her, getting my friends to harass her, which of course I've not, because my boy's 18 years old.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't do that. Why would I start doing that now and upset the chance with him? And bottom line in it, I was arrested for harassment that I've not done, and the hurty words on Facebook. And
I've seen some of your messages. I haven't seen any of your messages recently. I haven't been on Facebook that much. I've got banned, but I've seen some of your posts, and most of them are just responding to her or talking about your lad. So.
Well, that's it, Dan. And what she's done is she's gone on to say that bear in mind, my good brother Dan, that I don't post anything to her. It's all public posting for my own son and or anybody else that may or might want to take an interest.
Yeah.
She has purposely gone on my Facebook and said that I've called her satanic and I've upset and hurt her feelings. And I then spent 23 hours in the cell. Well, bottom line in it, Dan, it ruined my Christmas. I'm on bail till next year for this. When you think what she's done, Dan, which you and the brothers and sisters know what she's done with her lying and an attack on me from her family in September, and the police didn't help me with any of that, and she's come out with the most barbaric lies about me, but she can get me nicked for calling her satanic in a public post. So I've been nicked for that. She's been nicked for fuck all. I've had my whole Christmas ruined. I've spent Christmas Eve and Christmas Day in bed. I spent New Year Eve in bed. Now, I had friends, Debbie and Brian, I've seen today. They invited me round and whatnot. And I've had loads of... I've become very unwell, basically. It was real touch and go, Dan, this time with the suicidal thoughts. And of course, the self-harming is still happening, brother, unfortunately. And of course, as I'm sure you and the family can appreciate, it happened massively once I was arrested. Obviously I've done nothing wrong. I'm posting to my own Facebook, for fuck's sake. I'm not talking to her. I haven't been... She's saying I've gone to her shop. I haven't been out of the fucking flat, mate. So I haven't been to a shop, and I couldn't give two fucks for a shop. So, yeah, again, it's more Amber Heard lies from her that's unfortunately affected my health.
Have you got a brief on it? Have you got yourself a brief?
Well, I'm on bail. I'm hoping it's going to be NFA. I mean, it's absolute nonsense. I have obviously got a brief on it, one that I've used all of the time.
Right.
But my health, Dan, when I say it's the worst it's ever been, it's the worst it's ever been. I've been for dinner today with two of my good friends. They're like an adopted mum and dad figure, really, like an older brother, older sister figure. Maybe a lovely bit of beef, some roast potatoes, and I had a bit of healthy eating today.
Yeah.
Because of course, Dan, they'd be really worried about me. You know, being religious, I didn't even say happy birthday, Father Jesus. That's how bad it become.
Right.
I mean, I did do. A couple of days after, I apologised to Father Jesus. I said, please forgive me, Dad. I've had a bit of a rocky, Christmas. And yeah, it's been 100%, and it's been the worst time last year. I just hope to God that it's a better 2023 now, mate. Because I really ain't got much more left, Dan. I really ain't. Like I say, the self-harming's still being done to the forehead. Unfortunately, I've just done it again in my sleep. I'm still having the struggles with the UC and everything else, Bud, that you brothers and sisters know about from last year and the year before.
You're still having shit with that as well?
Oh, brother, you couldn't make it up, my brothers and sisters. They said, this lovely geezer called Neil, quite a nice fella, found in my favour, heard some phone calls, said I'm not happy with the way that they've been speaking to you, awarded me £200 compensation, which I wasn't expecting.
Yeah.
But they've listened to the calls, and when I've told you, brothers and sisters, I don't lie, I do not lie, they were horrific from UC's end. And then he went, but he said, the thing is, even though we've heard them saying they're going to backdate the money, we're not going to do it. I went, but you've heard them say they're going to backdate me. You've heard me saying I'm going to lend money off my friends to live at the interim at the start of the year, Dan.
Yeah.
Last year, because of course, those can be only 270 quid to live on. Anyway, I've got to take it to ICE, which is the independent case examiners, to get them to look at it, because even though they've heard the agents, multiple agents telling me they're going to pay me in a separate payment, they've not paid me. And of course, that's caused a lot of stress for me, Dan, because I'm very decent to my friends and I've borrowed off them. So I'm paying them out of my state, and that's leaving me nothing to live on. And I had to sort my rent, basically, this last month, which is very, very lucky I've got a good landlord, because he's a very... Angela, I could see you posting in the thing, right? Okay, I've been texting you and ringing you, and I know you've spoke to me, okay? I didn't say we haven't spoke. I said that I've been ringing and texting since Christmas, and no one's speaking to me. So I'm aware that you're not well at times as well, so there's no... it's not a competition of who's iller than someone else. So I'm not having a go. I'm just voicing how upset I've become, which, Angela, my good sister, I have a right to do, babe, okay? Because I've been upset, and I don't lie. So that's it, innit? So I know Christmas is a difficult time for everyone, so please don't take it personal, darling. I love you. It's been upsetting not being able to get hold of you, but I do know you've had problems as well. So we'll talk when you're in a better place, Angela, okay, darling? I know you've been in hospital, sweetheart. I got your message. I didn't know you were still in hospital, though, babe. So if you are still in hospital, forgive me. I didn't realise.
Even I didn't know that. Even if Angela's in hospital, even I didn't know that. Angela, you never told me. Well, I'm sure you didn't. You might have done. I might have forgotten. If I have, then if you have, then I apologise. But I don't remember you saying you'd been in hospital.
Yeah, I know she's not been overly great. But yeah, it's. I know it's. I don't mean to be selfish or come across condescending or selfish, Dan. But sometimes you put an invested love into everybody, like from the channel that I do love, like Ollie and DJ and sort of Mickey Mouse and Your Good Self and Lost Souls, and then the list goes on and on, doesn't it? The brothers and sisters that I love, and when you don't sort of, it got to the stage where even my posts weren't being liked, Dan. That I post on your YouTube channel, and I was like, then you start overthinking, Dan. I thought, well, what have I done? Something? Is there something I've said that, sort of been misconstrued? Or have I upset my brother Dan? And, now it's no likes, now it's no text messages received back from you, now it's no voice messages being answered. And then, it's human nature, brother, and you start fucking overthinking, especially with the mental health. you start overthinking. You know, you start replaying things. If I said things that have been misconstrued or taken out of content, you know, and you just overthink, don't you, Dan? And you know, we've all been in a pretty poo place. And who's that in the background, by the way, Dan?
That's Lost Souls Paranormal.
What?
It's Holly.
I just noticed. I thought Dan's got one of those like iron robots in.
One of them blow up. Dan's got one of them blow up dolls in.
I tell you what, mate. Girls Boy Trotter and Rodney have improved their blow up doll that pops up behind the sofa in that episode. How is Holly?
How are you, Holly?
I can hear. I'm good.
Oh, right, sorry.
Kind of. Let's not go there.
I'm glad you're okay. But yeah, it's I'm in a slightly, hi darling, I'm in a slightly better place now. But I mean, I've got to be honest, my mates have been rallying around. My mate Chris as well has been fantastic. My mate John's been fantastic. My mate Chrissy come round and helped me tidy up after a night shift. So my health had broken down so badly, he'd gone to work, and he come round, Dan, and he give me a cuddle, and I just broke down in his arms. He's known me 25 years, Chris. So he knows when he see me, Dan, he broke his heart, because you can see when someone's not well, can't you? And so, but look, there's people rallying around now, and it's good to talk, and it's good to, you know, get in contact with you. Good. So, getting off of me now, how was your Christmas, Dan, and everything? Because I know you've got problems and been going for a bit of an hard time as well.
I went to spend some time with the family, so I actually took about 10 days off of YouTube altogether, and just went down to spend some time with the family and just concentrated on that. I jumped on a sort of few live streams to see what was going on during that time. Thank you, Mickey Mouse. Happy New Year to you, mate. I don't know if Holly's seen that. Get some patches for Lost Souls knees. Yeah, it was hard work, but it was really nice being able to spend some time with the family. I've not spent a Christmas with any of the family for nearly 20 years. So to go down there and spend some time with them, it was hard. Anxiety was through the fucking roof, and the travel down there was fucking ridiculous. It was, you know, it was enough to almost make you turn around and say, no, fuck that, I can't do it. Excuse me, but I did it, and I spent some time down there, and I really enjoyed myself. You know, as much as I could anyway. Didn't go anywhere. I just literally just stayed in with my mum and dad for 10 days.
It's nice, my brother, isn't it? Because it's never too late, is it? You know.
No. I did enjoy it.
See, with that anxiety, I nearly didn't go to the Sunday dinner today. It's a real scumbag illness, that is. It's a terrible, wicked illness, Dan, isn't it? I nearly cancelled today as well.
Yeah.
I'm pleased I didn't, because obviously I've got a nice bit of food, and I don't eat overly well, being a single man. So it was nice, and it is nice to have that little bit of company sometimes. We can lock ourselves away, can't we?
Mm. Yeah. It's so easy to... It's so easy to isolate yourself without realizing you're isolating yourself, and then when it gets to a point where it's too late, and then you're like, where is everybody? You know, and that's what I've done over the years. I've isolated myself. I'm thankful that I've met some, you know, really good people, not just in real life like this one here, but even just speaking to on the phone. Or
what, is Ollie Willoughby really real? I thought we'd go and poker. Seriously.
Go and poker. It's not that kind of platform, Scott. Come on now.
As I said it, I realise you'd misconstrued that as well.
Look, I'll tell you what. This is how real she is. There you go. She caught my sex toy.
How comes Holly's with you today then, Sam?
Holly decided that she wanted to come and, you know, she said she was going to come and cook me something to eat, but I ended up cooking it. Lazy bitch.
Is there more? Is there something happening, Dan? Is it just a platonic friendship?
No, God, no. There's nothing happening. She won't allow it.
Oh, golly, what's wrong with you? Well, it's nice that she's done that, Dan.
No, I wouldn't anyway. I wouldn't because we get on far too well for any of that.
You know
malarkey.
what? Listen, Dan, you've met some, well, not physically met them, but you're the same as me. I've got girl mates of Joanne's one of my mates, 15 years, very attractive girl. Lisa, you've seen, very attractive girl, but I just keep it as that, they're mates.
Yeah.
I don't blur the lines, otherwise it fucks the relationship up as friends.
Well, sometimes you just get on better. You know what I mean? If you get on really well as friends, then just fucking, do you know what I mean? Just be friends. You know, if something develops in the future, then fine. But don't, you know, never try and force that shit. Just enjoy things as they are.
I mean, being an attractive man, Dan, it's very difficult. I have to beat them off with a stick. I have to sit them down at times. I mean, you understand being an attractive man, Dan? It's very difficult, isn't it? Very difficult. I have to say to them, now listen, Joe, we've been friends for 15 years. We can't get into everyone, and have you leave it alone now.
That's it. That's it. I'm like that. Holly, stop touching. It's not yours. You're not allowed.
Yeah, get off of it. It's not like it's friendship. You're crossing the line. It's really good of you, my good sister Holly, to go down there and see Dan and offer to do food, and that's really a lovely thing to do. Well,
I've got some other guests tomorrow. Tiffany and DJ Sonic are popping over tomorrow as well, which is really cool. So it'll be nice to see Sonic again, and it'll be nice to see Tiff, because Tiff wasn't able to make it for my birthday. So
brilliant.
Nice to see Tiff as well.
Oh, that's brilliant. I'm well happy for you, Dan. Well happy for you.
I don't know how I'm going to cope. Last time I had loads of people here, I was absolutely twatted off my cake on alcohol.
I was going to say that was what was that, Christmas, was it?
No, that was the birthday. That was the birthday. That was, yeah. Just I drank myself sober.
Did anybody meet up at Christmas time, Dan, or did you not bother in the end?
No, I went to spend some time with the family.
You went with your family.
Yeah. I had some offers. Don't get me wrong, and you know, for those of you, if you're on here that offered, appreciative. I am very. Fuck me, I just spoke like Yoda for some reason. But yeah, I thought it was best to spend, you know, an opportunity with a family whilst I had it.
Yeah, 100%, my mucker, 100%, Dan. And like I said to you, mate, I'm pleased for you, because it's a foot back in the door with mum and dad. And like I say, it's never too late, is it, mate, to make amends and build some bridges.
Well, we've fallen out many times over the years, and you know, and lost contact with each other over, you know, one reason or another. But, you know, if you can't bite the bullet, swallow your pride, and you know, and just make the best of your life as you can, and then you got some issues, haven't you? So,
100%, my brother. Of course you have, Dan. You have to sometimes be the bigger man, don't you?
Indeed, you do.
And just to say hello to Danny. Yeah, Dan, you've been worried about me, Danny, my good brother. I've been worried about me, mate. I've had to dig deep, mucker, just like many of you brothers and sisters out there have to dig deep. I've had to dig really deep this time.
No, it's definitely not easy. And I'm sorry that excuse me, and I'm sorry that you're having that shit with the ex.
Yeah, well, 18 years ago, Dan, you think you'd get over me, wouldn't you? Like, move on. You know what I mean? Leave me alone.
Sometimes I think to myself, I'm glad that I have absolutely nothing to do with the exes, but then obviously I've got the kids that I want to have something to do with, but can't.
Trouble is, Dan, I have nothing to do with her. I mean, she is a very horrible dude. She could be as far as I'm concerned, she could be the best mum to my Jimmy Joe.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make her a good human being with what she's doing to me. I said to I know you've got a channel where we scrutinise the police at times and we pick them up when they're doing wrong and so on and so forth. But the Leighton police that arrested me, the police that arrested me were absolutely fantastic. In fact, one of the officers, Dan, knew me from the Ferrari days and knew my mate Mal. And he went, "You used to have all the Ferraris and the big 6-bedroom house, didn't you?" And his name was Ken. I went, "Yeah, Ken." And I said, "Now I've got Ethel and I'm bent up like a wire coat hanger." He was laughing, but they was really good. They didn't cuff me up or anything, and they was at the station. I just want to give thanks to the Leighton police. You know,
and do you know what? And I will say fair play, because I've been arrested a few times for fighting in the past, quite a few times. But in the past, I've been arrested for fighting by some cops who have come to the house to get me. Okay, to me when I was living at home with my mum and dad when I was younger, they'd come to the house. They'd quite happily sit on the sofa. This is the difference between many of the police today and the police of old, so to speak. So when I was in my early teens and I'd get in a fight, the police would turn up at the house. My mum and dad would be like, yeah, come in, sit down. And my mum and dad will fuck off out. And they'll be sitting there while I'm upstairs waking up. Slow down the stairs 15 minutes later, right? The cops loved it. They just loved just sitting there. Do you know what I mean? Sitting off in a nice warm house and all that shit. And I'd walk down the stairs and I'd be like, shit, I thought they were lying. But there is a copper here. So it'd be like, okay, listen, I'd bullshit a bit and I'd say, listen, I've got to let the dogs out. They're going to piss and shit everywhere and my mum's going to kick me out. So let me just chuck the dogs out first. So we'd go, all right, go on, do it quickly. So I'd throw the dogs out. I'd make myself a coffee while I'm at it. And I'd walk back through once the dogs were with a coffee in my hand. I'd go, right, just going to go get dressed now, all right. And I'd go upstairs. I would take the piss a little bit, but I wouldn't be a cunt about it.
They knew, Dan, didn't they, that you knew as well that you were going to get nicked.
Yeah,
as long as they give a little bit. Give a little bit, you'll give a little bit. He went to meet Scotty. Ken's a lovely fella, God bless him, and I hope he has a good earthly life. He was like, I know you from yesteryear, mate. He said, I know you good stuff. He said, I don't want to be rolling around on the floor with you. I said, look, Ken, I said, I'm not going to roll around on the floor with you, mate. I said, them days are long gone. I said, look, he said, we're just doing our job. We've got to investigate it. That's what we've got to do. He said, but don't want to cuff you up. He said, do you just want to get in the van for me? And I thought, you know what? I will. You've asked me nicely. You've spoken to me and not through me and not down at me. So I'll get in the van. And quite frankly, and I will go out on a limb to say this, if I'd have met not Ken, for example, and a couple of the other good brothers, there was Colin, that was a lovely man that sat at my police cell door. There was Claire. There was loads of brothers and sisters in the police force that I'm proud to call brothers and sisters.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the police that arrested me on this wrongful arrest, I can actually pretty much say that if I'd met Barking Threshold Custody Suite police that I'd met in 2019 where I tried to hang myself, I wouldn't be having this phone call with you now, because I really fell down anyway, even though the police were really good. I mean, the police were that good, Dan, that they even got me breakfast bars. You know them breakfast bars? You know them Bevitas? Is it Bevitas?
Yeah.
They were coming around with coffees and whatnot, and then like one of the officers there, bless him, he went, do you like these? And whipped out like 4 breakfast biscuits. And I went, bloody hell, I don't mind getting arrested and coming to Leighton police station for getting treated like this. I said, what's for dinner? McDonald's?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, and I can say that if it weren't for them, like I say, I tried to make a joke and whatnot, but that was true. They did do that for me. But if it weren't for the treatment, I mean, I wouldn't be having this conversation with you, because I can't believe how broken I felt when I come out of the police station, mate, and it was snowing and horrible, and I just thought, wow, you know what a state, that I've been put in yet again through the behaviour of other people that are not as good as me, But look, 2023, new year. Hopefully things will improve. Hopefully Holly will come and make me dinner and sit on the sofa and make it look better. And I'm going to try. My friend has said to me that he said to me to get my license sorted out, and which is what I'm going to do. And then he's going to put me on his car, which I thought was a right nice thing for him to do. So then I'll have access to come over and see you guys, because I'm even if I've got the self-harming wound down that you all know about, I ain't got to see anyone if I'm driving a car. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I could come and have a beer with you or whatever and pop over and see you at some time in the summertime or something, fingers crossed.
So, well, hopefully I'll be moving. Hopefully, if things go to plan, I'll be moving back down to Essex this year at some point.
Will you really? Like that?
Hopefully, that's fingers crossed. We'll see how things go.
That'd be brilliant, bro. That'd be fucking brilliant. Yeah. What part, Dan?
I'll speak to you another time.
Oh, got you. Yeah, all right, no worries. Yeah.
Oh no, actually, it doesn't. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Actually, yeah, it's Southend.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, probably out a stone's throw away from me, mate.
Yeah,
up the road.
So,
yeah, that'd be Harry. Is that what you want to do then, Dan? You want to come back, do you?
Yeah, I've been wanting to go back down there for fucking ages, man. Absolutely ages. Listen, Scott, I don't mean to be rude.
Yeah,
because it's a late one. I've had somebody trying to
while.
call through for about 5 or 10 minutes, and I just want to make sure that I get a few more people on before we open the panel up, mate.
Yeah, no, thank you for taking the call. Happy New Year, Dan, 2023, and Happy New Year to all the brothers and sisters that are good in the side chat. Angela, Holly, Lost Soul, everyone, Danny, all of you, everyone, Mickey Mouse, a lot of you, Richard.
No worries.
Tina, everyone, I give my love to everyone. They can hear me anyway. So love to everyone. I hope you have a good New Year, guys, and hopefully better things are coming all our way. Yeah, amen.
Definitely, man. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed. All right, much love, Dan. Yeah.
You take it easy.
Take care, my brother. Yeah, bye-bye, my darling. Take care, Holly.
All right, mate. Take it easy.
Don't worry, Holly. There's a nice little space on the sofa for you, Treacle, up here in Essex.
Well, she's getting the bed tonight. I'll get the sofa tonight.
No, you tell Porky Pies you're having a little spoon, ain't you? You're having a little spoon.
Not happening, mate. Not happening. Look at her face. She's fucking sniggering over there. No.
Yeah, she was thinking about that spoon, and she's going to go and get one out of the cupboard and take it to bed.
She gets the king size. She gets the king size fucking bed all to herself. She'll get lost in it, and I'll get the fucking sofa.
Oh well, never. That's a true gentleman, my brother.
Well,
Oh, you got to do them things, ain't you?
That's it, mate.
All right. Well, listen. Take care, Dan. Speak to you again soon. And yeah, nice to talk to you, bruv.
All right, man. You look after yourself, Scott.
I will do, Dan. I will do, mucker.
All right. Ta-ra, mate.
Take care, pal.
Bye-bye.
Ta-ra, mate.
Hello, good evening and welcome.
Ta-ra, mate.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello, good and welcome.
Turn the sound down in the background.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Hi, is that Dan?
It is, yes.
I was just ringing. I've been watching your channel for years, and I've been watching like other things like
You all right?
yeah, I'm trying to sort out the mute.
Right.
Is that better?
Yeah, no, it's fine. I could hear you, yeah.
Yes, I've been watching your channel for years and watching other channels for probably decades, like Charlie Veach and Danny Shine, and
Right.
I don't see anything getting any better.
Doesn't seem
worse.
to be, does it? Absolutely doesn't seem to be. But then,
No.
what's the shit rolls downhill, as they say, and the more you let it roll, the more it picks up on the way down. Which is why I've said for a long time that the entire system, I think, needs to be reformed. They talk about reform, okay, but they in their eyes it's just sacking a few people here, sacking a few people there, few positive press conferences, and it'll all be back to normal. And it won't. That's the problem. It needs to be, it needs to be completely reformed. It needs to be demolished and rebuilt, as far as I'm concerned.
So yeah, I've been trying to tell the family this for especially the last 2 or 3 years, and they're not listening. So we've had a big fallout over this Christmas and New Year, and
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's just I don't see any future really. It's just.
Listen, there's always this. I think there's always a future, right? Because regardless to what the government try and do to us, regardless to what the police try and do to us, and anybody else that has a vested interest in trying to control us, regardless to what they do, we still have, at least at the moment, we still have free will. Okay, and we still have the ability to do, relatively what we want, providing it's within the law. And it's going to take an awful lot for them to take that away from us all. There's a vast number of people, a growing number of people who is, no thanks. There's a vast number of people who are growing, who are looking to you know, when I say fight back, I don't mean physically as such, but they're
No,
looking
not
to fight
physically,
back
no,
and to fight against the changes that people are trying to implement. And you know, it is difficult. Don't get me wrong, but we all have a choice still at the moment. We have a choice to either accept it, bend over and accept it, or to turn around and go, no, bollocks to this. I can't stand for this, because it's not just me that's going to suffer. It's my kids, my grandkids, my great grandkids. Yeah. You know, and I think everybody's got a choice to make still. People need to start making that choice, I think.
Definitely. I'll say I just work with my hands, and most of my family, like maths teachers, work for ITV, and they don't understand. They can't see what's going on.
It's a shame. There's a lot of people that can't. And you know, it's the same as it doesn't. The thing is, it doesn't matter what the situation is or what you're talking about. There's always people that will want to argue. Now, whether they believe something or else, or whether they just want to argue, because there are people that simply like the drama. There are people that are either never going to change their minds, and they're going to live in this world with rose-tinted glasses and see things, you know, how they perceive it to be rather than how it actually is. But a lot of those people are waking up. A lot of those people are starting to see, you know, what's wrong with this country and this world. But don't ever feel like it's time to give up, because you know, when people think it's time to give up, that's when things start falling apart, and we need to come together. We need to support each other. You know, and we just need to keep pushing back against the shit that's trying to be forced on us. You know, I know it's not the most helpful thing that I can say as such. Do you know what I mean? But it's the only place we can start from.
Definitely, yeah. But I say I just wanted to be left alone to live my life, and what's happened over the last 3 years is not.
I mean, it's a shame
that allowed me to do it.
It's a shame people fall out with their families over it. I mean, you know, the whole mask thing and COVID stuff, that was you know, that was done in a way, and if you remember, they was asking people to grass up their friends and family. You know, I mean, anybody that did that, anybody that grassed up their friends and family, as far as I'm concerned, should be disowned. You know, I think it's absolutely disgusting that people have turned around and grassed up their loved ones over it, or falling out with their loved ones over it. You know, we've all got difference of opinions because of what we believe and how we perceive certain information. It doesn't make us bad people just because we've got an opinion that we've formed of our own that might not align with their opinion. But people seem to think that we're an enemy because we don't believe what they believe, and they attack us, then obviously we're going to turn around and fight back, and then everyone goes, oh, you're far right, bastard, and all this stuff. But it's not. I just see it as common sense, but it's unfortunately
you just want to sometimes you want to be left alone to live your life, and and you can't do this anymore. I mean, good people break bad laws.
Yeah. Very true. It's horrible, and to be honest, I'm listening to you talking, and I don't mean this to be, you know, to sound out of order or anything like that, but you do sound really defeated at the moment, and that's you know, I'm horrified to hear that you sound so defeated over everything.
Well, yeah, it's just been this for the last nearly 3 years now. It's not going to stop next just because it's the new year. It's not. Nothing's going to change.
No, of course not. Of course,
I can't say 2023 being any better than the last 3 years. So you know, you just.
It seems like we're going through this.
You're back in the same old shit.
Yeah, it seems like they're going through a testing phase and trying all sorts of different fucking, you know, things on us to see what you know, how we comply, whether we do as we're told or not, you know, whether we just accept it. But again, the whole COVID thing, and you know, again, I know people disagree with me, but I believe COVID was a thing. I believe it was a virus, and there is a virus called COVID, and I believe it took people's lives. But I don't believe that it was anywhere near as bad as people made out. And from what I've seen, you know, proof that I've seen from scientists as well, and now everybody talking out about how, you know, the vaccine has actually caused issues with a lot of people. I look at that and I think to myself, I was right. I was right all along. Even my parents, you know, I didn't even broach the subject. They brought it up when I was down there over Christmas, and they started questioning it. And my mum said, well, I think my mum said she's had 3 jabs because she was made to believe that. And she turned around, she goes, I'm not having any more. Fucking not having any more. I was like, fair play. Jane, fair play, mum.
I've never had any, so you know.
I've not, and I've not had so much as a cold, to be quite honest.
No, normally I did actually have a very probably end of 2019 a really bad flu.
Yeah.
And I've not had anything since, so my immune system, to me, has sorted that out. And
so perhaps you caught that virus, and now you've got your natural immunity to it. Again, I'm not talking as a virologist here. I'm just talking as somebody who's looked at some of it. Do you know what I mean? But I could well be wrong. But you know, I would suggest that was because you know, that you'd got your natural immunity from it, and the majority of people that got it. I remember phoning 101 during the pandemic, during the height of the pandemic, 101, and it on the message that you listen to, when you know when you phone up and it says this is the NHS helpline, blah blah blah. 15 minutes of them talking about COVID, and then they turn around and said, if you have any symptoms, go to your local pharmacy and get some over-the-counter flu and cold, you know, stuff. And I'm thinking, but I thought it was like really bad, you know. So there's lots of things that we understand differently to other people. But for me personally, if somebody wants to believe completely the opposite to me, that's entirely down to them. It doesn't mean that I have to fall out with them. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that will. You know, as you say, you fell out with family members. There are a lot of people out there that will be so staunch in their position where they stand on these things. They're not willing to listen to any other kind of proof or argument, and it's unfortunate.
Definitely is, yes. But
sorry,
I don't know how it's going to get better, because it's actually getting worse, in my opinion.
Yeah. So. Sorry, I'm just replying to somebody because I said 101 and I meant 111.
Yeah.
NHS number. Yeah, man. Listen, I'm.
They do pick you up on a lot of silly little things, don't they?
Yeah, Fabulous been a member of the channel for a long time. I think she just meant to point it out. She wasn't, you know, some people will go, you dickhead, it's not 101. And they're the people that I fucking hate. If you just, you know, if somebody makes a mistake and you just point it out to them respectfully, then, you know, no issues. But some people love to try and have a dig and try and make you look stupid over it. But, you know, it's bollocks, man. And I'll say, I'm sorry to hear how I can only explain it that way, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I'm sorry to hear how defeated that you sound over everything that's gone on and potentially is going to happen. And I'm sorry that you've fallen out with family members. It's, you know, I know what it's like to fall out with family members, and you know, at the time you think to yourself, fuck you, but later on, and it really starts, you know, it really starts getting to you, and you start thinking to yourself, fuck me up, what, you know, I haven't spoken to him for, you know, several years, and the longer you leave it, the harder it becomes to rectify the issue. And you know, I just try and, same with my parents. If they was all for the jab, which they were initially, I was like, okay, I can't agree with you, Mum. I can't agree with you, Dad. But you know, I accept your position on it. No, but I think you're being silly. and I left it at that. You know, don't take.
Yeah.
You know, there's no point in trying to ridicule people over an opinion.
No. So my mum's 81. If she wanted it, she could have. I didn't have any objection to her having it, because if she wanted it, she could have it. It's the fact that they've forced it on so many people.
Yeah. So, what did you say your name was again?
Jason.
Jason. Okay, Jason. Listen, it's been nice to talk to you. I'm gonna have to wrap it up.
Very busy, man.
I'm going to take one more call, then I'm going to go and empty my bladder, and then I'm going to come back and get the panel on. So thank you for calling, Jason. It's nice to speak to you.
Talk to you.
You look after yourself, and please don't give up. Don't give up, mate. There's always a reason not to give up. So please, you know, keep fighting, my friend.
Okay. Bye bye.
All right. Take it easy.
Bye.
Hello. Good evening and welcome.
Dan, good evening. It's Ian Wilson again.
Hello, Ian. How you doing? Thank you for your support this evening.
Yeah, no problems, no problems. All right, okay. We're not far, right, mate. All right, okay. All we are is a group of people, all right, okay, who's got an opinion about something.
Oh, I agree.
We should be allowed to express this opinion. I know we can't do it on your platform. I do it on Rumble and a few other platforms, but
yeah,
we should be allowed to speak freely.
And I totally agree. That comment about the far right was due to what other people then, start labelling us because they don't agree with us,
That's the reason why I added it on that super chat.
Yeah.
Right, because we're not far right. We're just a group of people, right, okay, who've got a difference of opinion.
Yeah. And everybody has. This is the thing. People, nobody agrees on absolutely everything. So even people that disagree with me, for example, they will disagree on something between themselves as well anyway. But they're so busy. They're so busy attacking other people that they can't see what they don't, what their, things that they believe in don't line up.
They can't see the consequences of their own comments.
Yeah.
That's half the problem with them. And I know because I'm married to a lefty, so and, I know, and we do bind.
How did you manage? How did you manage to get in that situation?
27 years ago.
Oh right, okay. Was she opposite then? Was she on the opposition back then? Was she or?
It's more my way of leaning, but
right.
She's not. It's got something to do with having 6 kids, so
right. Okay.
I don't want to mention it anyway, but
no. Okay, it's fair enough. No problem at all. No problem.
But anyway, listen. I love your channel to bits, all right, okay, and please keep on putting out the content when you put out, because otherwise I will go fucking insane if I don't see a daily pack report. I'll go fucking insane.
Oh, I do my best to get out what I can.
I'm living in the 15-minute city now, right? Okay, which is Oxford.
Oh fucking hell!
Yeah, and I'm planning on moving out of here.
It wasn't you filling that hole with cement, was it?
They put concrete bollards down the bottom of my street.
I put a video up a couple of days ago, or yesterday. No, not yesterday. Friday. Pouring concrete down the hole where the bollards go.
Yeah.
That wasn't you, was it?
We put concrete bollards down the bottom of our street, so you can't even drive out of it. You have to go out to the top end of the street and turn left, where normally you used to turn right and go back into the city centre. They've changed it all now.
Oh, they're arseholes, aren't they? They'll try anything to fucking herd us into, again, smaller groups they can fucking control. It's the Hunger Games.
Control us. They want to segregate us, control us.
Yeah.
That's what they want to do.
Fucking arseholes.
But anyway, Dan, I just thought I'd ring in. All right, okay. Thank you so much, because you're the only person who keeps me fucking sane on the internet.
I'm sure there's others out there. One.
No, there might well be, but tonight you're the only person who's keeping me sane. So listen, mate, listen. All right, okay. I don't care about the haters. I don't care about anybody else. All right, okay. Let's just get this done. All right. And
Yeah.
I'm going to chip in another few quid in a minute.
Oh,
right,
no, you don't have to do that, man. Don't have to do that.
Dan, fuck the haters. I hate them anyway. So you're all fucking lefties, and most of them live in fucking Oxford.
Well, I did notice that only 1,000 people fucking agreed to this bollocks that they're doing. You know,
who's left? Some people. 873.
It's fucking mental.
Right,
Absolute madness.
I'm done. Me and Mrs. Right, okay, we've agreed. We want to move Heading on Thames away from fucking Oxford.
Yeah.
We want to get out there. Had enough. And that's it. The kids can commute, right, okay, into Oxford to go to the university. And we're done. We're fucking done, mate. Fuck everything, alright, okay, and fuck this fucking government.
I'll definitely fuck the government. I'm wondering when the next Guy Fawkes is going to show himself. Oh, shouldn't say that, should I? But there we go. Just did.
We should get Matt Hancock in a costume and get him to fucking put some dynamite down there.
Well, just stick him in a trolley with some
Well,
TNT on his lap and push him down there.
Yeah. Well, he's just come out of the jungle and he looks like a prick anyway, so we wouldn't be losing much, would we?
Well, that's very true. That's very true.
Anyway, we can't say that sort of thing.
No, we have to be careful, yeah.
Yeah, because that's inciting stuff. But, we're not inciting stuff anyway. We wish him all the best.
Oh, of course,
Especially with his new memoirs. What got beaten by Harry's memoirs coming out.
Oh, did it really? That's embarrassing.
Anyway, listen. All right, okay, I'm getting off the phone because I'm getting boring now.
No worries.
Dan, I love you to bits. Love your channel to bits. You know I do.
Thank you.
All right, okay, like I said, everybody should sling you a couple of quid because that's what you should do.
Well, I can't ask people, as such. I give people the opportunity. I give people ways to, if they want to, and if they can, that's fine.
But I'm telling them anyway. So that's beyond your remit.
Well, I can't stop you from your freedom of speech. So,
I love you a bit, mate. I'm getting off the phone because I'm getting boring.
No
bye.
Worries. You look after yourself.
Bye.
Take care, mate. Bye. Right. I now need to go for a quick, what do they call it? Interlude. There we go. I need to go for a quick interlude and make room for some more Coca-Cola. So I will be back in just a few moments. Please don't go anywhere. I will literally be back in about a minute and a half or so. So please stay where you are. When I come back, I'll be opening the panel up and we can discuss anything you like, I suppose. So I will see you in a moment. Oh, Holly, don't touch me there. Just because, oh no, the camera's not even off yet. Shit.
You fucking wish.
Quick, take your hands off it before I go back on camera.
Oh, for fuck's sake. You're such a knob.
Trust me, she from over there, her arms are too short to reach and touch it. So, you know. I wanted to share something before anything else. Okay. Now, I don't know if anybody of you saw Auditor for Auditor's message in the comments a little while ago. I know Holly did, but I don't know if anyone else of you heard it. He seems to think that he's going to bother me by posting about me on his stolen DJ Audits logo Facebook page. I mean, what an utter cretin. He has to steal the artwork from somebody he hates so much. I mean, what the fuck is that all about? But he's done a piece on me, apparently.
Hey, you're
So I'm now famous on a channel. Now, this is weird because it says the intro, and I'll share the page with you in a second. It says on the intro to the page, auditing done differently, but for the right reasons. They do no fucking auditing at all. And they seem to think that they're some investigative journalist type people who have simply just grabbed a few photos off Facebook that are in the public domain anyway, which, you know, just makes them look like absolute fucking penises. So let me share this with you, just for a laugh. Obviously, we'll have a little giggle. Is that the one? No, that's StreamYard. Here we go. He's actually picked a picture that I don't look too bad in. I don't look too bad in that picture, to be honest. Although there's Holly bent over the last time she was here. So what do we have here? 3 hours ago. This is 3 hours ago, right? And just to prove it, there's DJ Audits, you know, colours and the X. Yeah, all they've done is they've just robbed it and just, you know, really shittily, you know, put on some additional writing. And they call it Audit HQ, like there's some kind of fucking secret gang. Penises. So what do we see here? Right. So Dan, but we will call him now Danny, got all salty about Audit HQ last night on his channel. Well, it wasn't last night. It was a couple of days ago. No, it wasn't a couple of days. It was yesterday morning, actually. It wasn't last night. It was yesterday morning. You know, if you're going to report on something, at least get the facts fucking right. Do you know what I mean? When they're so easily and readily available. Then the reality is we have never come across him or his channel before. I mean, what? This Auditing for Auditor told me that he was going to put me on this website, and I showed this in a previous fucking video, and now he's telling people. This is the lies that people do. This is the absolute bullshit that people come out with. Let me just increase that so you can read it. When the reality is we have never come across him or his channel before. I showed you all of the message, or not all of the messages. I showed you some of the messages that absolute fucking fucktard had sent me, okay, over the past few months. But yet he says he's trying to tell people that he's had nothing to do with me and doesn't know nothing about me until yesterday. So there you go, everybody. That straight away is bullshit within the first sentence. That's before he even gets to his first full stop. I mean, what kind of fucking cunt does that? Anyway, but when you lock horns and point the finger at Audit HQ, the game is on. Oh, terrified. So we publicly asked Danny Salter, the Anit Vexer, I think he means anti-vaxxer, and a bit of a weird recluse who is a single man. Nothing wrong with being single. At least I don't live in my mum's basement like you clearly do, you fucking reprobate. A single man originally from Southend, but now living with his cat in Liverpool. Well, no, I don't. So your information is yet again wrong. We publicly asked, why do you hate the police so much? That in your front room you have police teddies, police photos. I don't have police photos. Handcuffs and a police whistle all on your wall, and even more items. It seems you're obsessed, and in fairness, it's all a bit weird, and maybe you crank one off over the items. If I was going to crank one off, it'll be over your mum's pictures, not over that stuff. Okay, so let me make that very clear. I don't know what the fact me being a recluse and being a single man has got anything to do with anything whatsoever. I don't know what me being from Southend but now living in Liverpool has to do with anything. But the reason I hate the police, not all of the police, but the reason, as you know, we discussed this in the video the other day, the reason that I hate some police is because they will use their position to upset people, hurt people, penalise people, control people. Okay. And that is why I hate them. Okay. I've had many interactions with the police. Most of them, no problems whatsoever. Absolutely no problems whatsoever. And funnily enough, when I was younger, I was way more mouthy than I am now. Okay. Nowadays, if a copper wants to arrest me, I'm more than happy for them to arrest me if they've got a reason for it. Yeah. Years ago, a copper tried to arrest me. Even if they had a reason to, I'd be like, fuck off, mate. You're not nicking me. Do one. Do you know what I mean? So I was more of a wanker back then than I am now. But it's now that I've noticed and have been treated like shit by the police. So that is why I have an issue with the police service, not individual police, but as a police service. I mean, listen, let me be honest with you. And that's really weird, Lost Souls, what you've just put there. Someone puts this much time and effort into following someone's life is a fan. I was literally going to say to him, please come and join the channel, $1.99 a month, right? And you know, you can have direct access with me. You want to talk to me, all that kind of stuff. No issues, man. Well up for it. No problem at all.
You can kick yourself out, be a super fan.
The reason that I have the teddies is because channel members brought them, or not members, but channel supporters brought them and then sent them to me, which I'm very grateful to and for. To be quite honest, I don't think, did I buy any of that? No, I think I brought one of them, and there's 7, I think, over there. And I think I brought one, and the rest were purchased for me by people that watch the channel. Okay, so, you know, unfortunately, you can't really use that one on me either. Maybe a bit weird. Maybe you crank one off over the items. I mean, that's a very weird thing to be saying, to be quite honest, and I would suggest you have a word with your psychiatrist. We have mixed and some odd feedback coming in about this one. Oh, this one. Also, Danny the recluse. What's the problem with being a recluse? So I don't like going outside very often. And what? At least that's by choice. At least I'm not fucking stuck indoors because I'm an ugly fucking penis walking around in my mum's knickers. Has relabeled himself as head exposer, reporter and journalist at his PAP channel. So we have to tread carefully. Yeah, and do you know what else I called myself? You know what else? Sex symbol. I did call myself a sex symbol on there as well. That is, it's something fun to grab people's attention. I mean, to be quite honest, I am head exposer, reporter and journalist at the channel, but it was there to grab people's attentions. And what? Have you seen what you've put? At least I haven't lied, unlike you, auditing done differently, but for the right reasons. Get a fucking life, you fucking penis. Oh, this is a good bit. This is good, and this will be over with in just a second. This is a good bit. We have been given some info about Danny, which may show why he has hatred for the police. Well, you guys, everybody that's watched this channel has seen why I don't like the police, because I got arrested outside the police station for doing nothing but taking a photo or trying to take a photo. I hadn't even taken a photo at that point. And then I got arrested outside the BBC and had all my stuff taken off me, even though I was there to report an incident. Those are the reasons why I dislike the police, along with what I've seen. Not necessarily what I've been through, because as I say, the majority of the interactions that I've had have been reasonable. Put my hands up and I go, fair cop. You know what I mean? I've got no issues. Please treat me okay. I'll be okay with them. No problem. So you're trying to make something out of nothing here. Along with that and other info, we are now fact checking, as we wouldn't want to share incorrect news. Fact checking. don't get me wrong. I mean, you're using the buzzwords, fact checking, but you do realise what that means, don't you? It means actually checking your facts rather than just making shit up, as you've done in the rest of this article. First, we need to confirm of his name is of his name. Look, if you're going to report something, at least spell it properly, you fucking retard. Of his name is genuine, as something is not adding up. Maybe that's more your problem than anything else. On the info we have just received, and whether in fact he ever did have a stroke.
He didn't have a stroke. He had 3.
So somebody is so they are trying to make out that I might be lying about having my stroke. I'm pretty sure I showed everybody the paperwork on that. Quite sure about that. So yeah, I'll tell you what, auditor frauditor, what you need to do, mate, is you need to go and have a word with Joe Public, because Joe Public has been on the channel a few times, and he says he's got a wealth of information. He's been interviewing people about me, people that say that I've defrauded them. I mean, this guy has clearly got lots of information, but unfortunately, he won't let us see it. He won't let anybody see it. He said he's uploaded it to a channel, but he's not telling anybody what the channel is because it's a secret. Okay, maybe auditor for auditor, you can go and have a word with him and get some of this information. Then maybe you have got the bollocks to share it on your page, because I would genuinely love to see it. And by the way, thanks for using that picture of me. I actually look a lot healthier in the picture. Got a nice tan going on. And Holly, well, I don't know what to say about that, Holly, but she bent over the sofa she's currently sitting on. Anyway, that, I just wanted to get that out of the way. I know some of you are going, oh fucking hell, auditor fraud. Why are you giving him any airtime? Look, the geezer's gone out of his way to make an article about me. It's not very well written, and he's got plenty of spelling mistakes, but he's gone out, he's done his best. He's tried hard, and he's gone and done an article. I'll check back on that later, and I bet the spelling mistakes have been changed. But he's gone out of his way to do that. So I felt the only thing, it was only right for me to share that with everybody, because I'm so afraid that this muppet and the others, Joe Public, and what's the other one? Oh, you said I had to pay for you to look at a video. What's his name?
Peter Pope.
And Peter Pope. All these people that think they've got all this stuff on me and they can expose me and all the rest of it. It's getting boring. I keep asking you to do it. I even give you my platform to do it, but you won't. So, I'm that bothered about you. I'm willing to give you my platform to show me, or to show everybody, that I'm a cheat and a liar and a fraudster, but none of you will. So, go fuck yourselves. Anyway, moving on. Sorry about that. I just wanted to get that out of the way, so I do apologise. Anyway, now let's get the Ian, man, stop it. I appreciate it, but listen, man, you don't need to keep doing that. Thank you, but come on, man. Right. Oh, that's an interesting link. It ends with wet. Hand myself in, Pat. Do you know what I should do? I should phone them up and say, listen, I need to report a crime. And the police will go, what's that then? I don't know. It's just everybody keeps saying I'm fucking guilty of one. Maybe you should just come and fucking arrest me until you can find out, It's pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Look, listen, the police would have had me off by now if I lied, if I was being malicious, if I was making stuff up, if I was a fraudster. The police would love to have had me off by now to make me look like a cunt. But guess what? They can't, because I'm not. Only cunts around here are the people trying to make out that I am with zero fucking evidence. Get over yourselves. Maybe you're wearing your mum's bra a bit too tight. Maybe it's cutting off the circulation to your head. Mr. Whittington, can you give us a touch of the nose with your left hand, mate? I don't know why I ask you. You always get your willy out when I ask you to do something. Hello, Mr. Whittington. Tina, can you give us a wave with your right hand? Oh, God, she's getting her willy out now.
Well,
sorry, Tina. Tina. You know I love you, Tina.
Look, if I had one of those, mate, I wouldn't need a man, would I?
Right, DJ Sonic. I don't know what to. There's no point in asking you to get your willy out. I'll never see it. Put your right hand in the air. Just put it up in the air. Yeah, there we go. Jack Ablaze, put your left hand on your head, mate. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. How are we doing, folks? How is everyone?
Right. Excellent. How's everybody else doing?
Good. I'm good. It's nice to see you, Jack. It's been a while, mate.
Yeah.
Hey, that's been Jack. How you doing, buddy?
All right, hold on. Let me sort my speakers out. There we go. Yeah, it's been all right. I was just suffering with a cold, and I was going to bed at like 6 p.m. For like a week straight because of.
Well, rest is good, Jack. When you're not feeling well, that's the best thing you can do is sleep and recover. Yeah.
RJ, I heard about that. RJ, sorry, Jack. I think it's one Angela told me about. When he was in there trying to slag me off, and EA basically told him to fuck off unless he's got some evidence, as far as I remember rightly. But yeah, it is. Fuck it. Go on, Jack. Sorry, mate.
It is hilarious though when people. We've had this conversation many times in the past. Of many different people, you know. I mean, it hasn't been for a while, but obviously Bobby and what he just carried, like, you're adding fuel to the fire, aren't you? You're just carrying something on that's already been dealt with, rather than being the bigger person and just look, I don't want to speak to your block communication.
Who me?
No,
Who,
Bobby.
me?
Bobby.
Ah, right.
Yeah. And he was like saying that you're responsible for Tiffany and.
Oh, I'm responsible for the starving kids in Africa, mate. Don't worry about that.
No, but it's hilarious though when he says, "Oh, you're responsible" and stuff like that, because no one's responsible for anyone else's actions. You know, you're responsible for your own. You know, if you go out and murder someone, it's not anyone else's. Just like if I go and tell you to murder someone, I didn't force you. I didn't put a gun to you and say if you do. I mean, unless I put you under duress, and but knowing you probably couldn't even murder a fly.
Well, you got to tell this. I've got to take the piss out of these people, and I've got to show them up for what they are. I know some people don't care, but for me, the more people that know who these cretins are, it means you can then decide to go and block them, so you don't have to put up with them. Perhaps, do you know what I mean? Because they will come and attack people when they start doing, well on YouTube for one reason or another. And if you block them, then you don't have to worry about them. So.
Don't worry, you got Roger for that anyway, during the war.
During the war?
Don't forget, Jack, me and Roger are the same age, so don't forget, young man.
Well, I mean, you could have been old enough to carry a gun as well.
There you go.
Didn't you
Dan,
ever
can I
get
show
told
you a
to
present
listen
I
to
got
your
from
elders?
Well, just respect, yes.
You can show me, yeah.
Right. You know that I like weird shit, skulls and that kind of stuff, yeah?
People,
and I've showed you that stuff before. I like all the devil stuff and all the, well, I've been called a Luciferian by Brian, so I might as well just fit myself in, and So I told my brother, who's bought quite a lot of my collection over the years, to stop buying me fucking skulls. I'm actually running out of space to put them in. I've got cabinets already. So he bought me my last skull. Do you want to see it?
Yes, let's have a look.
He's called Arne, by the way, and you'll know why. Oh, fuck.
What the
Oh, look at that. Look at the size of that liquor.
Yeah. And the lights in his eyes are what they're called miniature tea lights, which I'll show you.
That's
It's
cool.
fucking huge, that thing. I said, I haven't got a cabinet big enough to put that in. He pissed himself laughing. That was my Christmas present. So, yeah, so that's the last skull he's ever going to buy. So, basically, this is the size of the little tiny lamp that goes in it. That is the smallest tea light, tea light in the world. Look at that.
Looks like a bar of tinfoil.
Yeah, it's not tea light. You just pull the thing out the bottom and it lights up. And you can change the batteries on it as well.
Fucking hell.
So, yeah, but it lights up.
That's
You can
fucking
light up
nuts.
scroll. So I'll leave him there now. He can glow away in the dark. But yeah, it's just, I said to him, don't get me a scroll. And he turns it on that one a couple of days ago. I just thought I'd buy you one more. Just one more. But that's actually from the Terminator movie style of the chrome Terminator in one of the movies.
Nice.
I love the Terminator films.
I've got somebody else in the background here. You probably all remember Brummy AFC.
No.
I've got them in the background here. I'm not sure whether or not they're going to be able to show me a picture, but I have checked their channel and it is authenticated to that actual channel. So I'm going to bring them on. I'm quite certain it's the right person, so I'm going to bring them on anyway because I want to ask something. So, hello, Brummy.
Evening, all. How are we? It's 100% me, Dan. We spoke before, mate.
I can tell now because I can hear your voice. How you doing?
Not too bad. I've got something to bring to the panel and obviously the chat. Reason I've not been around much is I've been struggling again. And
sorry to hear that.
It's one of them now. I'm sort of getting used to the ups and downs. But I'm a little bit. Can I swear?
Why not? I do.
I'm a little bit pissed off with myself because I've just gone 14 months completely sober. So in the time that I've not been around, I've been in recovery for alcohol addiction.
Okay, you're not going to tell me that you've had a drink now, are you?
I have.
Okay, well, listen. I've never been in that situation. Okay, I know that you see me drinking brandy on here and stuff, but during the week I'm fucking sober.
Dan's gone. Oh, he's back.
But we all fall off the wagon one time or another. Okay, it's whether we stay on the floor, whether we fall off and we stay there, or whether we get back on the wagon and stick to it again. That's what makes the difference between people. Okay, and so don't be embarrassed, don't be upset with yourself, don't be ashamed, or whatever the word is that you want to use. It happens to everybody.
Yep, it does.
No, nobody's perfect. Every country's got their problems.
You just need to reach out if you want to stop and find someone you can talk to with honesty and get some support if you want to stop. That's all you got to do. We all make mistakes.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm with AA. So I go to AA meetings.
Good.
And I've obviously spoke to my sponsor.
That's good.
It's just frustrating. And, now that I'm back drinking, my job's in jeopardy again. And it's just like, why does everything come up one fucking time?
You're only back drinking if you now quit trying to get off of it. Okay. If you carry on now trying to do what you've been doing for 14 months, then that's not quitting. Okay. And there's nothing to be ashamed of.
No.
If you give up now, if you turn around and say fuck, because your exact words were you're back drinking. If you've only had one drink, that's not back drinking. That's a bit of a relapse which you can recover from. And there are people to support you doing that. You've got your AA, you've got your sponsor. Okay, listen, you've got people on here. If you ever feel like you need a drink, you can always come on here and get involved and have a laugh and have a joke and take the piss out of me or whatever it is you want to do to take your mind off of that. And try and find a way of taking your mind off of it when you think like you need to have a drink. I know I've not been in that situation, so I know that I can't understand fully what it must be like for you.
When you fall off the wagon after so much time, my ex was an alcoholic most of his life. And when you fall off the wagon, there is usually a defined reason. So get your sponsor and yourself together and have a talk to try and find out what sparked it in the first place. Why did you go for that drink? What was going on in your life at that time? I don't want to talk about it on here, Brummy, but you should talk about it to someone.
And as Bumblebee's just written there, proud of you, Brummy. And to be honest, 14 months is something to be fucking proud of.
Good. Right. It's excellent work.
I think what I'm doing now, though, is I'm beating myself up because, you know, I had a drink Thursday, which I drank that much that I ended up in hospital. So it's just like,
tell me, Brummy, do you feel guilty about letting yourself down there?
I don't feel guilty for me. I feel guilty for everyone else. If that makes sense. Like,
you feel like you let people down. So you feel like you let people down. Is that what you mean?
Like everyone who helped me through my rehab, through, you know, the support after it, and then I just go back to square one.
These people know that it's not easy. Okay, these people have probably dealt with other people who have fallen off the wagon once, twice, 3 times, maybe 4 or 5 times. But it's what you do now is what matters. It's the choice that you make now, whether you stay in that place where you are, okay, and you carry on drinking, or whether you go to your sponsor in AA and say, do you know what, I slipped up and I've had a drink, and then they then know that you need some more help, and they can tailor that help around the fact that you've had that slip up and try and help you. Do you see what I mean? But as I say, it's whether you stay down, you know, whether you've slipped up. If you stay down, then yes, but you know, I would say you should feel guilty for letting people down. Not so much yourself. Yeah, you should feel worse for letting yourself down than other people if you stay where you are. But if you turn around and say, right, I fucked up, let's fucking do this again, and let's do this properly, and you put yourself back to that situation where you're fighting against it again, and prove to yourself that you can do it, and then in the process you prove to other people, but you need to prove to yourself that you can, not to other people, because when it comes to doing something for other people, you will never ever work as hard as if you're doing it for yourself.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, man, we've all got to start somewhere. You know what I mean? And Rome wasn't about the day. Just one day at a time.
But there's no such thing as a failure, though, Brummy. It's just a step back. You get 10 steps forward, 2 steps back. And anything you want to try and do with depression, with drug addiction, with alcoholism, with people that use hoarding, those kind of things, it's 10 steps forward, 2 steps back. It's not a failure, mate. It's just you've got something you need extra support for. That's all it is. Not a failure, not a choice.
You know, I'm proud that
it probably hasn't helped with the way everything's been around the world now as well. You know, I mean,
true.
You know, there's a lot of people that have never drunk that have turned to drink.
Yeah,
it's very true.
You know,
depends on your circumstances. A trauma can make you drink. A trauma can make you start drinking. A disease, an illness can make you drink. The loss of a job.
Even a memory can do it.
Yes, it can. Anything can trigger it. Any one of us has got that potential.
But the thing that really like pisses me off is I lost one of my really close mates. He lost the battle to drink took him.
Okay.
We buried him last week, and then we were having a little get together to remember him. And at that get together, I had a drink, and it's just like, you've just buried your mate. I've been told that my next drink could take me the same way, but I still have a drink. You know, it's just like,
maybe that was your trauma. Maybe the fact that you've lost your friend. Maybe that was a trauma that was a bit too much for you to handle. You know, at the time, and that's why you went to the drink. You know,
Well, I went the other way. I'd lost several good friends down in Cornwall, literally watch them die in front of me through their drinking. And 15 years ago, I suppose it is now, I said, no, that's it. I'm not touching anymore. Because
I got after watching my husband go through it, Roger, all of his life, and the issues it caused as a family with children. I've not touched alcohol for 40 years. And back in the day, I was a right pisshead. So
I got fed up with burying friends.
Yeah.
Di, we do talk about all sorts of things. We talk about positive stuff. We generally have a laugh on the channel, but there were a lot of people when I started doing the live streams, like seriously through the beginning of lockdown. It became a place for people that are on their own, that are suffering, that don't have people around them because they were locked down and things like that. And unfortunately, a lot of people suffer with problems that aren't all, you know, fairy tales, unicorn farts and rainbows, you know. So sometimes we do have to talk about these things in order to try and help people, and that's what this is about. This live stream that we try and do, we try and assist people, whether it's, you know, giving them somebody.
We look after our own, look after each other.
Whether it's just giving somebody to talk to because they've not spoken to somebody about something, or whether it's because somebody wants to share a joke or take the piss out of somebody. It's just about, you know, it's about the community. It's about trying to help people, giving people a place where they can go to, where they feel safe in talking to people, you know, and that's what I want to try and create here. So sometimes we do have stories that aren't, as I say, necessarily, you know, something to be jumping around for joy with. So it's just part and parcel of life, unfortunately. And a lot of people are going through hard times the last couple of years, and if we can help them in some way, then it's better than leaving them to deal with it on their own when they might not be able to deal with it on their own. So,
well, thanks to your site, Dan, and several others like this that I go to, with communities like this and supporting each other, we're doing more helping each other than any medical service or GP or hospital could do, because we know how difficult it is to get the assistance. So because of community channels like yours, people are getting what they need from real people. There's no bullshit involved. You can talk openly.
Well, you look at Glenn's channel. When he first started up, he was there on his own. He didn't have anybody to speak to. And you look at him now, he's got a lot of the old fellas on there that were in the same as him, and they're great guys. You know, they're really coming out with themselves on the channel.
Communities are rebuilding because of COVID, because of the pandemic. Communities are getting together, taking on the local councils and sorting things out themselves. It is growing, and it's going to keep growing.
Yeah. And if I can just quickly add into what Dan was saying as well to Di.
Absolutely.
Dan gave me the first voice, you know, to be able to talk about something that I was, and I still am quite passionate about, that, you know, my previous job and what my previous job was, and, you know, the stress and all that, because I said it to Dan many times on the phone. If I didn't have platforms like this, I wouldn't be here, because I know, and I said it to you, and I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass, that night when I rang and you picked up the phone and we talked for nearly over an hour. I know that if you hadn't picked up at that point, I wouldn't have been here. And, you know, that's why I try and come to you as much as I can. I know I've been very distant from all YouTube and everything, but
listen, people have got stuff going on in their lives that take them away from YouTube, and that's absolutely fine. You know, there's lots of people that will disappear from time to time for several days, weeks, and even months. You know, and we understand that people have got their own lives. All I want people to know is that they're welcome here anytime they want. You know, providing people are respectful and they want to come on and talk about something and be respectful about it, then they will always receive the same level of respect back from myself and whoever's on the panel. I can't, unfortunately, speak for people that are in the comments, because we do get some knobheads that do appear in the comments, but we do what we can to try and support people.
We want to appear in the panel.
Always be proud, Rummy, of what you've already achieved. Like I said, you've had a slight setback because of a trauma from what it looks like, and don't knock yourself about that. You said goodbye to a friend the way you knew how. That's not an issue. You shouldn't be treating yourself badly because you had that slip. Like I said, go and talk to your sponsor. They'll help you get through it.
It's a hiccup, not a failure.
Yeah, it's not failure. No.
No, I appreciate it. Honestly, like since
to
I've
finish
been...
that on a funny note, we had one of the lads that I was on about that we lost down in Cornwall. Some wise prat put a bag of weed in his pocket before he went in to be cooked. You should have seen the look on the faces of the council guys in there.
Oh, everybody must have been laughing and sniffing it in, I tell you.
It's not like a nice tough joint then.
Oh,
yeah, there was people wanted to climb on the roof and suck on the chimney. Most of them outside were stoned.
Right, guys, I've got some more people sitting in the back here that I want to bring on because I'm not sure if they want to speak to you, Brummy, or not. They might have something that they want to add to the conversation. So I want to bring them on as well. So we've got Potatoes Abusing Their Powers, Northern Ireland, or PSNI, or Police Abusing Their Powers, Northern Islands. I know that's you, Paul, so I'll bring you on.
Paul Beauty.
Paul, how you doing, mate? All right?
He's doing really well. I'll bide my time until Danny gives me a wee second or two because of something really good to talk about if you are interested in it.
I've got 3 more people in the back who are only showing their avatars. Guys, I need you to put your camera on and let me just ask you to do something, i.e. put a particular hand up or touch yourself on the face somewhere so that I know that you're a genuine person that I can let on without worrying. I really want to, Ian Wilson's there, and I really want to let Ian Wilson on because I think it is the same one that has supported the channel tonight financially, but it's really difficult to let people on because people will abuse other people's avatars and stuff, and it's really hard to deal with. So, right, okay, Rad, I know. Right, Rad and Irish Steve has just shown their face. Stephen, can you just touch your nose? Let's see you just touch your nose. Good stuff. Thank you very much. Sorry, sir.
Can you hear audio from who's in the back office?
No.
Oh, that's because you spoke to Ian on the phone earlier. You'd probably recognise his voice.
I did. It's just a pain in the arse that we can't hear. It would be nice to, but unfortunately I can't. Rad, do us a favour, Rad, and if I let you on, please be calm. Just touch your nose, Rad. Show me. Touch your nose. Right, good man. Please be calm when I let you on, okay? Because we don't want to be getting all excited and stuff. It's still early. Let's save the excitement for later.
Roger that, soldier. That applies to you, Natural. I don't know what you're laughing for, Natural. That applies to you. I want to speak to the Brummy about the alcohol when I get a second, but I'll be on my best behaviour, I promise, Pap.
Right. Let me just. I'm gonna risk it with Ian Wilson because I know I've got to be careful, but I don't not want to let Ian on if it is the right Ian. Do you know what I mean? Because he's supported the channel tonight a few times. He's already phoned in. So I'm going to risk it with this one. Fingers crossed it's not Crinkle or somebody else.
Risk it every time with me.
Dan, it's only me, mate.
Hello. Right. Sorry. My apologies. I have to be careful, Ian. It's really difficult.
I've got no camera on this setup, mate.
Right. Okay.
You shut your dogs up because you set mine off, Natural. You did it on purpose.
Why?
Who are you talking to?
Hi, Ian. Hi, Irish Stephen.
Hello, darling. Hello, my lovely. Hello, Pap. Hello, everyone. God bless us all, apart from that rascal rag twat. God bless you.
Irish Stephen.
Hello.
Sorry for not having the camera.
No,
shut your fucking dogs up now. You set mine off, berserk man. Shut your dogs up now.
It's probably my fault.
Rad, all right. let's stay calm, Raz. I don't think people are doing it on purpose. So let's try and remain calm, please. Ian, it's not an issue, as I say. It's just that I have to be careful because there are some arseholes that try and take down channels. So,
Dan, I fully understand.
I just didn't want to not let you on because you've been, you've been a fucking dude tonight.
Listen, mate, you're all right. Don't worry about that. It's a few rubles I didn't give to Putin.
What? Sorry.
It's a few rubles I didn't bother giving to Putin.
A few rubles. That's Indian currency, isn't it?
No, it's
Russian.
It's Russian currency.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, they're not worth a lot at the moment.
Rupees are Indian, not rupees.
I'm thinking of rupees, aren't I? Yeah.
You'd be surprised what rubles are worth at the moment. They're worth about 1 ruble to 3 English pounds.
Gamer.
Have you seen what you're doing? Have you seen what you're doing? You're just telling me quiet, natural.
Gamer. Pop, excuse me. Let me give Gamer a 1 second instruction a lesson. Vara! Quiet! There you go. Now you shut your fucking dogs up, Gamer. See how easy that was? Sausage boy.
Right. Okay. Paul.
Yeah.
You wanted to talk. What we'll do is I'll speak to Paul first, then we'll go to somebody else. So I know that Rad Gamer said he wants to talk to Brummy, but I want to speak to Paul first, if you don't mind, and then we'll get one of you other guys. If you've got something you want to talk about, we'll get you to speak. So Paul, after you, mate.
I can now.
Yeah, please.
I want this.
Go on, Paul.
Shut your dog up, Gamer, please. Shut your dog up, Gamer.
Yes.
No problem, Dan. Thank you very much. Hi, everybody, by the way, again. What it is I want to speak about here, Dan, is this asylum industry, if it's okay with yourselves.
Go on.
God bless you.
There was a mass protest down in Dublin there last week. I basically was speaking with a lady organised all that there. It was simultaneous all at the same time with 2 hours' notice. They closed Dublin down because of the asylums coming in. And the
listen, mate. Listen, I'm sorry for interrupting. Mate, listen, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I saw those protests. That was home of the Irish, not the world. How's the Irish, not the world? Is that correct?
No, I don't understand that.
I'll tell you in your own accent, Dan. I saw them on the M54.
Yeah.
Shut up. And they were talking, and they had banners on themselves. Home the Irish, not the world.
I actually should be the world. But what I've heard there as well, apparently, that's why I was going to ask here. What's it like over your area? Because there today, there was a rally. Me and my sons attended out in Belfast there at Woodfield Park. There's a good couple of hundred people landed there. The cops weren't too long at disappearing. Whenever I took the platform for about 2.5 minutes, and can't thank those ladies enough for giving me a wee bit of a platform there. Now, a young 14-year-old male was actually raped by 4 of these people. They're putting in the hotels. Down in Dublin, I've received newspaper clippings and whatnot, and the same thing actually happened in Dublin.
That was on GB News tonight.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Sorry,
Ireland has been invaded. Ireland has been invaded.
Yeah, it's
Ireland, the most.
It's been invaded by migrants.
Ireland has been invaded Ireland. Hold on, guys. Just give me a second, if you don't mind. I know there's an Irishman on the panel. I moved to Ireland in 1976 from England, and Ireland is like, I don't want to say racist or anything, but Ireland is the most insular, or whatever you want to call them. Ireland is not racist. No, it's not racist. It's insular, or whatever it's called, right? Whatever it is when people keep their communities to themselves. And Ireland, the Irish people, or the, I mean, fuck me. The Irish people built Britain, right? Now, when you when you get influxes of these fucking millions and millions of people who are just going there to Ireland for the benefits, which, by the way, are twice the benefits you get in Britain. If you get 60 or 70 quid in Britain, you'll get 125 quid or 150 quid in Ireland. That's a fact.
It's better in
That's
Scotland.
actually
It's
not
better
here
in
because
Scotland.
we're actually in Northern Ireland, by the way. Now, there's
Okay, well-
Northern Ireland. There's a divide here, which is sectarian. That
Yeah.
opposed border in Ireland, not there. Yes, 100% in what you're saying. By the way,
Yeah.
sorry, that's Dan. Thank you very, very much. What you did there yesterday on the PSNA about the children and the strip search.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, God bless.
Yeah, thank you, Dan.
It needs to be done.
God bless.
Thank you, Dan.
I don't. There's a lot of stories I don't get to cover, unfortunately, because there's so many
Yeah.
to cover.
That was a
I
big
cover a lot of them, though.
I try and pick the ones that I think are the most important, and the ones that are least important I leave till the next day. And if something more important comes out, it gets left to another day. So some of the reports I put out get to about 4 or 5 days late, and I think they're irrelevant now. So I scrap them, and I just keep with the most relevant ones or up
But
to
thank
date
you,
ones.
thank you for what you've done.
I've got a big one. I've got a big one. Which even though it's already been out there, but I'm gonna re-highlight it and I'm gonna write mountain out of it because I've got a big one and not natural. I'll fucking kill that dog with a box one more time.
That's nice.
Quiet!
But anyway, thank you, Dan, for bringing that up.
Beautiful.
Well appreciated.
Beautiful.
Yeah, no, that's mint. Hey, that's mint, Pap. I've known this for a good long while, and that's absolutely mint what that kid said. And what I would say is I disagree with you, Pap, that when you say it's 4 or 5 days old, it's old now. But it doesn't matter because some people might come 6 months or a year later and come and watch our channel and see that story. So every story.
Every
Story,
story
there you
was
go.
put
God
out
bless
is
you.
important.
I agree.
Yeah, God bless.
I agree with you, Steve, and I totally agree with you, Ian, and Paul as well. Put your thumb up to say you agree with that what Stephen said there, and I do agree with you. As I say, because I work on my own, there's a limited amount of stuff I can do each day. So sometimes stories will get, as I say, 4, 5, 6 days later, and if I can use them within that time, I will put them out and say, 3 days.
It doesn't matter as long as you're putting the news out there. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, it doesn't matter because every one of your videos, Dan.
Everybody agreed. As long as Pat's putting the news out there, it doesn't matter.
Well, to prove a point, Dan, and Heather will back me up on this because I was quite shocked. Someone actually replied to a comment I made on one of your videos from a couple of months back today.
There you go. People do watch, yeah.
Yeah.
Because you've got that luxury on YouTube, they're all saved. So
Yeah. Well, I've started going.
I got a fucking alert for it.
A couple of days ago, I started going through the videos and putting them into their own playlists of individual police forces. I think I've only done 3 or 4 at the moment, but I want to go through them all and get them all in their individual police forces. And I think that will cause people, if somebody watches something because of their particular area, and don't get me wrong, it's not just to make it easier for you guys. I'm thinking of it in a way that might help the channel. So if I, for example, PSNI, if I put all the PSNI in their own playlist, then when somebody comes along and watches one video, they're going to
hit another.
video, and some people have said to me, put it in playlists and I'll just play it on my phone and I'll fuck off and do my housework or whatever it is, and shit like that massively helps as well. All that kind of stuff is, helps.
So when you do that, don't be signed in then. If you're doing it yourself, don't be signed in.
Oh no, not me. Not me.
Dan, when you finish doing your housework, can you come do mine?
I did get what you're saying. I did that with the channels as well. Sometimes I leave a DJ audits on. I just put a playlist on and play them through. I did the news now Yorkshire and I just play them through. You know what I mean? So then we're constantly getting ad revenue when it just plays through while I'm asleep or whatever. You know what I mean? It does help the channel. I'm not gonna lie. If you've got other devices, you can just leave on and do it.
Auditor fraud. Why don't you come on a channel? Why don't you come on a panel instead of hiding in the comments, being a little fucking snake?
Right, Papa, I haven't exactly been quiet because I've been having a proper domestic. No, I haven't technically been quiet because I've been having a pure domestic with the dog. But I want to speak. I want to speak to this Bummy guy who's got the alcohol problem because I was listening. It was the only reason I jumped on for.
Right, go on then we can fuck you off.
What you're laughing at, Michael? What you're laughing at?
It's not me laughing, Gamer, but let me say it. But it's not me laughing, Gamer, but let me say before I start. Pap, you need to just keep doing exactly what you're doing, mate. You need to not change it up at all. Yeah. Correct. You are, if one person a day, if even just one person a day sees what Pap puts up and then questions it, and then come back the next day and see the next one and question it, and then they go, what the heck's going on here? That's a fact, mate.
I'll tell you what, auditor for auditor, why don't you jump on the panel, mate? Come and have a chat with us.
Somebody's trying.
We don't bite.
But I've only got room for 10 people, and somebody is definitely trying to get onto the channel at the moment.
I'll fuck off, Pap. Pap, I'll fuck off, and I'll keep watching in the chat. God bless you.
Jump in a bit, Stephen, if you want to, mate.
No, Pat. Listen, Pap. Mate, listen, Pap. Stephen Plasterer, long time ago, 29th of November 2018, you helped me bill your mate. You know what I mean? I know you know who I am. God bless you guys. Gamer, you sausage.
Take care, Irish. Take care.
Fuck off. Get to bed.
Take it easy, mate.
I'm gonna stay in the chat, guys. God bless you all, especially Pap.
Fuck off. Get to bed.
Stephen.
God bless you guys.
Fuck off.
Stephen, take care of yourself down there now.
Fraud it out. There's a space now. Come on, lads. Come on.
Come and jump on the panel.
Got plenty to say in the chat. Why don't you come on the panel and say it? Show your face.
You block if it does that.
They won't.
Don't be a fucking wet wipe. Get on here. Be a man.
Are you having much of a problem there with influx with the asylum industry over there? Because as the government that's getting the grant, they're getting the money for putting these ones up in the hotels, and as far as I hear over here, they're going to be actually using schools to house these people as well.
Ireland's had a bigger problem with these immigrants than we have.
So I've only actually put onto a bit last week. I do apologise for my ignorance, by the way.
We've got a similar problem here, but what we've also got here is hotels are fighting back. They're telling the government to go fuck themselves. They won't allow them to use the hotel.
Can't get on because
all the things about money.
There was a hotel called the Mad Hatter, basically. They had only just been in the business for 12 months. They were offered £10,000 per day to let these people in, and they told the government to piss off. They turned down millions of pounds. They said, we're not allowing these people to come into our hotel.
I've got a spare bedroom. Can I get 10 grand a day?
And no,
You see,
It's
you see
costing
today,
us over £10 million
Mind you,
a day.
I am a greedy bastard. So can I get 10 grand a day?
No, they
you
wouldn't pay
see,
that for people like us.
you see today at that rally, I attended up in Belfast.
I could put them in the kitchen and in the bathroom. So
Speak out a minute,
maybe
mate.
I
Speak out
can
a minute.
afford
I'm
If
trying
you
to get.
look at the actual statistics of where Ireland is at the moment, you are a very welcoming country to a lot of people, and that's where your government or lack of government abuses it. They take everybody in, and that's the mistake they make, because
Well,
it's not down to the people. It's down to
I'm in Oxford, a multicultural city. So can I not take 2 or 3 of them?
Well, no, depends on your tenancy. If you're a local tenant, if you're a private tenant or you own your own home, yeah, you can, but you won't get much government funding.
You can rent any property real cheap in a couple of years in Oxford. You just can't move more than 15 minutes either way.
Yeah, well, that's the reason why I'm moving. That's the reason why I'm moving out of Oxford.
Tell me,
Yeah,
mate,
I'm moving to Henley-on-Thames. I want to get out of there.
I was actually born just down the road in Abingdon.
It only lets you on if you're logging with YouTube or Facebook. Well, you've got a Facebook account, you've got a YouTube account. Don't be a fucking pussy.
I just blame. I just blame.
Hang on a minute.
I want at least two migrants so I can get 10 grand a week.
Yeah. I was trying to persuade my mum and dad to fill up the other 3 rooms in there.
I'll tell you what, for that, I'd fill up this front room with cops for them.
They're now starting to use caravan parks for a lot of them now, because the hotels are saying no. So they're using the mobile homes in caravan parks now.
Do you understand? It's an army that's moving in here.
And Serco want Dan's front room, so we're buggered.
All right, fraud it out. Hang on, fraud it out. Go fuck yourself then. If you're going to be a fucking pussy, I will not come on.
Fuck off, mate.
And pretend that the
There's a route somewhere you could use to make you slip off.
Pretend to be somebody you're not, mate.
Fraud, you said in your post the other day, you said, "Oh, we're going to get you on fucking Audit HQ," okay, which indicates that you are to do with Audit HQ, which would indicate that you've got a fucking Facebook and you've definitely got a fucking YouTube account. So stop being a fucking wet wipe. Be a fucking man.
Absolute arsehole.
And say it to my fucking face, but you won't because you're a pussy hole. So why don't you get back down to the basement, put your mum's underwear off, and pull yourself off over the Grattan fucking catalogue lingerie?
Yeah. You've been told.
In other words, on a nice word, away boy, you're done.
Do you not think it might be a woman? I think it's a woman, me, you know.
Nah, ain't a woman. Ain't a woman. Listen, a woman wouldn't talk to me like that.
Hey, I still haven't had a chance to speak to this Brummy guy who's got the drink problem.
Go ahead.
Right, yeah. You say you gave up drinking for. You say you've given up drinking for 14 months, but you've recently had a drink.
Yeah.
Right, explain to me why. Just talk us through it. Why did you choose to do that? Just explain it to me, because that's real upset, and it's something I need to learn about. Explain why you chose to do it.
To be honest, I don't know why I chose, because it was at like.
No, that's not good enough for me. I'm sorry, that's not good enough. I want to know what went through your head to walk in the shop and say, right, today I'm going to buy some drink after 14 months.
Gamers, slow down a little bit. Slow down.
Yeah. No, the drink was there because we were having like a memorial for one of my friends who has recently just died because he lost the fight for alcohol. So the drink was there. Everyone was just chilling, if you like. And
so it was sociable. It was more sociable, if anything, wasn't it?
Yeah, I would. Yeah, but it wasn't like a party, and I've been to parties. Like, I think if anything,
I lost my friend mate in the car crash 3 years ago, and that's when I've like hit the drink hard and everything. I didn't use it as an excuse anymore because I've like tried to move on from it because I kind of keep on blaming that a reason to drink. because I lost my friend. But I can relate to what you're talking about. But I sort of like kind of understand why you went 14 months and then decided it was going to be such a bad idea. And now, are you drinking every day again, or have you just let yourself down once?
I've not since. So I had a drink Thursday. I was in hospital. I got discharged Saturday, and I've not had a drink since now. You know, I'm still teetotal. But
you're not. It sounds like to me you're one of them guys who can't drink at all, mate. Just in a diet. Don't do it yourself. You didn't need it, mate. There was no reason for you to do it in the first place, really. You've only done it because it was a social event.
Gamer.
I disagree. It's trauma-based.
But I'm a little bit more critical than yours, right, when it comes to stuff like this, and I'm not pushing for the culprit. Yeah, I'm going to be really, really critical. Really critical.
You're not being critical. You're taking away someone's trauma.
I'm sorry. Sorry, my lovely. Sorry, my lovely.
You're pressuring him as well.
I don't like it, Gamer.
I think if the guy doesn't want to go and tell you why he drinks, it's totally up to him, Gamer.
Yeah, you shouldn't pressure him into doing anything.
He's only made one mistake. That's the point of him. Well, I'm going to try to drill him.
Everybody chill out. Everybody chill out, man.
Everybody makes mistakes, man.
I'm not trying to be nasty. Please didn't get us wrong. But it's like, when I say I'm going to be critical about it, it's because I wanted to actually drill in. Because it's no good wiping people's ass when it comes to stuff like this, because that normally doesn't work. But all I'm saying is, it's like, he's only had one drink in 14 months. He's been in hospital, and then he's teetotal again now. And then we know he's listening. He knows how not to do it again. But as long as he knows that, you know what I mean. So sorry if I sound a bit critical about it. It's because I am.
You deal with it. A person deals with it differently. Each individual who has any kind of addiction has a different way of dealing with the stress. You have your opinion. This gentleman has his. Brummy has. He lost somebody. There was drink available. He made a mistake. He took a couple of steps back. But you can't criticise that, Gamer. You can criticise.
No, definitely not. If anything, I can relate to it.
Gamer, it's a bit like me, Gamer. Sorry, Tina. It's a bit like me. Do you know what I do when I'm sad? I have a little bit of a cry, and all that, and then I get on with it. I get on with my day. Everybody deals with problems in their own way. Some people drink. Now, here's the thing. I have my opinions on that, but I'm not going to express that because at the end of the day, that's how that person deals with that problem. I will not judge someone for what they go and do. I may have an opinion about it, but as I go and say to anybody else, I will not judge someone because listen, I deal things in my way and other people deal things in theirs. So if he wants to drink, all right, to basically, to obviously combat his problems, and that is his
drown his sorrows.
It's not for you, Gamer, to question him and stuff. All right, if he doesn't want to go and tell you, then he doesn't want to go and tell you. It's as simple as that. Don't judge people.
I can relate to the guy's problems much more than what you think, but I think basically a kick up the arse is the best thing for him. And
it's not.
You don't know what he's been through, Gamer. Sorry, guys. But wait, guys. Sorry, you don't know what he's been through, Gamer. Do you remember we had this conversation this morning as well? You don't know what I've been through. You know what I'm saying? Me as well. Now we're talking about him. You don't know what he's been through. As simple as that, mate.
Spot on.
Well, I only know what I've heard. You know what I mean? He's lost his friend.
Have you been through the same problem as what he has?
I lost my friend in a car crash 3 years ago, and I hit the drink hard and everything. So I can sort of similar, not the same, but similar.
But have you gone through it personally? That's what we're asking.
Yes, very bad. Through it all, very bad. Hard and heavy.
Have you been drinking every day for a long period? Then
I've stopped. I have beat it, but I did relapse and gone back onto it. That's why I was more open to the topic, to the fact that he stopped drinking for 14 months and then went back to it. And that's why I'd be a bit critical about it, because I would love to have not had a drink for 14 months.
Gamer, can I quickly explain something to you? Gamer, let me quickly explain something to you, all right? Now we're gonna go back to lockdown quickly, all right? In lockdown, All right, let me just explain something to you, all right? But now, there's a lot of people who turn to drink. There's a lot of people who have mental health problems. I was able to deal with lockdown because I was used to that sort of stuff. I was used to basically not having absolutely bugger all to do, you know. So it was normal for me. Other people, it wasn't normal. There's a lot of people who committed suicide, you know. There's a lot of people turned to drink. People couldn't handle it. People were not used to not going outside because they were told to stay at home. All right, I was used to it. I was used to that life. So it was no different for me. So for me, it was normal. Everybody has their own ways of dealing with certain things, gamer. You know what I'm saying? You know, they.
I know what you're saying, but you're just waffling. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like,
I don't think you should do that.
Tonight, mate. I'll tell you right now.
Calm down. Beaker and Gamer, both of you, please calm down. Listen, Brummy's come on here, okay, to talk about a situation, and now it's becoming about, you know, anything but that situation. Okay, let's not fucking start arguing. Let's not start screaming and shouting at each other, because that ain't going to help no fucker. All right, we all deal with things slightly differently, okay, and we need to understand that everybody is different. Just because you may have dealt with something one way and feel one way about it, doesn't mean Brummy's dealing with it the same way or can deal with it the same way. The same as me, I could deal with something completely different to the rest of you. Okay, we need to understand that nobody is you know, it's like me. Nobody's here to wipe his ass, you know, and say, "Oh, don't worry, you'll be all right."
Yeah, it really annoys me.
None of us are trying to do that. We've said to him, "Look, yes, we make mistakes, but it's if you stay down." Once you've slipped is when you fuck up. You need to pull yourself together, get up, and go back to what you was doing and fight the fucking urge and all the rest of it. That's what we were saying. Nobody's trying to be fucking soft and wrapping up in cotton wool. He's done 14 months. 14 months is fucking brilliant. He's had 8 up in 14 months, and that's what we need to concentrate on. But he's done 14 months with a single slip up. Is a fucking good. Is a fucking good thing.
But listen, that's where I'm going to go critical again, because I cannot help it. I do appreciate the guys who 14 months. There. All I'm saying is that if I could go 14 months without drinking, I would in my head, I would never drink again. I would never.
That's you, though. That's the thing. That's you. That's not him. That's the thing.
Gamer. It's easier to be nice to somebody than what it is to be difficult with somebody.
I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm being critical. I'm not being nasty. And if it comes across nasty, I apologize. I'm sorry. But I'm not trying to be nasty. I'm trying to understand myself. Because, you know what I mean? Like, I can have a week without drinking and then let myself down.
All right, Gamer, Brummy wants to speak.
Got you, mate.
Okay. So, Gamer, just 2 things, and then I'll let you carry on. Is the fact that, one, yes, I was sober for 14 months, but every single fucking day of that, I wanted a drink. That the urge to drink has not gone away from the day I started recovery to even now. I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, you know what? I know a 24-hour off license. I could easily go and buy another drink, have a drink tonight, and that's it. The other thing is, you say that you understand, like, that you lose someone close to you and, you know, you started drinking heavily. But
blame it.
But you don't understand the fact that this is why people hide it. Because I could have easily hid it. Like, the only people that knew was the paramedics and the police that found me when I was comatose on the park bench. So none of my
family. I would say everybody here actually does know that feeling about losing somebody very close to them. I've had a brother murdered, and it took me 10 years to get the rage out of what was inside me.
All right, but let him finish.
But then, like, none of my family knew, so I could have easily turned around to everyone and said, "I've not had a drink." Now, me saying I've had a drink is now putting more shame on me because I've broke it already. So fuck it. Why can't I break it again?
You should have no
But
shame,
I
Bradley.
don't know why you think like that, mate. I don't know why you think like that. Because at the end of the day, you've came so far. And then if you're gone down back that road, you're going to just get yourself back in that cycle. And all that fucking 14 months just gotten out. Because I know what it's like. It's boring as hell, isn't it? When you're a drinker and you're not drinking, life's boring. Everything's boring. It's dull. I know exactly what you mean. It's shite. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it's like you've got to make that choice. Because
at the end of the day, though, you don't need a drink to enjoy yourself.
After a week, I'm nearly done.
Just say
But after a week, right, I feel like a new man. Honestly,
Right,
I'm full of energy.
Right, can I say something here? You don't necessarily need a drink to enjoy yourself. Just
No,
like
you
you
don't.
get all these people, just like you get the amount of people out there who like take drugs, go to raves and parties and all that, and they feel like they need drugs to enjoy themselves. They don't.
You
Like,
don't.
I've never needed fucking drugs. I mean, when I was years ago, when I stayed up in Glasgow, I was practically at my bike constant. That was my drug. Being out on the bike and listening to music and MP3 player and adrenaline. That was my fucking drug. I didn't need substances. I didn't abuse any of that shit. So fuck all that bullshit right off the bat. You don't need fucking drink to enjoy yourself. You don't need drugs, any of that shit.
The only thing is though, DJ
bullshit.
Stonic, right? Okay, the actual drink, right? Okay, once it gets into your DNA, it is part of you.
Yes,
Right,
that's
okay,
what I'm
it's not
saying.
like drugs do not attach to your DNA. Alcohol does.
Like I got to the point.
Fair enough him saying that it wasn't lived that life because I grew up, going to raves, like taking ecstasy, smoking cannabis all my life, drinking and the rest of it. You know what I mean? It's easy for him to say that he wasn't done it, but now when you have done that, you didn't just
that
tell
was you. But those were your choice. Those were your choices. Those are your choices that you made.
That is your
choice. That's your choice. You chose to go down that path. You chose to go down the wrong path, in my opinion. Go down the wrong path of taking drugs. And I mean, I wouldn't say drinking alcohol is necessarily bad. It depends on what quantity.
But if you
depends
abuse
on what
anything,
quantity. Depends on whether or not if you drink responsibly. But going down the route of taking drugs like cannabis.
If you drink it daily, if you drink it daily, it becomes really harmful and really addictive because you get used to it in the daily.
It's scientific fact, right? Okay, drugs alter, right? Okay, your imagination. They distort your brain. Alcohol attacks your DNA, which is a completely different drug.
It's in your blood. Gets in your blood system. It's all in your blood. That's how it's sort of like.
It's not in your blood. It's in your DNA. It becomes part of your DNA. It changes the molecular structure of your DNA. Alcohol, drugs don't. It just distorts your mind.
What about heroin?
No. Brummy just tried to say something. Go on, Brummy.
Go on, Brummy.
So sorry, my alcohol got that bad, and I couldn't tell you what it tastes like because I don't know, and I don't want to try it. But I was having Strongbow dark fruit on my breakfast, on my Rice Krispies, because I didn't have anything else in the fucking house. So I actually put Strongbow dark fruit on my Rice Krispies. That's when you know there is a big fucking issue.
Yeah.
And what I'm getting now is because I've had this slip up and I've been open and told family and friends. They says, yeah, but it's only one slip up. You're fine. You can drink in moderation. That's what they keep using. I can't. Once I have one drink, that's it. I'm on a binge for like fucking
Brummy,
14, 15 days until.
Can I stop you quickly? Right, okay. If you stop drinking straight away, right, okay, that will probably kill you.
Dangerous,
right, okay? If you're an alcoholic, right, okay, it will shut down all your body systems. Right, okay, that's the reason why they tell you don't stop drinking. Just try to slow it down.
It's about choices that you make. I was married for 22 years. My ex was a drug addict, alcoholic. He went through what we call cold turkey on both for 6 weeks. Friends of mine and hospitals got him through it. We remained clear of alcohol for 17 years, and he went back to it. And after that period of time, I could take it no longer. Every single moment of his time breathing was drinking alcohol. And as I had kids in the house, I couldn't allow it. So we separated and ended up divorcing. That's what I had to do after 22 years of being with the man. I tried my utmost to support him all the way through that. There are steps forward and steps back. You've done a wonderful thing, Brummy. You've done 14 months.
Yeah.
You've had massive trauma with losing a friend recently. Wherever you were that served alcohol, that was a bit ridiculous. But there are non-alcohol stuff so you can drink. But drinking and stopping is dangerous. I agree with Ian. I went through that with my ex. It can cause kidney problems, liver problems, heart problems.
If you stop straight away, all right, okay, your pancreas will shut down, your liver will shut down, your kidneys
Eventually,
will shut down.
he moved away and went to live with someone else for 20 years. I literally had to do his funeral last year because his ex didn't want to know. So I had to pay for his funeral. So myself, and I'd been with him for 22 years. So I did that out of respect for him. I loved the man, but we couldn't live together because I'd have killed him in the end if he kept drinking. I'd have took a knife to his heart. I really would have, because he was stealing money. He was doing all sorts to me and being abusive to my kids. So I decided, in the end, he ended up so poorly. He was so bad. He lost one of his legs through continued alcoholism and drug addiction. And he lost his left leg above the knee. So that's the risk he paid. He ended up quality and well. But you've done very brave thing coming on here.
Tina, they amputated my brother's arm. Right, okay, they took his arm away, and then they came back for his left. They came back for his left leg afterwards. Because
he had sepsis in the end.
Yeah, of course.
It went right through his body.
My brother did. He had sepsis, and it just takes away your life.
It does, yes.
But I congratulate
Brummy. Hold on, gamer. I congratulate Brummy for coming on to a live chat and being as honest as he did. Speaking about
Brummy.
Because this helps other people.
Yeah, well done, lad.
Well done,
Brummy. All right?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry for the trauma that you went through, but talk to your sponsor. Talk to them about what you're going through now, and they will take you through it step by step. And as for anyone else that's listening, the only limit in life is the one you set yourself. And that's a true statement. You decide your path, you decide your journey. Okay?
Right.
So you have got to understand, gamer, if you think life is shit without alcohol, you're not thinking straight. We live in a beautiful planet. There is a lot to do out there to educate yourself and enjoy life. So if you think life's that bad, you're not looking out the right window, mate. And you're
listen,
I'll tell you what, Gamer. I'm not sure about where you live, Gamer. Right, okay, but buy yourself a dog, mate. Buy yourself a dog and go and get that. Go and get out there and meet you.
Buy myself a dog. Is he nuts? You clearly haven't seen me channel.
Buy a fashion rod.
I've got a fucking German Shepherd. What are you talking about?
All right. I wasn't talking to you, Gamer. I was talking to Brummy.
All right, sorry.
Yeah, get a nice dog, Brummy. Take you out, meet some people. That'd be good.
Yeah, exactly.
Find something else to do.
Brummy, all I wanted to say, really, listen.
Brummy, check puller. The check's going mad for a ham.
Potatoes. I did have a dog. And unfortunately, she passed away. And I said I wouldn't get another one because
perhaps you should.
I don't.
Yeah,
you're not replacing. You're not replacing.
Keep your mind occupied.
And you're not replacing one that's gone. You'll always, that a dog becomes, or any pet becomes part of the family. And I'll do this, but I'll say this before I let Fluke on because Fluke's in the background. I had the two dogs. I had to let them go because of the strokes because I couldn't walk them anymore. Okay, and it wasn't fair for them. I could have kept them, but they wouldn't have got the exercise that they needed, and that would not have been fair on them. So I was trying to think of them rather than myself. I let the dogs go.
Dan, everybody on your channel said you did the right thing. So
what I'm getting at is I then got a cat, and it wasn't a replacement. It wasn't a replacement for the fact that the dogs weren't here. It was a companion. I'll never forget. I'll never forget Daisy and Alice.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
I love Daisy and Alice.
and you'll never forget your dog, Brummy. And you know, it's look at it this way: when you're in a relationship and you break up and you meet somebody else and you get in a relationship with them, you're not replacing your last one. You're continuing a journey in your life.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
And if you get yourself another dog as a companion, you're not replacing what the pet that you had that died. You'll still remember that animal, that part of your life. You know, you're just now on a different pathway. You're just taking another journey in your life, and that's it. And I think that Ian's right. I think that, you know, and I never thought I'd say this because I always said to myself I'd never have fucking pets because I grew up in a fucking miniature farm, and all my clothes had fur on all the time, and it pissed me off. But I got the dog. But I ended up with the dogs, and I fucking loved them, and I was gutted when I had to give them up. And then I got Smudge, as you know, I had Smudge, and Smudge got run over, and you know, and I'm fucking devastated. But I will get another cat, and again, it's not to replace Smudge. Smudge is in a box on the shelf in the front room.
Dan, you did the right thing.
But
yeah, I lost my dog in
again, all you're doing is you're just carrying on a journey in your life, and you'll always remember the dog that you had for what it was.
Well, do you know what? I think differently. I'm one of them guys who live in the past, unfortunately. I fell in love once, still haven't really got out with her properly. And regarding me dog, Anakin, you know what I mean? I'm never having another dog again. I hope I die before that dog dies because I couldn't bear to lose him. Or I don't know, it would crush me. I wouldn't handle it very well. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't really be able to move on and just get another one. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not strong enough for it.
No, but that's what I thought about Daisy when I first had Daisy and Alice, the two of them. And I had Daisy, I didn't think about it because she was only like.
I love Daisy. I love seeing her on your channel. Loved it. When
I had the two of them, I used to think to myself, and it used to get me down. I used to think to myself, how would I be if they died or when they died? I'd be fucked. But you know what? I had to give away.
Dan.
Worse than dying. Having to put them up is worse than them dying. Go on, Ian.
You used to go out and do live streams, right, okay? And you had the two dogs with you. So I don't think they miss much.
No, they listen. But the point is, I can't remember what the point is now. It's fucking gone.
And the point is, Dan.
Having something to share your life with is good. It's a responsibility. It takes the attention away from you. Yeah. You have to look after the animal, take it to the vets. You'll meet other dog walkers. All those kind of things come into play. You become part of a social group. So
and
that's
and you know what, Tina? Before Dan got ill, right? Okay, he was always out with those bloody dogs. Always.
Yeah.
Listen. What my problem is, though, everyone's scared of my dog because he's a fucking big fucking German Shepherd. You know what I mean? Everyone's scared of him because he barks.
Good luck to him.
Right, listen, Fluke's come on. Let Fluke have a say because he's been sitting there quietly.
Right, Fluke.
So, Fluke, how you doing?
I'm good, mate. Yourself?
I'm not so bad, thank you.
Yeah,
plodding along as we do.
Just plod on as we were. I wanted to just say something. Thank you for having me on, Pap. I appreciate it. And regards to the people on the panel and the people in the live chat as well. I just wanted to say something to the Aston Villa fan that's on. And I just want to say to him, there's very differentiating kind of concepts when it comes to alcoholism. I do it myself. Sometimes I go on mad binges and I just drink to like fucking shit, and then I'll go weeks without drinking a drop. Do you know what I mean? And then I've got friends who just drink forever. And
was you a binge drinker?
Let me just finish what I was saying because I was mentioning this specifically to the Aston Villa fan whose name I can't see because his name's too
Brummy.
Brummy. Okay.
Hey, cheers some of the chat. Sorry, I was just reading the chat there.
Gamer. Type in the chat. Type in the chat while people are
I did
talking.
them in the StreamYard. I could have opened both.
Well, you'll have to wait till people have stopped talking. Anyway, go on.
Sorry,
go on, Flo.
chap. I apologise.
Go on, Flo.
No, all I was going to say was it's kind of horses for courses. It's like I've got a friend of mine who lost his wife about 4 years ago, and when he met his wife, he completely stopped drinking. Do you know what I mean? And then she got cancer and she died, and it was really fucking sad. Do you know what I mean? They were like, you know, just the best couple ever you'd ever meet, you know? And then when she died, it just destroyed him. Do you know what I mean? And he just went back to drinking all the time. And I mean, he's a big bloke. He's 6'6" for fuck's sake, and the guy's like built like a brick shit house. But it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the alcohol's still going to destroy your life, regardless of how big and hard you are. You know, and that's what I think people need to take into perspective. Is I think sometimes. You know, it's not about your persona or about your physical capabilities or whatever it is. It's like, you know, I do it myself. I've done it myself. I sit there and I can drink all night long. Do you know what I mean? And then the next 3 weeks I won't touch a drop. Do you know what I mean? That's irrelevant. The point is, it's about yourself personally. If you and this is the guy I was talking about earlier, Brummy. I don't want to preach to people because that's not my perspective. But I just think that you've got to take it on yourself and think to yourself, what do I need to do personally?
That's what I mean. It's like
within your family, within your, you know, your mum, your dad, your uncles, your aunties, your cousins. Do you know what I mean? Think about it.
What about if you just enjoy it too much? Though, can I just ask you, though, in that perspective? What about if you just enjoy it too much, and you just think, well, I haven't got a family here. I wake up, it's just me. I'm gonna do what I want. It's like, why stop? It's like, well if you let me finish,
if you let me finish my position, you might understand. The point is, the people outside of your you know, personal influence. Do you know what I mean? Like your uncles, your aunties, your cousins, your nephews, your nieces. You know, there's a lot of people outside of your, you know, people that you see on a daily basis that are affected by what you do, and that's what you have to take into consideration. I'm not suggesting that. I'm sure. Sorry, is it Tina?
Right. Oh, Tina, yeah.
Tina, sorry, Tina, I can't read your name. It's the print's too small. I'm sure she would agree. You know, you kind of have to look at, you know, the outside influences of what it is that what you do has a repercussion on other people.
It can, yes.
So what about okay? So what about if you stop drinking? Then let us answer that one. No, I want to answer this. What about if you stop drinking and then the people who you're talking with, your cousins, your uncles, your family, all that, what about if they still don't even believe you stopped? And then what about when you hit them crossroads? You know what I mean?
At the end of the day, it shouldn't matter what other people believe about you.
It
What you know for a fact
doesn't
is for
matter
yourself.
what other people think. You should have a sorry, Fluke. You should have a strong enough character to believe in what you are, you are, not what someone else thinks of you. I don't give a shit what people think.
I wouldn't ever stop. I wouldn't stop for me, Tina. I would only be stopping for somebody else.
No,
but the
you're
fact
not.
that, like, me one with believers in anyway.
You're not
Like,
listening.
I give
If you
up. No,
knowingly-
I've given up trying. I can't be asked to stop drinking anymore.
You know the consequences of long-term alcoholism. You know it can lead to many diseases.
If you're an alcoholic, you can't stop. You can't just stop. You can't turn the tap off.
You slow down, and then some people are able to come off it
get rid of the
altogether.
alcohol out of your system. You
But
can't.
what I'm saying to you is, if you don't want to stop, that's your choice. But you're not thinking about what happens to those around you. If anything happens,
Who's around us? There's no one around us but my dog. Me and my dog. That's it.
So you got no family at all.
I have, but they're not around us.
So you're an only child.
All I was trying to say was,
Sorry,
in respect to the Aston Villa fan, is to say to him, like, you know, kind of, you know, take it upon yourself and
yeah,
do.
I'm sure they will reflect.
Try your best to do the right thing. If you need help, you know, I'm sure you can come on Pap's channel, have a chat. You know,
please don't just stop.
And the problem is I think it's around 10 or 20% of alcoholics that give up, literally stop drinking, actually die from actually giving up drinking. Right?
Yes.
Very, very careful.
I do roughly every 2 months. Roughly every 2 months, I drink up to 5 litres. Hold on, let us finish. I
was talking to Brummy.
Gamer, let me finish.
Sunshine. So, what I was trying to say was, not only do you have to take it upon yourself, think about your family, your friends, like the people, like even on this chat. I'm sure there's a ton of people on this chat that would more than happy to help Aston Villa fan, you know, help himself out, you know, and he's got that support group, whether it's online or family or friends or whatever. You know, take a bit of each, take a little bit of everything, and try and coax your way where you think you need to go. And you know, we'll all be aware to support you. You know, people in the chat.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what, Brummy.
I do the same thing. I've known friends of mine who are.
Fluke, hang on a minute, mate. Jack, have you got something to say on this subject? Because Pap's just left me in charge, by the way. So,
yeah, regarding alcohol and whatnot.
What I was saying. Sorry.
Yeah, regarding alcohol and stuff.
What I was saying.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Didn't want to interrupt anybody.
No, sorry, Fluke. It's just that Jack's been sat in the background for a long, long time listening, and he has been trying to get in, and he has got.
Oh, sorry, Jack. I apologise.
Jack,
go ahead, Jack.
Mate. Come in.
So, I assume that people have either lost someone to alcohol, whatever, in whatever circumstance. Maybe they've been drinking far too much over the years, and they've lost limbs, and then eventually gone on to obtaining other diseases, which has then killed them off effectively. A friend of my mum's, I think a few years ago. I think it's been about 2 or 3 years, something like that now. So it's since, actually no, I think it's been longer than that, because it's since we left school, around about 2018-ish. My mum's friend, who she's known for many years, pretty much since she was at school, she used to drink a lot. Not my mum, but her friend used to drink a lot on a daily basis. Over the years, she didn't stop. She carried on. And she tried to hide it, but it didn't exactly work, because my mum could see it, you know, the way she would speak, and all these different kind of things, all these different kind of factors that kind of shows that someone is drunk, or someone is kind of on the edge of being drunk, whatever, right? And when I left school, and it kind of relates a little bit to my mum, because my mum has epileptic fits, right? And my mum's friend had a fit in her sleep, but it wasn't the same. Well, it was somewhat similar to what my mum has, I think, to the point where she had a fit, but she didn't wake up. She didn't die or anything, but she's got no brain activity. So she's effectively. It sounds horrible, but effectively you could class her it. Effectively, she's classed as a vegetable. She can't do anything for herself. She's got to be looked after by other people. She can sit there and she can acknowledge you, but she won't say anything. She won't eat herself. And this has been going on for several years now, and she hasn't regained any brain activity or anything like that.
Well, Frank, I have grand mal seizures on a daily basis, which leaves me incapacitated, and so I can relate to what you're saying.
Yeah, and obviously that one fit that she had in her sleep was what started that whole thing off, because
Right.
now she cannot do things for herself.
Okay,
Effectively, she's got, well, really, she's a body with no like nothing's working kind of thing. Like the brain isn't working properly. Although it's working to a point, it's like when you
with grand mal seizures, it shuts down the brain, all right, okay, but it only shuts down 30% of the brain. So your mum is still there, all right, okay, but it's like the lights are on, but no one's home, and I know this, all right, but I've suffered years with seizures, many years with seizures.
Yeah, well,
So
mum was
I can relate
diagnosed
to
in
that.
2017 with hers with MS.
Is she in SUDEP? Right, okay, the high dependency, right, okay, if she has an
No,
epileptic
not that I'm aware of. No, I know what you mean by that.
Right.
Sudden unexpected death of epileptic. Yeah, I know.
Correct.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I am. All right, okay, I'm in that category, and so
Well, if it makes you
I get you,
understand,
mate.
she has let's just say when she started off in around 2017ish, when I started to notice it. Obviously,
Okay.
it got a lot more apparent in about 2018, 2019.
Can I just ask you a question quickly? Was she sat on the floor, and then all of a sudden she lurched forward?
No.
She wasn't.
No.
So how did you notice her fits?
Because to start with, they were the equivalent to when you faint on the floor, like say you've not had enough food or whatever,
like you're diabetic, yeah.
No, not necessarily. Well, not necessarily.
It's like you're having a hypo.
Well, I mean, it depends, isn't it? Because people can not have enough fluids or not have enough sugar in their system, for example.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, and they'll
Yeah,
have
I've been in hospital. I've been in hospital because I could barely walk. I could barely stand up. I'm bearing in mind I'm only in my early 30s, but I've been in hospital for 3 days. I went even. It was only a month ago as well. And
Sorry,
I could
Gavin,
barely
I'm not
walk.
speaking to you. As you were
Can
saying,
I, sorry to jump in, Jack? Can I just jump into something you said then?
Yeah.
Where you mentioned about like thinking people didn't know. So when your mum's friend was drinking and she thought no one knew, that literally just hit a chord with me, because before I went into rehab for my detox, I was adamant that no one knew. Like, I would go down to mum's half cut like 3 or 4 times a week, and I thought, oh yeah, I'm faking this. No one fucking knows. When I went into detox, mum turned around and went, "We knew. We just wanted you to make that first move, because we're not
the
gonna
sign that you give
we're not
off.
gonna force you to make it."
Exactly right.
And I
You've
think
got to spot you've got a problem before you can do anything about solving it.
Yeah,
exactly. And it obviously it wasn't.
Anyway, Jack, as you were saying about your mum.
Yeah. So to start with, when she was effectively diagnosed, because she didn't actually start to have fits till around about mid to late 2016, which is when we started to notice it. But they were the equivalent of basically fainting, for example, where they just render unconscious. Like there's no warning, there's no reason for it.
No,
it just happens.
Flake out on the floor.
That's what used to happen. Not anymore, though.
She gets grand mal fits now.
Over the years, it's got considerably worse.
Well,
to the point where
I'll tell you what, Jack. Right, okay. When I have a fit or a seizure, like some other people like to call it, I piss and shit myself. I've got no control. I've got no control over my bladder.
Yeah.
I piss and shit. I piss and shit myself.
Yeah.
Does your mum do the same thing?
Very rarely. Sometimes she has uncontrollable bladder. She doesn't
Right.
poo herself or anything, but she does sometimes wet herself, but it's not
serious. It's
often.
not
It's
serious
not
thing.
often. It's not
Yeah.
often. No.
All right.
But
so
you know,
she has what they call petit mal seizures.
Well,
it's not as extreme as what I have.
I would consider it to be extreme. Yeah.
From what you see, Jack, I'm sure it is. Yeah.
And the reason why I say it's extreme because over the years, right, and I'll tell you a little story about this now. So, when I went college after I left school in 2018, I went to go on to college. Did some courses and did my maths and English there, and there'd be times where I'd come home. I remember. I don't know what, just little things you can remember so vivid that it's like it just won't go away from your brain no matter how much you try.
Yeah.
Came home from college because sometimes I'd either get the bus or I'd walk home, and I'd be completely shattered. And the first thing I'd see as soon as I walk in the door is Mum on the floor, and I'm thinking, oh my God, and then
she's chilling out on the floor.
She's just laying on the floor, right?
Yeah.
And obviously over time I've realised, okay, I'm putting things together and thinking, right, epilepsy, because obviously she was diagnosed with it in 2017.
Right, she's epileptic.
Yeah, that's to do. The MS is part of it, but she is also diagnosed with epilepsy as well. Yeah. So, and obviously there was one time where I was probably 5 minutes. I was ready. I had breakfast, everything like that. It was about 5 minutes before I was going to go to college. And one thing I hadn't seen before was when my mum started to shake.
Right.
Uncontrolled, like her arms and her body and that.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what that's called. I think it's called.
It's called a seizure.
Well, yeah, but there's different types of seizures. It's different types.
You got petit mal, you got tonic-clonic, and you've got the grand mal ones. There's 3 different types of seizures for epilepsy.
I'm trying to think, it might be tonic-clonic because the ones when it's uncontrollable movement or something like that.
Yeah, sometimes they go rigid, but tonic-clonic they go stiff like a board.
Well, I get grand mal seizures. Right, okay.
It's the ones where the arms and everything they move uncontrollably. Like what she does is as well. It's not nice to see.
Listen. All seizures are the same. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. They last between 1 minute to 3 minutes. They're all the same. Right. Okay. So it doesn't what category.
I've not had that before. Sometimes that doesn't happen, although that's not happened in a while. The longest that my mum has had one before, at least from what I've seen personally, was half.
Does she get a sweet smell in her nose before it happens?
No, she used to get She used to get warnings. 1 Minute Gamer. She used to get warning signs that something would happen, but now, and I've seen it myself. 1 minute she's doing something, and the next minute she just completely stops and stares into existence, and then it happens.
Yeah, she focuses out.
Yeah.
Right, okay, so
if you had a seizure and you lived alone, would you know that you had one? Is there any way to identify you?
Because I've got alarms. I've got alarms in my flat, which call the ambulance. So yeah.
Yeah,
but if you haven't, how would you know? Like, how would you be aware?
I wouldn't know.
Some people.
Some people would wake up on the floor, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Some people have on their mobile phones, and they have a little device which is like an accelerometer. That if there is like a sudden, quick movement, like down, it will automatically register with whoever's watching, monitoring the
Pap. And people can get dogs as well, because dogs can pick up and sense a seizure is coming, so that can detect it.
I've got a
Give it
shaky
high level.
arm, right, okay, which I wear on my chest. And what happens is, right, okay, if my body goes into trauma, it automatically rings the ambulance. There's a key safe outside my front door, and if I'm laying on the floor for more than 2 minutes, right, okay, the alarm rings the ambulance again to let them know it's going on for more than 2 minutes.
Right.
Well, what I think Gamer's asking is, how would someone who never had one, you wouldn't know?
You wouldn't. You'd probably just think you fainted, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you'd probably just think you fainted, because that's what my mum used to think as well when she used to wake up on the floor. And even times where I was at college and she was just on her own with the dogs. Because one thing as well, which rightly so, what Stuart said, is that one of my dogs, or even both of them actually, they used to, when my mum was on the floor and when she'd wake up, they'd be licking her to death.
You can get an assistance dog.
Yeah, I know.
When you have an epileptic seizure.
However, now, obviously, because I'm her carer, right, I'm pretty much around her all the time, right? And the thing is, especially with,
I'll tell you what. Why don't you come moving up here? You can look after me at the same time.
I was going to say, Jack, does she
So
wake
to
up
say
to
one
you
time
licking her
I've
face?
woke up. One time I've woke up, right?
There's a job offer there. There's a job offer.
He's got
No,
to say,
I'm being serious here. I'm being serious here, guys. I've woke up one time and I've had 2 black eyes, a bust mouth, my nose knocked, and I had no recollection what happened. And the most puzzling part of it is that the keys is in the door and the door's locked and I didn't leave the house. And I had no recollection what happened, but my face was an absolute mess and I didn't know what happened. And I
We know. We saw that in Liverpool, didn't we?
No, this was different. This was worse. I was in a right state. A right state.
I was going to say, Jack's poor mum.
I think what everybody's got on the panel needs to understand, and I've been through this with my own family. So, what I'm trying to say is all of these things that we've just discussed in the last 15 minutes could happen in any amount of different situations. You could wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and you're out of it, and you could wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning, you're perfectly fine. Do you know what I mean? All of these scenarios are different in the sense that they happen in a kind of psychological, physiological, it depends on everybody's different scenarios. So I could be different to Pap, and Pap could be different to Aston Villa, and you could be different to that guy over there.
Have a good night, everyone.
See you later, mate.
Take care. Thanks for jumping on, Paul.
I'll catch you next week. I do apologise. I am absolutely sure. I'll catch up with you next week as well.
See you
Thank you
later.
very, very much.
No worries.
To
Take care.
the lads there speaking, I can't see your names properly, but big respect to you. And my heart's with you, and be strong. Be strong, please.
Good evening to you.
Absolutely, mate.
Have a good night, folks.
Take care,
Thank you
Paul.
very, very
Lovely
much.
to meet you.
Buddy,
Paul.
And do you know?
But I think that was the point I was trying to make. Was it was like these things are very objective. Do you know what I mean? It's like you could be 80-year-old and be sick as a parrot, but everything else in your life is healthy, or you could be 60 years old and you're drunk as a skunk, and everything can go against you. Do you know what I mean? Here's 2 examples, and this is only from my family. My grandfather was 94 years old when he died, and this guy drank and smoked every day of his life from the age of 14 years old. He smoked from 14, and I think he started drinking when he was about 18 or 16 years old. and he died at 94. Right now, that is the exception to the rule, right? And plenty of GPs have told me that is the exception to the rule. But my uncle, who died at 67, right? Never drank, never smoked, literally rode a bike every day. He was like really into cycling and, you know, doing like 20-kilometer rides.
Did he live in Oxford?
Sorry?
Did he live in Oxford?
Did he live in Oxford? What difference does it make where he lives? If he was riding a big bike every day.
Well, I live in Oxford, right? Okay, and everybody has to ride a bicycle.
Oh, shut
I
up,
don't
man.
know. I mean, he lived in Italy.
Get on with your story, mate. Tell a story. I was listening now.
Sorry.
So what I was saying is, it's like it is one extreme to the other. So you've got my granddad who lived till he was 94, who drank and smoked all of his fucking life, and then you've got my uncle who only lived till he was 67, and he ran out of fucking power, as it were. Do you know what I mean? When he was 67 years old. And this guy never drank, never smoked, rode his push bike everywhere like he was like a real proper cyclist. I don't know.
Well, exactly. Well, what's the fucking point?
Doing like kind of
I mean, as well just keep on drinking then. Well, if that's me,
hang on. Calm down, Mr. fucking mile squarer. Let me finish my point. The point is my uncle used to ride his push bike everywhere, so he was like into like proper racing bikes where they were doing time trials and all that sort of stuff. Do you know what I mean? So it was like, right, you've got to do 20 miles in less than 20 minutes or whatever it was. I don't know what it was, but that's how they used to do it. And he was that fit. The geezer was fit as shit. You know what I mean? And he lasted nearly 30 years less than my fucking granddad, who never did anything remotely fucking physical. And drank and smoked like a trooper, but that's the way life is, you know.
We have a sell-by date. None of us know when that's going to expire. Okay,
yeah, exactly.
We all have a time when we go. It doesn't matter what we do in life. It doesn't matter if we drink, smoke, or whatever. Your time's your time. Just hang on a minute.
When
your
your
time
ticket,
is your time. So you don't get to choose when you go. I got the same situation as you, Fluke. My great-grandparents, they were farmers. They drank they drank a bottle of whiskey before they went to bed between the two of them every single day. They worked 14 hours a day on the farm, sometimes 16 hours. They smoked 40 woodbines a day. I couldn't smoke them, so they just make a choke. But they survived. They both died 99 years old, a year apart. They died of natural causes. They smoked and drank like troopers.
when your ticket's punched and it's time to go, it's time to go. Nobody can tell. Nobody can tell you when it is.
No, you live your life every day. Be blessed with what you've got, and you just have a happy time.
One question that I've always wondered, which a lot of people have asked, especially like, you know, like wishing certain things. You know, would you either want to see when you die or how you die? I mean, which would, I mean, not that it would make any difference knowing when you die or how you die.
Depends what you believe. Depends what you believe. That's what happens to you when you die.
Can I just give you guys a quick story? Hello.
I actually believe, for me, being a breast cancer survivor currently, touch wood, that I take every day as it comes, Jack, when I wake up. The first things I say is thank you for my night's rest. Thank you for my morning breath. I am grateful for every single day I fucking breathe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, I didn't want to get up me. Hold on, I used to be really rude to me here because I'm being quiet. You just keep on telling me.
Tina finish, man.
I get it, Gamer. I get it. Just wait till people have finished before.
So basically,
I would have gone on, and you couldn't get a word in.
Excuse me, you've done most talking. You're interrupting, so be quiet. So essentially, Jack, I live every day as my last day. That's the way I look at it. You don't choose the future.
Yeah, you
Yesterday's yesterday. Today's today. There's no such thing as tomorrow because when you
prepare for the future, live like there isn't one.
Exactly. Thank you, Roger. So basically, you've got to understand we don't choose when we get to stay or go. So you enjoy every second of your life while you're here. That's what you do. Life is worth living. It's a precious gift that we've been given by our parents. Okay? Never waste that.
Amen. Amen to that.
Sorry,
Amen.
guys. Can I give you?
I'd like to add to what Tina was just saying. Was the way I see life is like I will live, like you said, every day as if it was the last tomorrow.
Yeah.
But I will live every day like it's the last day of my life, whether that's 10 years time or 20 years time or whatever. I don't really give a shit, because once, you know, the big man in the sky tells me he's going to take my life away, then he's going to take my life away. So
none of us know. We don't know.
I've been living my life like that for the last 60 years.
Just live
It's
like.
about living.
I think if everybody lived their life as if it was their last day tomorrow, or they could live forever, then that's 2 bonuses.
Yeah. The problem is though, people take advantage, and people what's the word? People what is it?
Manipulate the future.
They take advantage of the luxuries that they have, and they don't actually like. I mean, you live your life how you want, right? No one's gonna. You don't let anyone else tell you how to live your life. You know, regarding addictions. I mean, speaking of addictions, I was going to say it earlier, but I forgot. Now that I've reminded myself, something similar to what, although it's not exactly alcohol related, Brummy, but my mum would smoke every day, or at least from her teens. I can't, up to I don't know what age, but she quit smoking in 2012, right? And she's stopped ever since, right? Which is amazing, right? Dad doesn't want to stop smoking, but I mean, as much as we annoy him about it, that's his choice. If he doesn't want to stop smoking, that's his choice. We can't force him to. And the last time my mum had a cigarette was in 2021, I think it was. And it was on holiday. We was all on holiday together, and my mum decided to take one of dad's cigarettes out of his cigarette packet and smoke half a cigarette. And she got to the half, and that feeling that you get, that rush that you get when you have a cigarette, it got to her. At first she said, "Oh, this is nice. I like this. This is nice." And then eventually it got to her, and she thought, "Oh no, not us." You know, like it was a rush that got to her head, and she stopped after that, right? And she hasn't had one since. That's exactly. Although it's not the same situation, it's somewhat similar. What you've done, Brummy, how you had a drink, right? Yes, you made a mistake, and you can learn from it, and you can prevent that from happening if in the future, which is a good thing. I mean, it's not necessarily good that you did it, but we're not blaming you for it, if you get what I mean.
You
Same with
shouldn't
my
blame
mum.
yourself. I think you're right, Jack. You shouldn't blame
Jack,
yourself.
Sorry.
Jack, can you do me a favour?
Tina, if I could just
Right, okay.
comment on what you just said,
When I get a
because
rush
that's
from
the
a
most
cigarette,
important thing.
you let me know.
Hang on, Fluke. You had your say.
Yeah,
Let Ian have a chat.
Jack, when you get a rush from a cigarette, can you let me know? Because I've never had one. I've been smoking.
No, not me. I don't get a rush.
Never had a smoke. Never will have a smoke. That's the one thing. I'm 20 years old. I don't want to smoke.
Oh,
don't want to
I think you might be referring to a nicotine buzz.
Right, this is not about having a rush from a cigarette. What I'm saying is,
Jack, let me
what's
just
prophetic
let me know,
this set
Jack. Right,
is-
okay. I've never had a rush from a cigarette. Never. And I've been smoking 40 years.
Hey, mate, he's just taking his 20s, never smoked. He's on your band. You know what I mean?
I know he's only a Ben.
He thinks you get a buzz off a fag. You know what I mean? Nonsense.
I'm not talking about me, Gamer. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about my mum. I'm talking about
his
I
mother.
just mean like together, mate. Like he says, you didn't get
Alright.
bushes.
Gamer, this is turning more into an argument rather than a
No,
conversation.
the whole point is this is not supposed to be an argument. What the point is if I smoke 40 fags tomorrow and die, right?
Yeah.
Or I drink fucking 60 litres of lager tomorrow and die, or whether I drink 60 litres of lager for the rest of my life and I die at 99, what difference does it fucking make? It makes no difference. The point is, when it's your time to go, it's your time to go.
Yeah, I'm going back on what we were talking about.
Don't come to these assumptions that my mum drank this much and my dad smoked that much and my dad.
Can I make an example? Okay.
You're twisting the situation, because that's not what I'm talking about.
And I know even one of my clients was a GP, and I told her about my grandfather who drank and fucking smoked till he was 94 years old before he dropped dead. And she says to me, that is the exception to the rule. Do you know what I mean?
That's not
but then when I told her about my uncle, who literally never drank, never smoked, never did anything, all he did was ride his push bike. He was Mr. Fit as chips. Do you know what I mean? And he died at 67. And she goes, that is also the exception to the rule.
It's not though, Luke, is it? We know that.
It's not normal.
It's not.
And it's not normal to die at 94.
Sorry. Can I just say something?
There's two facts in life.
Can I just say something to our host?
If you can get the word in.
What the fucking hell are you doing smoking, Dan?
Me, well, listen. If I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. I might as well die doing something I fucking enjoy.
I'm not saying don't stop smoking or don't stop drinking.
Thank you for clarifying that, Dan.
You know what, Dan? I'm not gonna lie. When I'm drinking, mate, I cannot not drink. I cannot not drink and smoke. But if I'm not drinking, I didn't smoke at all. But I tell you what, I love a snout when I'm drinking. I love it. It's the best thing in the world.
Excuse me, gentlemen, ladies. Do you know what I love about our host most? He doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, I see, Roger. Thank you.
No,
sorry,
I didn't give a fuck either, you know what I mean? If I want to have a snout,
I'll have a snout. YouTube is really bad for me, for my health, okay, in the fact that when I'm sitting in front of my computer, I do literally cigarette after cigarette.
It's because the addictions is linked. Okay. The links are linked in.
No, it's not just that. It's because it's a habit. It's because I'm sat here not doing anything else. I'm just sat here typing away, moving the mouse, light a cigarette because I've got nothing else to do.
All day.
And I can do that all day long.
Dan, do me a favour.
I enjoy it.
Get your ass out for a fucking walk.
He can't walk very far.
He gets pain in his body, mate.
I try.
Can I please have my say on this, please? Because it's really important. Please, I beg you. I beg you to have my support.
Gamer, you don't need to beg. Just hang on 1 second. I've got a support worker. Okay, he comes around twice a week to help me out with stuff. I struggle to stand in the kitchen long enough to do the washing up, and my back fucking hurts and my legs give way. He said to me a couple of weeks ago, let's just go for a walk around the block. I had to stop 7 or 8 times just going for a walk around the block because the bottom of my back hurts, my leg, the pain, the dull ache goes through the bones in my legs, goes down to my ankles. I struggle to lift my feet from my ankle because of the aching. So I end up dragging my feet on the floor. But I still went out, the same as I still go to the shop, but I have to stop 3 or 4 times on the way and on the way back. But I refuse to give up completely. I won't just sit down.
Good.
Cool. Right? So I will go out and push myself as much as I can.
Good.
But what I can do is very, very limited to what I used to be able to do.
Dan,
The point I wanted to make was
Dan, just be the person you can be. That's all we ask. Nothing
I
more.
do what I can
nothing
and
less.
no more. Go on, gamer. Go on, spit it out. Go on, son.
The point I want to make was because I understand now when you're sitting in front of this fucking YouTube and the screen and smoking and drinking and all the time, it all becomes one addiction. And do you know why you're sitting there in front of your screen and that it's like you feel like you want to drink? You feel like you want a cigarette because it all becomes like one big habit. It all links into one big habit, and you didn't. I bet it's boring if you're not sitting drinking. It's like you want all of it. You want everything.
It's just a cigarette for me. That's
but the thing when you need it, just tell the context sometimes. D, you need to do something different, Pap. Just do something different. You didn't have to kind of what. Just do something different.
No, listen.
I'll tell you what you could do.
Gamer,
You could put a
you
mask
don't know
over your
what he
face
has to
like
deal
that,
with, mate.
Someone's just come to say good night.
Excuse me.
Good night, Psychos Missus.
Hey,
Night.
God, nighty night.
Excuse me.
Holly
Excuse me. Let
Hi,
Roger
darling.
in now.
Can I just say one thing to Brummy AFC? AVFC. I've been trying to lose weight all my life, and a phrase that comes to mind is never give up, giving up. Every day I start a new diet, and every night I have a packet of biscuits. But I never give up.
Heather, there's absolutely fuck all wrong with you. You're fine the way you are.
Love it.
All right. Can I, bearded vet, could partially be due to muscle wastage from not going out. Let me explain. I've not gone out less than I used to. I still, I only went out a couple of times a week, right? To go to the local shop maybe 2 or 3 times a week and go to the local village once a week to get me medication and my cigarettes, right? I still do that. It's just that it's become that much difficult that rather than taking 8 minutes to walk to the local village, I now have to get a taxi to the village. Okay, but I walk when I'm there. I don't just get a taxi. I'm not a lazy cunt. I try not to be that person. So I'll get a taxi there, but I walk from the post office to the chemist to the fag shop. So I do about 100 meters walking while I'm there. But and I know that sounds really pathetic, 100 meters, but that is very difficult. That is really difficult for me. So once I've done that, I have to sit down.
I suffer with the same thing. I think it's called dorsal flexing, which is like not being able to lift your foot up towards your shin.
That's right.
It's almost like your ankles locked.
All I'm saying
I have a different situation where if it takes me 10 minutes to walk to the shops, it will take me 20 minutes to walk back from the shops. Right. You know what I mean? So the whole problem gets progressively worse, but I won't give up because I'm a stubborn arsehole and I'll keep doing it.
My point I want to make is...
Can I make a point in a minute, please?
Hang on. Fluke's still talking.
Yeah,
Just wait.
I know. I was just going to go and say...
Right.
So I think
just hang on.
The point I'm trying to make is it's like I'm a bit stubborn as a person like that. I wouldn't ask somebody to give me a lift to the shops. Do you know what I mean? Because I know I can walk there. I know it will take me 10 minutes to walk there, but it might take me 20 minutes to walk back. But then I'll just adjust every day. It's sometimes different. It might take me 10 minutes to walk there and 15 minutes to walk back, or 20 minutes to walk there and half. But I will still do it every day, regardless of the time frame is irrelevant. It's the fact that can I still do it? Yeah. How long does it take me to do it is irrelevant. Do you know what I mean? I will still do it.
Takes. Yeah, of course, it takes longer. I mean, it's the same with me. As I say, walking to the local shop should be a 4 or 5 minute walk, if that.
And I'm not saying everybody's like got the same condition that I've got.
No, not at all. I understand. But you're still doing it. That's the thing. I've got osteoporosis that I was born with, and I literally 2 years ago I fractured my tibia. I shattered the tibia just below my kneecap, and I've now got plates and screws in it. Now I can't go out without support like Dan, but it's my brother that comes to help me out. but I can't walk around for long periods of time. I've also got muscle wasting. I've fractured 40 different bones in my body. The left shoulder's completely knackered, but I keep going. And that's what you're doing, Fluke. You keep going. That's the most important part of keep going. But when you get strokes like Dan's got, there is a huge impact on mobility. He's still trying to do what he can do, but it does have a huge impact on the rest of your body when you've had strokes. He's had 3 so far. So I think he's doing a damn good job trying.
He is doing a very good job.
Amen to that.
It's a very admirable thing, because we all come to these trials in our lives where, you know, medical or things that, you know, physical or psychological or whatever they are, you know, impede on our lives, and how we respond to those is down to us. Do you know what I mean?
The point I want to make is
it's like,
can I get a word in, please, Fluke? I've been waiting a while.
Finish what I'm saying.
Right, and then I'm going to get interrupted off someone else.
No, I'll let you speak afterwards.
All I'm saying is we all respond to these predicaments in different ways.
I know you've just said that. I've heard that. You've just said it. You've repeated yourself.
Would you like me to let me finish?
You stop being such a prat?
You fucking idiot. Right? What I'm saying is we all respond to these predicaments in our lives in different ways. You know, somebody might have exactly the same condition as me and respond in a different way. Someone might have exactly the same condition as I have and respond in a different way.
Luke, can I ask you a question?
And so,
Nathan.
So what I'm saying is,
come on, open up
you can have the same problem as Pat.
What you say is you have the same problem, mate, but we have to
hang on. I've just said I will let you speak, Gamer, when Fluke's finished.
Right, so you could have the same problem as Pat, or the same problem as Tina, or the same problem as anybody else. Aston Villa fan on you know the Brummie. You know, everyone's got their problems, and everyone responds and reacts in a different way. So the thing is, it's like, by having, even if you haven't, like these discussions that we have on the live streams, is it's about discussing it and saying, well, I've approached this problem in this way, or I approach this problem in that way. Right. And you can exchange ideas, and you can exchange, you know, the way you look at life in a certain perspective. Because sometimes you're sat at home and you and like Pat's sat at home and he doesn't know what to think, and I'm sat at home and I don't know what to think, and Tina's sat at home and she doesn't know what to think. You kind of feel ensconced in some sort of, you know, mental place where you can't talk to anybody else or something like that. I think that's probably the way I was trying to explain it. But
and I get it. I agree. I do agree with you. Right, Game.
Sorry, go on.
Sorry, dude. Sorry. Let Gamer say his piece because he's been waiting.
Fucking now, can I really?
Don't be fucking cheeky about it. I just said.
God almighty! I forget what you were going to even say.
Will you stop being such a prat?
This is what happens on a panel when we've got several people on. Okay, so look, I sit here being quiet, waiting for people to finish. Okay, I'm sure
it was regarding being a creature of habit, right? Regarding sitting on these panels and whether you're drinking and smoking and stuff like that. Because I think all these addictions is linked. So if you're going to keep on sitting on these lives and on YouTube, and that's like, that's what you wake up in the morning, you sometimes do, you need to stop doing it and do something different. If you want to break the ice and change your habits, and if this is a part of one of your major habits, you need to break this one, and then you might be able to break the other ones. If you don't, I'll see them a link, and it'll be much worse. That's all I want to say.
I agree. All right, Gamer. There's no need to add that last bit on. You said what you needed to say. That's fine.
I didn't mean cheeky, I'm just saying.
It's like that saying. It's like that. Let me just say, Ian, and I'll let you say your piece. It's like that saying. Definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. You have to change something in order for things to change for you. And
all
I
I
get
wanted
that.
to say, and it only took us 30 seconds to say that.
Okay,
Why I had to wait so long. And I'm sorry for being annoyed.
Because Fluke was talking.
I believe he was annoying us because he just kept on waffling about the same
He
thing.
was annoying.
So what's
He was
going
annoying
Gamer?
He was annoying you. Okay, I get it. Guess what? Sometimes you annoy me, but I still let you have your say. So let's just be fucking adult, okay? Ian, go ahead, mate.
So annoyed.
Gamey, you need to chill out, mate. You need to chill out.
Ian, go ahead. Right, Ian, go ahead.
Anyway, I work 12 hours a day, right, okay, in a flour mill. So I do 4 days on, 4 days off. We do 48-hour weeks. And I'm not addicted to anything, Gamer, right? I'm just a normal person. I'm just like you, me, or anybody else. I've got no grumbles about life. And I'll tell you what, mate, this is the most sound channel I've ever been on. So I
love it, yeah.
You'd be better to wind your neck back in a little bit. Okay, and listen to what
I
people have got to
got
say.
annoyed about one little thing.
That's all I had to say, Dan.
But there's no need. Thank you, Ian. But there's no need to get annoyed, Gamer. Right? Listen. At the end of if anybody should be getting annoyed, it should be me, because it's my channel. Do you know what I mean? So if anybody should be getting annoyed, it should be me. But I don't. I let people have their say. I'll sit here quietly for 5-10 minutes sometimes.
I've
letting
sat
people
here quietly for the last 15 minutes.
My point was, I tried about 5 times to say a 30-second line.
Gamer, I'm
on
trying to make
topic, and
a
they
point
had
as
to
well,
sit
but
and
I
wait
don't
15
react
minutes.
how you react.
Yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes,
and I
Gamer.
apologise if I reacted
Gamer.
badly. I apologise.
Gamer, I'm sorry, Dan, wait, sorry, mate. I'm trying to make a point as well, but the thing is, because there's quite a few people on panel, we all have to wait till our turn, you know. I wanted to make a point, but I haven't gone off on one like you, so chill the hell out, man.
Right. Sometimes we have to wait a bit longer. You know, when you've got a panel like this and we're discussing things like we're discussing a particular topic that's quite important, which somebody might have, you know, a 2 or 3 minute thing to say about it, maybe more sometimes. And we have to give people the opportunity to speak. When we start arguing with each other because we don't want to hear them, then we become like every other fucker that we're trying to fight against. Okay, we need to respect. I get this, a Gamer, right? I'm not having a go at you, and I haven't had to go at you for. I don't think I've ever had a go at you, really.
No, never.
I talk to you, okay, in a way that I would talk to anybody else, okay? Yes, we get fucking irate. Yes, we get pissed off with people. Yes, we don't agree with everybody. But the thing is, if we start fighting against each other, okay, then we lose that coherence. We lose that fucking bonds that we all have wanting and for the same
lose
thing.
the community.
Yeah, I'm not. I didn't want to fight with anyone. I just wanted to get me word in because I knew it would only took 30 seconds, and I didn't want to forget about what I wanted to say because it was on topic. Because if I'm waiting 15 minutes, I would have forgot what I've even said.
Calm, deep breath.
I just got wound up. I'm not getting calm. I was getting more and more annoyed, and the fucking name was the same.
All you've got to do, Nathan, one sec. All you've got to do, Gamer, is just say, Dan, can I speak after this person? And I'll say, okay. And
I tried.
Gamer, so have I. I'm sorry,
what you're doing, Gamer, is you're saying you're speaking over Fluke, and then you're speaking over him, telling him to shut up. Okay, all you need to do is while he's talking, okay, it's not going to make a difference just to turn around and say, Dan, can I speak after Fluke? And I'll say, yeah, okay. And then let Fluke carry on talking.
If I ride me neck in, I'll ride me neck in. I'm sorry, Pop. I'm sorry, Pop.
I don't want people falling out on here, man. Listen, we're all here for the same thing.
I've got no enemies in here, Paul. That way, I've got bigger fish to fry. I've got no enemies in here. Trust us.
I think Roger had his hand up just now, and he's not said anything outrageous.
All you guys that are speaking over each other, trying to get your point across, is fucking pointless because we can't hear one of you.
Yeah.
So if you're not speaking one at a time, you might as well shut the fuck up because you're just talking over each other, and we can't hear what any of you are saying.
Amen.
Can I say good night to everybody?
Good night,
yes, Tina. Good night, sweetie.
Love you, Tina. Love you, Tina. Love you.
Hang on a minute. Right. Thanks for everybody's wonderful time today. It's been a great chat with everybody. Now, there's another anonymous quote I use in my mindset every day. Your true path is not laid out before you. Every stone is laid with every step you take. Take one day at a time. The future never comes because we're already in today because it's gone midnight. So there's a yesterday and today. There's never a tomorrow. Live every day as you want to. No one makes decisions for you. Seek help when you need it. Peace and blessings to all.
Can I just quickly add on to that before you jump off? Just quickly before you jump off, Tina, just to add on to that. Basically, life, the way I see it, is like a river. You know, you've got leaves and branches and stuff that flow along the river. They go with the flow. Don't be the leaf. Don't be the branch that's going with the flow. Be the river. Carve your own fucking path in life.
That's exactly right, DJ. Well said, mate. Good night, everybody. Take care.
Good night, Tina.
Good night, Tina.
Good night, Tina. Good night.
I'll tell you what, those are some inspirational quotes. I can tell you that now.
I believe create your own reality.
Right then, you lot.
Right, Baker, you wanted to say something a few minutes ago.
All right, well, basically, Sonny, you know how you're saying there? Basically, obviously, because of the situation I've got going on here, I've had to go and take in my own lead of getting out of it. Because basically, I mean, you know, Tina's helped me out and stuff, you know, but obviously, you know, like I've had to take it in my lead, not anything like towards her, you know what I'm saying? Because I realized, you know, if I want to get what I want to get, then, you know, sometimes you have to do things for yourself. You know, she's helped me out a lot, don't get me wrong, but you have to sometimes take a lead and see where it gets you. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you're very, very correct on that one, man.
I'll tell you what, Baker, you have to stand on your own feet sometimes.
Of course you do, definitely.
Well, I'm a bit more deluded than that, to be honest. I believe I can just create my own reality, and I believe whatever I want to believe, and I just create my own. I see the world through my own eyes, and that's it. I create my own reality, and I believe in it. I believe in my own bullshit, and I'm stupid enough to believe it as well.
Well, I wish you all the best of luck with that one.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I think you need to speak to someone.
I'm still alive. I'm still breathing. I've got
And
a
I'll
roof
tell you
over
what,
my
all right,
head.
okay. I'll tell you what, all right, okay. Baker spoke a lot of sense. You're not speaking any sense.
Well, no, because like what is sense, what is normal? It's like you tell me what reality is. You tell me because you know what you've been
not
taught.
you, Gamer.
Wait. I hope that wasn't a
Normal's not you.
Well, basically, I do what I want, and I live as freely as possible. You know what I mean? Big up, live free all day. I live as freely as a man possibly can. I've got a roof over my head. I get up when I want.
Great.
I eat when I want. I smoke when I want. I drink when I want.
Right, Gamer. Okay, I respect you. I respect you being your own person. Listen, I respect a man who lives. Oh fuck me, I've frozen. Anyway, I'll sort that out in a minute. I respect a man who lives his own life. Okay, and but when you're interacting with other people, okay, there's living your life. But when you're interacting with other people, we have to accommodate other people. Okay, so sometimes, as I say, sometimes we have, so sometimes we have to say to ourselves, okay, I wouldn't normally do this, but especially when you're on somebody else's live stream, for example, and and I'm not saying you've been disrespectful. I'm just saying you have to say to yourself, right, okay, I'm within somebody else's live stream or with somebody else's space. You know, they've got their rules or whatever it might be.
I'm drawing a line. I'm drawing a line in the sand. Right, okay. When you're on somebody else's live stream, you draw a line in the sand and say, well, I'm not going to cross that.
No, I only got a little bit annoyed there. You know what I mean? I've moved on from that now. If you're talking about that, I've already moved on. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I like you, Angelina, mind. Angelina, you've went up with my books. You've got a straight off gamer. And, you know, they're hard to get. I like you, Angelina.
Obviously.
Angela, what I keep calling Angelina? Her name's fucking Angela.
One second,
Gamer, hang on.
Just before you say something,
Fluke.
Yeah, go on, Baker.
Fluke, you know your back problem and all that. Do you know it's to do with your nerves? Is it to do with your nerves and all that? Hello.
I think Fluke's frozen as well, but no,
he's muted.
Fluke.
He's muted.
You're muted. No, I'm trying to ask you a question, Fluke.
All right, Fluke's muted. Fluke,
Fluke,
can
you're
you
muted, man.
unmute yourself?
You've muted yourself, Fluke.
Oh, right. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
No
you know, so have you got an issue with, like, you know, the nerves in your back? Have you found out what's actually wrong with you yet?
No, I've been referred back to my GP, who's now going to refer me back to the neurology.
Jesus Christ! So.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. One thing we was talking about earlier on is, obviously, you know, no matter what, obviously, you know, you have to get on. You know, I've expressed before, I've had times when I haven't been able to walk properly, but I've literally had to keep on going. You know, like, I get problems in my back where it stiffens up, you know, and it causes me pain, you know, while I'm trying to sleep and stuff. I have to get on with it, you know what I'm saying?
Baker, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go on.
Have you ever had depot injections?
What are they?
Right, okay, nerve relaxing injections.
No. So what it is, I've had muscle relaxants before.
My mobility is really, really poor because the injections they used to give me. So I was only asking, all right, okay, because you were talking about your
I've never had none of that. But the point is, like everybody was saying before, though, like, you know, you just have to just get on with it. You know what I'm saying? You have to kind of, you know, because I mean, if you,
I don't know whether you're all seeing the chat there, but Dan's having overheating problems at the moment, but he's still listening.
Nah, he's back, man. Is he back
I'm
already,
back,
man?
I'm back. He's back.
Wait, what's going on? Sorry, Roger.
Anyway,
I had to blow on a equipment to call it down.
Sorry, was it Beaker? Beaker or Break?
We haven't heard from DJ. We haven't heard from DJ for such a long time. DJ, still with us.
I've had a couple of things to say. I'm cool, man. I'm just listening.
It's Beaker.
Sorry, was it Beaker or Breaker?
Yeah, Beaker. Yeah. Well, my name's
I've got loads of things I want to say. I've got loads.
He asked me a question, and I'd like to respond. Is that all right with you? He asked me a question.
I was joking. Gamer, shut up.
Gordon Bennett.
Go on,
right. Is it Breaker or Beaker? Or...
Just go and call me Nathan. Just call me Nathan. Just call me Nathan.
I kind of got the grasp of your question, but I didn't really understand it. So, do you want to ask it again?
No. So basically, the point, all right. So, you know how everybody was saying earlier on, like, you know, you just have to obviously get on, no matter what issue is, you need to get on. That's basically the point I was making. You know, I've had walking problems and stuff. You know, I had the time when I literally couldn't even stand up properly to go for a piss. You just have to get on with it. You know, that was the point I was making, because earlier on everybody was saying about that. You know, like you know, you just have to get on. You know.
Good night, Jack.
What medication was you on?
What me?
Yes,
it is difficult. Don't get me wrong, it is difficult. But you know, you.
What medication was you on?
You know, I'm
on no medication.
I was in the same position you were in. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not on no medication.
So you're not?
No. Sorry, Fluke. And the medication didn't really work. You know, I've seen a neurologist.
When you say medication, what medication do they give you?
So they gave me medication for that pain and all that, but they haven't. But like, you know, muscle relaxants.
What medication did they give you?
What medication did they give you?
They gave me some medication for muscle relaxants, like obviously
what was
tightness. But they gave me medication.
What was
I can't even remember. It was long ago.
You don't even know what it was.
It was.
Was it diazepam?
No. I saw the name of the medication, but no. I can't remember the name of it. Do you want to know how long this was ago? This is back in 2019.
So why
I didn't take the medication?
Why are you
Like,
still suffering with it now? I'm a medication specialist. So what medication was you on?
I was given medication. I didn't take the medication because I did take it at one point, but it didn't work, so I stopped taking it. So yeah.
I'm sorry, I think he's waffling. I'm sorry.
What did they do?
Gamer. Dan,
what did they prescribe to you?
He's not gonna make me go from one. Sorry, mate. What did you say?
What did they prescribe to you?
I can't remember the name of it, mate. It was such a long time ago.
Yeah,
they prescribe
why is it calling? Why is it causing difficulty now?
Right, I had the same problem as Breaker, right? And what they did was they prescribed me painkillers, right? And painkillers don't solve any problems.
Well, I
it's as
know
simple
that.
as that. You know?
I know that.
So
Well, what were you
I was
prescribing?
doing-
What were you to say, Flukes?
Right. So what they prescribed me, all these painkillers did was cause me an upset
What did they
stomach.
What did they
Well,
prescribe
that's not the
you
question.
then,
What
Flukes?
did they prescribe you? No, I just answered the question.
Well, do you want me? Do you want me to finish my point,
I'm
or
a
do you want me to
medication-
talk over me? It's
Well,
up
I'm
to
a
you.
medication specialist, so please tell me.
Right.
Right,
So they
Fluke,
prescribed me.
Fluke. Just one. Sorry, I just want to say good night to Brummy because Brummy's off now. So, Brummy, thank you for coming on. Thank you.
Good night, mate. All the best, right? Keep off that drink, mate. You can do it, bro. You've got my support. I'll be sending you a little prayer tonight. I'll be sending you a little prayer tonight.
Thank you for being honest with us. I appreciate the fact that you feel you can come on here and be honest with us. So I'm genuinely.
Brummy, look after yourself,
appreciate
mate.
that.
Look after yourself. Look after your family as well.
If you feel like you're struggling, you've got my email. Okay, you've got my
Listen,
email.
mate, right, okay.
Email me.
If you got any problems, Brummy, all right, okay, email Dan, and he will talk you through everything. He's brilliant at
100%.
that.
I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt with the conversation.
No,
guys.
you take care, Brummy.
Thank
take
you,
care,
everyone,
Brummy.
for tonight. Just
No, you're a
having
star,
someone
Brummy.
else to-
You're a star, and don't forget it.
Just look after yourself and remember that you've got a fresh chance every single day. So no matter what happens the day before, you can make a choice the following day to do better. Okay, if you know, I'd say to do better, but I'm not saying you've done bad. I just mean you can make a choice every single day to improve the situation. And you know, if you need me, you've got my email address, or you can get it from under any of my videos. Please reach out.
No, really appreciate that.
Reach out to Dan, all right? Okay, reach out to Dan if you ever need any help. He's absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah. And like I say, it was just nice to be able to have opinions from other people, because for the last couple of days I've been my own thoughts, my own mind. So yeah, so I will keep you posted, Dan, on what's happening. I've got blood tests again to check liver functions and that sort of stuff.
Don't feel that you're on your own. Okay, if you feel like you're going to drink, reach out. Okay, and I'll get your phone number and I'll call you and I'll talk to you until you fucking don't.
You're not on your own. You're not on your own, mate. Dan,
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Dan will reach out to you.
No, lad, and if you ring me, I'll scare you, and you'll definitely not want to drink if you ring me. If you feel like drinking, I'll terrify you.
Gamer, you're the reason I'm fucking drinking tonight.
Dan, you beat me to that, but I'm not going to leave on a sour note. Thank you.
Don't ever ring Gamer. Don't ever ring him.
Fuck no.
Gamer will end up probably making you drink fucking more, mate.
Rummy, what you've got to do is do what you know. You know in your heart of hearts what is right and what is wrong for your life. And that's
you're waffling again.
Gamer, shut up. He's trying
I'm sorry.
Quiet.
Listen, we gave you a chance to say what you wanted to say to Brummy. Now let fucking Fluke say what he needs to say without interrupting, please.
I wasn't trying to preach to the converted. All I was trying to say to Brummy was, at the bottom line is, at the end of the day, when you put your head on the pillow, right, you know what's right and what's wrong. Yeah, and it's up to you. You can reach out to people like Pap or like me or like whoever else is on this panel. But at the end of the day, when you put your head on that pillow, you know it's down to you. Do you know what I mean? So I wish you all the best. And I if I can help you in any way, I will more than happily do so. But the bottom line lies with you. You know,
Brummy, can I give a caveat to that? Right, okay. Reach out, right, okay, to me or Dan. I don't give a monkey's, mate. Right, okay, you're doing a phenomenal job. And I believe in you. I believe you can turn the page, and I think,
Of course you
okay, you've got a brighter future. I wholeheartedly believe you've got a brighter future. Anyway, that's all I wanted to
appreciate
say.
it. Good.
Right.
It was just as well when you were talking earlier about, like, you know, the born and die and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
The shit that I've put myself through, not just my drinking, you know, through self-harm and all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be here, but there's one thing that we are all, whatever you want to call it, we're born and we die. Whatever happens in between is a fucking bonus.
Brummy,
right.
Is it
Brummy,
Brummy?
I shouldn't have been here 2 years ago, right? Okay, when I was diagnosed with cirrhosis of the liver, right? I turned my life around. I stopped drinking, and the only way I stopped myself from being ill was stop myself drinking, because I was drinking myself into oblivion. And they told me, they said, listen, you carry on the same way you're going, you'll be dead in 3 months. I'm here 2 years later. You got to do it, man.
Yeah.
You got to listen to
The fact-
professionals.
The fact you think you shouldn't be here, but you are, is a testament.
Brummy, sorry guys, can I say something? Brummy, do you know you said about self-harm? Let me give you a quick story. All right. So basically, back in 2019, I was thinking about ending my life. I didn't do it, but I was thinking about it because of what I was going through. I was going through so much depression. Now listen, I'm a strong guy. Look, I've got a very tough mind, but you know, when it really gets to you, it gets to you. And you know, so all I'm going to say to you, man, is you're not alone on that. You know what I'm saying? You know, the self-harm. I wanted to get a knife and slit my wrists. I wanted to end my fucking life. I didn't know where the fuck my life was going. It was crazy, you know. But you know, I got through that myself. Right now, I'm going through sort of like a similar stint. But you know, like I know for one thing that in order for me to get out of, you know, that situation in my head where I am right now, I need to basically do things. All right. You know, like to get my head where it needs to get to, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, we all have a journey, just don't give up, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, we're here, you know what I'm saying? We're here to support for you, man. You know what I'm saying? You got ears. That's all I'm going to go and say. There's people who will listen to you. All right.
Yeah, 100%.
Brummy, we got your back. We got your back, mate.
Just what Devil's just put in the chat quickly in the side chat. I can't remember the last time I enjoyed drinking. That's the honest. Like, I didn't enjoy it Thursday. Fucking hated it. Fat hell ever since. You know, so I've got to. Otherwise, I ain't gonna fucking be here.
Mush, we're here, mate. We're here, mate. We're here. We got your back.
Brummy, you go get your nut down, mate. And as the others have said, right, there's plenty of people. Listen, we've helped you before. We'll help you again. You know what I mean? That's what it's about. We're a community here. We don't want people to be in situations like you are. And if any of us can offer any kind of fucking advice or help that will help you out, then we will fucking do it. Do you know what I mean?
Brummy, one thing I'd like to say, I've been very quiet. Can I have permission to speak, Pap?
Hang on.
Can I just quickly, sorry, can I just say also thank you to Tina and Jack, who was also on the panel, because Tina tonight has been fucking
I like that
amazing.
Tina. She's that Tina all day.
She's given me so much useful advice and.
Yeah, I've read that Tina all day. I'm not going to lie.
I know you want to get off, Brummy. Let's just have Fluke. Fluke wants to have one last say, and Gamer said he wanted to say something else. We'll let them two speak, and then we'll let you go, Brummy. All right?
Sorry, Brummy. All I'm trying to say to you, mate, is at the end of the day, you've come on this panel tonight, and you've received probably more, more support than you've probably received from the NHS in the last fucking 2 years or whatever it is. You know what I mean? So don't fucking give up, my friend. Do you know what I mean? Don't give up. You know, at the end of the day, put your head on your pillow tonight and sleep well. And then tomorrow, wake up. It's a different day, and we all have to do it. I have to do it. I've got a lot of problems, do you know what I mean? But I still have to wake up every day and deal with those problems because they don't go away. It's just about how you deal with them. Okay, so just don't worry about it.
It might sound a bit easier said than done sometimes, but if you can
Yeah,
find
it is.
something like productive or something different, positive to focus on to keep your mind off that shit, then focus on that. Like whether it be music or whatever, keep your mind entertained on something else and use that to get you through the day. And it's just one day at a time, man. You know what I mean?
Sound words from Sonic.
Right, Rad, you said you wanted to say something, and then we're going to let Brummy go.
Yeah, it's very good and all. I just want to ask you, Brummy, can you be happy without the drink because you went 14 months without it? Do you feel happy when you're not on it?
You're repeating yourself now.
It's hard to say because.
Do you know if you can? Do you know if you can cling on to it? If you can find happiness without it, cling on to it. That's all I wanted to say. Try to find it. You will find it. Now, God bless you to find it.
Right.
You
Fair
could
play.
try
Fair
Brony, be happy that you're not drinking. There's a reason to be happy to start with.
We're all here for you, bud.
And if I just end on this one, Pap, Fluke, I've got to disagree with that comment because without the NHS, I probably would have been dead anyway, and that's me. My meds are kicking in, and I need to go to sleep. So, good night, all. Pap.
Take care, brother. Take care.
Again, and much love to you. Speak to you soon.
Look after yourself. Look after yourself.
Come and join us soon, Brummy.
Right.
Every time someone says they're leaving, I'm saying they're going to bed, I yawn, and I'm like, good night.
That was. I know that was a bit. That was a bit of a deep one. That one. Do you know what I mean? But do you know what? This is. This is what we do on the panel since we started doing this through lockdown.
This is life. This is life, Cap. This has been life for me.
We're here for people that haven't got other people to talk to, and Brummy, doesn't appear to have too many people that he can talk to. And if we can be.
I'll tell you what, Dan, you've had far deeper conversations.
Well, yeah,
I'll tell you what, Dan. Do you know, like I keep expressing, everybody has their ways of dealing with it. Some people just, it's not that they're not as tough. It's just that some people just don't know how to deal with some things that some people do. So I mean, that, like I say, that's why I don't really judge people. If they, they're going through things. I like I'm saying with my head and all that. Like we all just deal with things in our own general ways. But anyway, what were you saying, Dan?
See, I don't want to. I can turn to the judge, jury really quickly. I can be fucking Hitler. I can be really judgmental. Me. Sometimes I can just turn. It's like I've been on a bit of a weird mood tonight, to be fair, and they haven't been all nice gamer like sometimes.
I'll tell you what, Dan. It's a shame. It's a shame I can't put him on mute.
You mean that's what I mean? I just
are you having another fucking sideswipe, gamer?
Guys. I don't want to talk about. Listen, hang on. I don't want to talk about Brummy while it's not here. Okay, we've dealt with it. We've spoken about this. Okay, we've spoken.
Let's move on, mate. Let's move on. We've
spoken. We've talked to him. I hope that he's left here feeling in a bit of a better position than he was when he came onto the panel. That is what I want. Okay, and if he goes to bed tonight and wakes up tomorrow and it's a brand new day, then he's got a new day to look forward to, and he's got new choices that he can make tomorrow. Yeah. And let's hope that it's easier for him to make those choices. Right. Okay, but I don't want to go.
I'll tell you what. Let's listen to Roger, because Roger speaks words of wisdom.
He should be proud of himself.
It's because he's an old man. He's been around longer than the rest of us.
I know, but he speaks words of wisdom, Dan.
I tell you what. I always tell Roger this. I always listen. There's a lot of people who are very, very honest down stuff, but I will always admire Roger for one of the biggest things, and that is his honesty. I always tell him this, don't I, Roger? I will always admire you for that one thing.
If I've got something to say, I say it, and I'll say it up front. I don't say
and I love
anybody's
that,
back.
Yeah. And I appreciate that myself. Do you know what I mean?
I was looking for your words of wisdom, Roger, but I didn't get any.
That's them earplugs that the NHS make you wear before you press it.
So you know, as I say, right, let's move on. Let's fight. We'll talk about something else now. We've
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
I want to go back to the topic then. Read, what pills were you on with Fluke? What was your prescription?
Rami,
Gamer. Fucking Gamer, give it a rest. Gamer, give it a rest, mate.
Just chill. When I'm talking, you zip it, right? So
Roger that.
what I'm saying, Nathan, that goes to you as well. What I'm saying is, I don't want to talk about people when they're not here. Okay, same as if we have a gamer and then you leave from here, I don't want to be going over the same shit that we've already spent an hour talking about. You know what? I want to leave on.
Dan,
Hello.
I've got to go and shave my head.
Well, I done mine earlier.
I'll tell you what, right, okay, fucking, I need a slap head because I've got all these whispers everywhere, right, okay, but I've got no head of hair.
So you like Roger then?
I'm actually worse than Roger.
Professor
Vito. Remember Grandad from the Addams Family, was it, or whatever? Monsters.
Einstein.
Fucking Professor Vito.
I was it Dan?
Hello.
You guys are killing me.
I see your post on Discord about the live from this morning, you cheeky fuck.
About the what?
I see your post on what me and Game were talking about from Laura's
yeah, we used to. We're talking
like,
about how
you cheeky fucker. I see that.
So cheeky.
So you weren't talking about how thick your cock was on a woman's live stream that you've never fucking met before.
Yeah, I was.
Who's talking about my fiance?
You're fucking sick.
You was talking about your cock as well.
Are you talking about my fiance? I'd be very careful.
I was talking about. I was talking
about your fiance, mate. We were talking
I was talking about you. I was talking about you, not your fiance. Right.
It is my fiance.
Right, I need to go for another piss. Roger. Oh, go on then, let the cat out.
Yeah, go on then. Give me the power. Give me the power. I'll take control of the panel while you have your 5-minute break. Give me the power.
You'll ruin my fucking channel.
I'm not dealing with this.
I only want to ask his Fluke guy about what his Bob prescription he was on because we still didn't get to the bottom of the topic.
Okay, well you can ask him now, but Roger is mediating any shit, and Roger deals with it in his own way, and I back him up. I'm going for a piss. I'll see you in a minute.
Good luck, Rog.
I know Holly's there.
Since the other guy, that beaker at the bottom, didn't know what prescription he was on, he couldn't even remember. Can you tell us yours?
You say that again, Gamer, sorry.
Can Fluke tell us what prescription he was on, since Beaker can't remember his?
I'm not talking about my fucking private prescriptions to you, motherfucker.
But I thought you were going to tell us earlier, and we nearly got to it, but the topic.
No, I've already said I was on painkillers, and that's it. That's all I'm saying to you. I was fucking telling you what my fucking
that could be anything. Which one?
Listen. He doesn't have to go and tell you, and I can't remember what the painkillers were called. As simple as that.
Listen, can I just
hang on, Gamer? Yeah. In the last few years, I've had a bypass. I've had 2 stents fitted. I've had a busted up shoulder. I've had 4 strokes, and I've had a blood clot on the brain. And I'll tell you what, I can't remember half of the bloody meds I took.
I believe it's not as old as you, Lord, mate. Like, all due respect. You know what I mean? That's fair enough if you've been for a while. These two haven't. But these kind of even tell us, like, the simple painkillers, what they've been on.
Because we don't have to. If we can't remember, then you can't remember your donut, man. What part of that do you not understand?
Problem is, even if I remembered what fucking drugs that I was prescribed, I never fucking took them. I never took any of those drugs, right? So it's irrelevant what I tell you what those drugs are. Right? All they are were fucking painkillers. That's it.
That's exactly what they gave.
That's all you need to know.
That's
Go
exactly
right.
what they
Come
gave.
on,
Hang on, Nathan. Gamer, what was you saying?
The point I want to make is like if a doctor was prescribing me drugs, I would 100% know what it was. But even whether I was taking them or not, I would still know what I was prescribed, and I would.
But you've got to think as well, though. You've got to think as well, but the amount of fucking different words,
right,
the amount of
Dan,
long,
Dan,
unpronounceable
I'm
names on the
tuning out,
boxes,
mate.
it's hard to fucking remember them.
Fucking prick.
Right, I don't know what's going on, but looking at the comments, it looks like Gamer. It looks like you're asking Fluke what medication he's on. Is that out in the ballpark?
I didn't like directly know, but I was sort of just saying like Bigger couldn't remember what prescription he was on. He can't remember.
He was asking
Dan, I've got to go, mate. I'm not listening to this.
All right, Ian. Listen, man. Thank you for jumping on.
He was asking me.
Thank you, mate.
And he has no.
I'll leave. No, I'll leave. I think I've overstayed.
No. Just listen. Just hang on a sec. Sorry, Fluke. Literally 1 sec. I'll come straight to you. Sorry, Ian. Go ahead.
Listen, mate. I can't listen to this sort of argument. All right, okay. I'm out of it.
I'm going to leave. I'm going to make it easier. I'll leave because I think I've overstayed me belt and I'm pissing off people just because I'm in that stupid mode again. I cannot help it sometimes. I do apologise. But it was just a serious question because I couldn't understand. Like, if I was prescribed medication, I would definitely know what I was prescribed. That was the only question.
Man.
I don't remember. Listen, right, Gamer. I've been on medication for the past year, and I don't even remember what the fuck it's called. Okay, I can't.
Well, I'm just saying I would definitely know.
That's you though. That's you though, Gamer. You're listen. You're not. Wait. Sorry, guys. I'm just gonna quickly go into this. You're not Fluke. You're not Ian. You're not Roger. You're not Sonic. You're not Dan. You're not me. That's you.
You can't make that statement when you don't fucking know.
Yeah. Well said, Molly. Well said.
Just to clarify the point that I was trying to make as well, Gamer, is the amount of different fucking medicines and the names of medicines on the boxes. Some of them I can't even fucking pronounce, let alone try and fucking remember. So I can see why Beaker would maybe forget the names of certain shit. Because some of them are just difficult to try and remember and pronounce and shit, you know what I mean? So it's easily done.
Yeah.
I forget half the shit I'm on.
Right, Sonic.
I'm
Right,
different.
okay.
Sonic. I can't pronounce them and stuff like that. I do know them.
Okay, Sonic.
I know every tablet I've ever.
Ian wants to talk to us.
Wait. All right. Okay. Ian.
Sonic.
And then we're going to Fluke.
You see, when to talk to Sonic. Right, okay. Duloxetine, 60 milligrams once a day of an evening. Trimethoprim, 100 milligrams 2 times a day. Diazepam, 20 milligrams once a day. Orazepam, 15 milligrams 1 time a day. Citalopram, twice a day, 40 milligrams. Lorazepam, once a day.
The thing is, though, I get where you're going with this, Ian. The thing is,
I'm just reading my prescription.
No, I get it, and you're on a lot. You're on a lot of medication. I think most people are probably on here on some medication.
I'm probably on more than what anybody else is on this channel, right? And then people keep on bitching about the amount of medication. I'm on probably more medication than what anybody else is on this channel.
But what the thing is,
I haven't even finished going down the list.
I know, I get it. Well, what the thing is, Ian, it shouldn't matter to anybody else what medication you're on.
Fully for you that you're on more medication than everybody else. That makes
I
your
know,
fucking
I know,
whole situation
I know.
more probable than everybody else's situation because you're on more medication than everybody
else. Unless I've
Fully
missed
for you.
something. Unless I've missed something, I might have missed something when I went for a piss. I didn't hear Ian say
the thing is,
that's why he was reading about his medication. All I'm saying is that
everybody keeps on moaning about the medication what they're taking. I
No,
still
but they're
keep
not.
I still
They're
keep a
not.
full time. I still keep a full-time job, right? Okay, well, I work
They're
12 hours
not.
a day.
Ian,
Nobody's
Gamer was the one
fucking
who kept
moaning
bringing it
about
up,
it.
mate. We weren't even talking
No,
about
you
it.
mean I brought it up because I was waiting to bring it up because I was still got brought up in the first place a while ago. I asked Angela.
But you
she
already
was
got
there.
told, though, Gamer, that people don't remember.
Everybody's
I can-
different.
I can-
Question.
Sorry, I
Hey,
can
listen,
only hear one
I'm going to go.
person at a time.
Pap, I'm going to bed now. It's getting late. I'm going to go
Right.
to bed now. Take the dog
Say
out.
what you got to
Thank
say.
you
and
for
then off
letting
you go.
I didn't mean to cause chaos. I'm so sorry if I did.
Mask-wearing
Right?
piece of shit.
Angela, Angela, you've went right up on my spooks, right up on my books, Angela. No, you fuck off, mate. Don't talk to me like that. I'm not being.
Listen.
Mask-wearing piece of
Calm
shit.
down, calm
Luke,
down.
Guys,
do me
come
a
on, guys.
favour,
Come on,
mate.
guys.
Just
Oh, I'll have
relax.
to mute all. Come on, guys.
Pap,
Fuck's
good night,
sake.
mate. Cheers for letting us on. Respect everyone.
Right.
Please, I didn't
Okay.
mean to cause chaos. Fuck you, everyone.
Right.
I see you later. Okay, respect.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Goodbye.
Right.
Pat,
Okay.
I was listening to Fluke. Right. Okay. I wasn't listening to him.
No, I get it. Listen, all I went for piss. I came back, and then literally seconds later, this all happened. And all I'm saying is that everybody's different. Everybody's on something different.
Correct.
For a different reason.
Well, that's the reason why I was reading out my prescription to people. Right. Okay.
I mean, it's like fucking. It's what you're on, but it doesn't matter, right? The point I was basically making the point I was making to Gamer is because I noticed a good couple of times there was something to go to Beaker. Because he couldn't remember what he was on or what he was taking. So I was making the point. Well, I'll
tell you what, DJ. That's the reason why I was reading my prescription out. He couldn't even rattle off one medication he was on. So I started rattling off my medication.
The reason I was doing that though, right, is because he was having a go at Nathan a few times. Because he couldn't remember what he was on. I can't remember half the shit I take.
Sonic. We have a problem in the control room.
The funny thing is, guys, I've got the prescription in front of me, and that's what I was reading off my repeat prescription.
Well, what's the problem in the control room?
Dan, what's the problem with the control room?
Oh no, nothing. Holly I tried to give Holly you bitch. I tried to give Holly a cigarette and she didn't want it.
No, you tried to give Holly something else and she didn't want it.
The angry murder midget's coming out. Holly. I hope Dan, I hope you've hit the axe, the baseball bat tonight from her.
Oh, I need
to I'm actually like seeing this, you know. I always say she's an angry murder midget, but I'm fucking seeing it finally.
Oh, the fucking ashtrays.
Children, that room
Holly, where's the axe?
That room better be fucking tidy when I get done there in the morning.
I'll tell you what, if it wasn't for Dan, we wouldn't have a channel. So thank you, Dan.
I've frozen again. Ow. Excuse me. Oh, what's happened? I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you shit your pants?
Well,
I've frozen again.
You didn't freeze, you shit your pants.
Thrown around in
Come on, Dad, just be honest. You shit your pants.
Go on, Flo. You wanted to just put your hand up. Go on, mate.
Yeah, go on. All I was going to say was we were talking about medication and stuff like that with the previous guy that was in the chat and whatever else. And the thing is, it's not about what drugs you're on. That's not the point. The point is, did it solve the problem?
Really?
Hang on. Did it solve the problem? Did it? Right.
No.
Now, some people might have been medicated and it solved their problems. Do you know what I mean? For me personally, they
Oh,
you're going to let me finish, or are you going to talk over me?
Right, 1 second.
I'll let you finish.
Are you going to let me finish, or are you going to talk over me?
I just said I'll let you finish.
Right. Thank you very much. I was prescribed certain drugs that did absolutely fucking nothing for me. Right. So I stopped taking them. It's as simple as that. That's what I did. I stopped taking them. Right now, those very same drugs might have worked for you. They might have worked for Beaker. They might have worked for DJ Sonic. They might have worked for Roger. They might have worked for Pap. Do you know what I mean? But they didn't work for me. So I stopped taking them and I gave them up and I stopped using them. Okay? Is that all right with you?
All right, come on, guys.
My question is, Fluke,
exactly.
Right,
exactly.
Okay, not the pills what you've been taking. My question is to you: why should I take 51 pills a day?
That's your choice. If you want to take 51 pills a day, take them. If you want to take one pill a day, take one pill a day. The rest is entirely up to you. I'm not going to tell you what drugs to take because I ain't a fucking doctor. I ain't a GP. I ain't a fucking nurse.
Why are you arguing?
Because you asked me about the drugs that I was being prescribed. And
No, I was talking about the drugs I was prescribed, not
no,
yours.
you asked me about the drugs that I was prescribed.
No, I did not.
Right? Yeah, you did. And I was going to go to my wardrobe and fucking show you the drugs I was prescribed. And they did nothing.
I did not ask
and they
you.
did nothing. And they
did not
those
ask
drugs
you.
that they prescribed me did nothing for me. Okay,
I did
so I
not
stopped
ask you
taking them.
once.
Okay,
I did not ask you once to show me the drugs you're prescribed.
you asked me what drugs I was prescribed. You said it on the live
haven't.
stream.
No,
Yeah, we have. We've
Right, all right, guys. All right, okay, guys. Let's
don't try me with that shit. Mate.
All right,
Don't
guys, come on, listen, guys, please,
asked
right,
you.
listen.
Don't
This
try
is
me with that shit.
Listen, this isn't about falling out with people. Please, people, come on. Right, I know. Listen, I know. I get people on that are a bit controversial, like Gamer and whatnot. Okay, but please, let's not be arguing with each other.
Look,
all right, let's move on. Let's move on.
I don't recall Ian. I don't ever recall Ian asking anything like that.
I haven't asked. I haven't asked.
I remember Gamer asking that. I think he was asking Nathan.
Yeah, I wasn't.
I remember that. I don't recall Ian asking anything like that. Honestly.
Okay, can we move on? Can we have another subject? Can I have a P, please, Bob?
Sorry, somebody said in the chat that it was Gamer that asked me what drugs that I was.
It wasn't me.
That was Gamer.
Right. Okay. The point is irrelevant. The point is the fact that
the point is irrelevant to you, not to me. You called me out and you said I was lying. I wasn't lying.
What my GP gave me, right, didn't
I
work.
wasn't lying.
Therefore, I stopped taking them, and that was the point.
Anyway, I didn't ask you what drugs you're taking, so you don't need to. You do not need to justify yourself.
Right. Well, I apologise if I caught you short, and I picked out the wrong person on the live stream. Right. I think it was somebody else called.
Just Gamer. The Geordie guy who kept talking.
You don't need to justify yourself on here. This is just internet. It's not real life.
Anyway, the bottom line is, I was prescribed drugs. They didn't work. I stopped taking them. How's about that?
Fair enough.
Okay.
Not all drugs work for all people. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'm not here to argue the toss with people.
Right.
Let's move on.
Carry on then, Pap. Next question.
Next subject begins with a T. Titties.
Oh, tits! Tits, Pat! Tits!
Let's talk about sorry.
All right, okay.
Specifically, this kind of titty.
Pat, you must admit there's a couple behind you, so
there certainly is
a bit waylaid somewhere.
But if I talk about those titties, I'll get a slap round the fucking head. So I
I
shan't.
would hope so.
Might enjoy that.
He's probably into bondage anyway, so.
Oh, aye. Well, it should be. He's got plenty of handcuffs fucking hanging up in the background there.
I do have some handcuffs. Be careful. Order HQ might accuse me of tugging myself off over the handcuffs.
No, he does that the other Hoover. Get it right, man.
Here we go again. At least give him something to talk about.
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, right, it's all fucking it's all publicising me, isn't it, at the end of the day? If some dickhead wants to go on to make a channel up on Facebook or YouTube and fucking talk about me, fucking wicked. Go for it.
At least it's directing traffic to your channel.
Dan, I think
Exactly,
you've just been corrected on the side chat, by the way, with Tiff. She's not on the panel to talk about tits.
No, we talk about your tits normally, Tiff.
Normally. She's not on the fucking panel.
Oh, join the panel, quick.
I'm going to regret this now.
But the trouble is, there's something on top of them snoring.
Dan, we got to laugh or else we cry.
Listen, yeah, you're right. Look, at the end of the day, we might not all agree on certain things, but it doesn't mean that we have to fall out and scream and shout at each other, right? I invite people onto the channel, okay, because I value opinions, okay, but not everybody's opinion will ever be the same. Same as not everybody will agree with me and what I say, and that's absolutely fine. I've got no issues with that. But if you rebut somebody's opinion respectfully, or rebut my opinion respectfully, you'll get the same kind of respect back. It's only when people come on, like, when people start slagging people off. And I'm not saying that's what's happened on the channel tonight. We have had some heated debates tonight, which is, no issues with that. But we need to remember that we are ultimately we all want the same fucking goal, and that's that's hopefully why people are drawn to this channel. Okay, we've all got a similar goal in mind.
I come here to learn who not to invite onto mine.
I only joined this channel to learn how to swear.
If Richard Upton wants to bring himself onto this channel, then bring him on.
We've got Mick in the comments who's talking about alcoholics. I don't think anyone else there's anyone else on here drinking at the moment.
Well, I'm not drinking, so
last time I checked, that's not alcoholic.
There you go, Richard Upton. That's for you, mate. There you go.
I'm having a drink.
Come on. I'll tell you what. If you got something to say, just jump on the panel.
This bloke has been trolling me for the last 3 fucking years. Right, so there you go, Richard Upton. That's for you, Richard Upton.
The thing is, Fluke. Right, if they don't want to come on, and face to face you on a fucking stream, okay, like this, or even on a private one, okay,
they
won't do that. Then Fluke, they're not worth.
They won't.
They're not worth a dog's piss, mate.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, Fluke. They won't.
So. It's the same when people start slagging you off about personal things, calling you fat or calling you thick. They've lost the argument before they've even fucking started.
Well, I'm as thick as 2 short planks anyway.
Somebody said it to me earlier. Somebody called me fucking
educated person.
Somebody said to me earlier, "You're not clever." In a comment, I went, "No, you're
right." You're fucking mentioning their names, mate. These people are fucking deranged.
I'm thick as pig shit. That's why I need all these fucking books, because I'm thick as pig shit. So I need these books to fucking. Dan,
Dan, I'm not a clever person, right? Okay, but I can hold my own.
I never could get on with book learning.
Since the strokes, right, I can't retain information as well as I used to, and I struggle to dig that information out from my brain. So I've had to get these books to help me help remind myself.
Sorry.
As far as I'm concerned, I can't hold that information.
Sorry, Dan. You didn't have a brain to begin with, so how can you dig it out of your brain?
That's true. It was more of a bath sponge than a brain.
Well,
when he finished reading,
I was told it's a peanut.
Have you read that yet?
Yes, most of it.
Have you read The Spare yet?
The what? The Spare?
Yeah,
The
I've
spare
read
book
Harry's.
about the spare
I've
royal.
read Harry's book. It was
spare-
absolutely
the spare prince.
fucking boring. It took me 3 nights to read it, and it was fucking boring.
Listen, I wouldn't pay 14 quid for that, even if it is half
I
price.
didn't pay 14 quid. I was giving it free from Waterstones. Waterstones were giving it away.
Fuck, but they couldn't sell it, could they? Fucking hell, that says something, doesn't it?
They were giving it away to people in the street.
I heard somebody suing the publisher because they advertised it as the quickest selling non-fiction, and the bloke suing them saying no, it is fiction.
The quickest giveaway they've ever done.
Yeah.
Is this the fucking Harry shit?
Yeah.
And it was shit.
I just wanted to say something quickly. I'm going to take a quick break because I've got to go for a Jimmy Riddle. I just want to say quickly to Stoney in the chat, who said Fluke would fold them up like a cheap Argus tent, right? And that's exactly what I would do. And then Richard Upton responded with, Fluke, I wouldn't bother with you. And he can't even spell the word wouldn't.
Oh,
if you can't spell the word wouldn't, you're a fucking numbskull.
Didn't
right?
mummy?
And
Didn't
you just proved
did
yourself
mummy teach you how
be
to
a numbskull.
spell? Oh dear.
This is how he spelled the word wouldn't, right?
Wouldn't.
WHOLDENT. What a fucking
I'll tell you what.
sideways
I'll tell you what you should have spelled was WOODLTN. Right, okay, wouldn't. That's the way the Americans do it.
Fucking what an absolute piece of shit. Do you know what I mean?
My spelling's gone right to shit because I use spell check and it's all the American spellings, isn't it?
Oh, you're fucking shit, Captain.
No, I'll tell you what, I love you, Roger. I love you.
Thank you, Ian.
Fucking guy deserves all the fucking grief he gets on this fucking, and he's not, and this isn't the first time. He's been doing this for 3 fucking years, this bloke, right?
Oh, come on, man.
So don't get me wrong about the fact that I'm pissed off with this bloke.
I'll tell you what,
he's
Fluke.
been doing this for 3 fucking years, right?
Fluke.
And he keeps misspelling stuff. He keeps fucking.
Hey, what's going on?
And then he goes in the chat and starts saying, "Stop!" You fucking
Thanks.
There you go. There you go.
Oh,
Upton.
Fluke.
There you go, Richard Upton. There's your response. I'm not even going to give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I'm going to give you a fucking finger.
Fucking hell. I'll tell you what, give me 2 minutes. I need to go to the toilet.
That's fucking panels reduced to now, is it?
I'll tell you what, you boys are killing me. You boys are killing me.
No, Mick, I don't expect everybody to agree with me, which is why I give my opinions, is because I want people to discuss and debate. That's the whole point. I give an opinion. I could just do a BBC and give one side of the story, but I don't. I give the story, the facts, and I give my opinion, and that then creates room in the comments for people to discuss. And if people come to me and tell me, Dan, politely or they don't need to be polite, but if they're respectful and say, Dan, I think you're a dick. The reason I think you're a dick is because X, Y, Z. Okay. What can you say? What have you got to say about that? I'll come back and I'll have a fucking debate with you. But when somebody goes, you fucking wanker, you're fucking talking shit, then those are the kind of fucking comments that I will go fuck you to. So I don't expect everybody to agree with me. I actually want people to disagree.
All right.
Let me just make a point quickly, Dan. Right in the chat there. Right, Richard Upton says to me, "Bring it on, son." Well, bring it on. Get yourself on the channel. Bring it on.
Richard, you don't need to be on camera. Hang on, Ian, 1 second. Richard, you don't need to be on camera. on the stream, as long as I can prove that you're a real person in the back office. I'll ask you to do something.
Oh, this is going to be exciting. Richard Upton.
Then you can.
I'll tell you what. Come on.
Then you can go. Then you can go off. Guys, please.
That's
Richard,
just fucking childish.
Hang on. Richard, hang on. There's a StreamYard link there. Click it, come into the back office. I will ask you to prove that you're actually you by touching your nose or touching your head or something. Then you can go off camera, okay? And then we can have a discussion, man to man, face to face, almost. Like,
the camera.
Vinny, hang on. Vinny, hang on. Vinny Vega, I need you to show your face in the back of the office, please. I just need to see you're a person, and I need you to, I don't know, I'll ask you to put a hand up in the air or touch a part of your face, and that just proves somebody
ask you to hold your penis.
It just proves that you're not somebody who's coming on in order to try and fuck the channel up. Okay. Otherwise, if you can't do that, Vinny, unfortunately, I can't let you on because I need to protect the channel.
Richard hasn't got a microphone.
Richard hasn't got a microphone. Why are you calling us? Richard, why are you saying get a job, jobless wanker, and you can't even afford a fucking microphone, you cunt?
you cheap twat.
Oh man,
Richard Upton,
Sorry,
I love you deeply, but you just
just came out. That just came out without thinking. Do apologise.
Sorry, I blame DJ Sonic for that. Right, okay, because he's just sitting there chilling out.
Can I full screen what, Vinny? Can I full screen what?
My ass.
What are you talking about? Because I'm not putting you on and putting you on full screen unless you show me yourself in the back office here, and I ask you to do something so you can show me. You can either touch your nose or your ear. It was aside for you to do at the time, but you need to show me
you're a real person.
Wait, what is this? Wait, what is Vinny Vega? Richard Upton.
I don't know who Vinny Vega is. I don't know. It's just somebody in the back. But their channel, they're authenticated with YouTube as Vincent Vega. So
Yeah,
that's a good name.
I've got to be fucking blunt as fuck here, man. This is just childish shit. And honestly, for both fucking parties. I mean, Richard Upton, all right, he's putting all this fucking shit, looking for a fucking response, blah, 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 looking for a reaction in this side chat. And then Flick is fucking responding to it.
Well, I was gonna say that's the problem. People,
hang on. Be the fucking bigger person and ignore it. See what I like to do, right? What I find that works for me.
Exactly.
Hang on, Beaker. Be the bigger fucking person. If some cunts try to do shit to me for a reaction, I'd give them the opposite fucking reaction. They like to call me a cunt, smile. Yes, I'm a cunt. Agree with them. It fucking pisses them off. Either that or ignore them. Be the
right. Okay. Vincent Vega's just. Hang on,
Dan.
Hang on. Vincent Vega. I've just had Mark Kelly, who I trust Mark Kelly, and he's just said Vega's just come over. And he's basically vouched for him. So, Vinny, I'm going to bring you on. Please don't, please don't make me regret this. And I'm not saying you're going to, but again, I have to be careful because people do want to try and destroy channels.
Everybody be cool. This is not a porn bum.
Right, how you doing, Vinny?
I'm good, Pat. Pat, we've met before. I think we were on a live stream. We were ripping Gamer about, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago. We have met before. We were playing the video and your reaction to his falling on the...
right, okay.
Yeah,
remember
LGBT of peace barrier.
I remember you.
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
I've been on Glenn's as well. I've come across Luke before.
I remember you, Vinny. Yeah, you just gonna rung a bell. I remember when he was on here. I remember that I've just literally, it's just gonna trigger in my head. I remember he was on here when we was all when there was the laugh about Game obviously falling and all that. Yeah, I remember it now.
Beaker, you're the sexy ginger guy that goes on to Glyn Simmons, bare-chested, all greased up, aren't you? Yeah.
I wouldn't go that. I wouldn't go that. I wouldn't go that. I wouldn't go that.
Yes. There you go. Suck that in, ladies. Get as much of that as you can.
I'm just going to say
He's
there,
a plaything of a lot of live streams on here.
when you try to remind them when you said it was that time you were ripping Gamer, well, that narrows it down, doesn't it?
It doesn't really, no. Pap, I was listening along. I've just come off BBAs, and I was just going to say, I caught the tail end of your conversation, and Fluke was sort of talking to somebody in the chat. Aren't we, and so, this is not my idea, somebody put this idea in my head recently, aren't we just wasting our time with faceless ghouls in the chat who have no representation? Yeah. They don't put themselves on a panel, they don't let you hear their voice, they don't let you see their ugly mug. Aren't we wasting our time with faceless ghouls in the chat?
We do. I mean, look, on this channel, I give people the option to phone in or to come on the channel. So there's two different ways for people to come and talk directly to me or to other people. And every time they fail. But I say every time, there's been, 2 or 3 people that have come onto the phone calls or onto a panel. They've given it the big one a little bit, made some fucking allegations, and then you ask them for the proof and they fuck off and they've got nothing. Do you know what I mean? So we do waste our time with them. Can I just say, you've got a fucking fantastic voice for radio.
Oh, I've got a really bad sore throat. You wait and hear me when I'm well, Pap. Honestly, it's like smooth. I'm fucked at the moment.
Voice is deeper than mine.
Honestly, with my voice and fucking Beaker's body, I could have ruled the world. Ruled the world and had any woman I wanted.
See these people though, right? They come on to the channel, whether it's on the fucking panel or the comments, and they sit there and they bitch and moan about this shit and blah blah blah. Really, at the end of the day, are they know the ones that are wasting their own fucking times? Because you don't like it. There's on the top right hand side of the screen, there's a fucking thing that looks like a letter X. Click it. Bye-bye.
Wasting vital. I mean, we all come on here and we put a lot of effort into this. Pap does especially because he runs the lives. Me, not so much. I don't do lives anymore. But all of the people here are making a grave effort to try and find solutions, or at least to discuss what's going on in the world. If you're wasting a certain percentage of that time talking at some dickhead in the chat, it's dead time.
Vinny, do you want to know? I'll tell you what's the biggest reason. You know, after Dan showed me how to get on it, I'll tell you why. I prefer to come onto panel. I'll tell you why, because when you're in the chat, I mean, you can have a laugh and a joke, but I prefer talking to people face to face, you know, and all that. So yeah.
Beaker, was it me that showed you how to get on here?
Yeah, it was you.
In that case, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everybody.
Yes. Can you unteach him how to switch his fucking cam on, please?
Go on, Fluke. Go on, Fluke.
Right, I hate to drag it back.
He's got that chest out again. He's got that chest out again.
Do you want me to finish my point, or do you want to just talk?
No, go on, Fluke. Go on, Fluke.
Chill out.
Right. I hate to drag it back to this, but this Richard Upton, right? Who
ignore him, Fluke.
Is a crinkle lover, absolute crinkle dick nicker, right? Is sitting here in the chat for 3 fucking years. This bloke's been trolling.
Ignore.
Right?
Ignore.
So, do you know what
Fluke,
I'm going to do?
Ignore him.
I'm going to fucking troll his ass back. I'm going to troll his ass back.
Fluke, he's just a pain
there
in the
you
butt.
go, Richard Upton. That's for you, you motherfucking piece of shit.
Seriously?
Okay,
Fluke,
you want to
Fluke,
come on
can
the fucking? You want to come on the chat? Ask Pap, and you can come on the chat, and we'll have a fucking discussion.
I've invited him on.
I'll tell you what.
I've invited him on the chat, Fluke, right? And he refuses to come on. So he
won't come on. You know what? He's a fucking pussy. That's
Fluke.
why I won't come on the
Fluke, if I can... Fluke, if I can point out the obvious, is it if he's in any way a supporter of Henry Crinkle, then it is in Henry Crinkle. Using
guys,
one of
can
his
I
other
jump in?
guys is because Babs probably blocked 7 or 8 of Henry Crinkle's accounts previously. So
Right,
that settles that, I think.
Crinkle's got nearly over 20 different accounts that
Do
we
you know what,
followed
Vin?
so far.
Do you know what, Vinny? It wouldn't surprise me if it was actually Crinkle.
I
Because,
tell you what, auditor, why don't you come in here as well? Right, okay, because you're pissing me
Yeah.
off. Right, okay,
Come on,
if you
tell you
piss
what,
me off,
we'll
mate,
get her. Bring
I'll
it
come
on.
make you.
You
I'll
know
come make
what?
your
I'm
life
gonna
a
be
living
doesn't want
hell.
to fucking debate me. Frauditor doesn't want to debate.
I'll tell you what, auditor,
That's why I
Frauditor,
guarantee you Frauditor won't come on because he
auditor,
doesn't want to
Frauditor, you
debate.
want to stalk Dan? I'll come and stalk you, and I'll make
No.
your life a misery.
Now, there's a real troll in the chat now. SG has just popped up. Do you know, somebody suggested something about 6 months ago, and I thought it was a really good idea, that when we do convene on these panels, the only person who's allowed to interact with the chat is the host. Everyone else must remain just part of the live. And I thought that was a really good approach to it. You know, because or else you just get people arguing with the people in the chat whilst the worthwhile conversation is not being had.
Dan, you should be sorting this out, mate.
Right.
What have I
Oh,
missed?
sorry.
What?
Can I just say something there, right? Fluke, you know the reason why a big party, I believe anyway, that Richard Upton is doing exactly what he's doing? Because you're giving him the exact fucking reaction that he's looking for. And he's going to keep doing it because he knows that you're going to fucking give him that reaction which you're doing right now. Be the bigger man, right? And ignore his shit. Done.
You know. I'll tell you what, Fluke. Do you know what, Fluke? Do you know what? I'll tell you what. All right. I see earlier on tonight that there was comments in the channel about me from certain people. Do you know what I've gone and done tonight? All right. I've ignored it. Ignored it, mate. You know, I'm on here. I'm having a good time. Having a good discussion, people. You know, I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest. I do go for a lot more on Glenn's channel, but on here, I'm a lot more kind of, you know, like, it's a lot more stricter on it. I mean, I'm like nothing towards like Glenn and all that, but like, you know, like on there, I kind of am allowed to like run right. Whereas on here, you know, like if I was doing something, Dan or Roger, definitely Dan, you know, all right, or somebody else would literally just tell me to shut up, you know. So I mean,
You're welcome, SG.
Yeah.
Auditor, if you reckon you've torn Fluke a new arsehole several times, get the fuck on the panel and stop being a pussyhole. Just because you need to log in using Facebook or YouTube, you're on here on your YouTube account, you little mug. Just log in with YouTube and stop being a pussyhole.
Sorry, Dan. Sorry, Dan. He's still in his mother's back.
Hang on, Ian. 1 second, mate. Sorry, go on, Fluke.
So is it Nathaniel or Breaker?
No, just call me Nathan. Just call me Nathan.
Nathan. Sorry, Nathan. I don't want to be disrespectful, and I would never try to be disrespectful, but the guy that I was talking about earlier has been trolling me for 3 fucking years, right? So please don't be pissed off if I get the fucking right royal ass.
No. Listen, Fluke, I'm not getting pissed off. I'm trying to say to you, look, whenever I'm on Glenn's channel, I get people trolling me and saying all sorts of stuff, all right? What I'm saying to you, all right, is just ignore it, you know. Look, at the end of the day, they want a reaction. So yeah, do you know, he's been trolling you for 3 years. Don't give him the petrol.
Don't give him oxygen.
Right, Mick, you're boring me. Fuck off. See you later. Sorry.
I'll listen to this bloke over here and not that bloke over there.
Dan, can I speak now?
And you're absolutely right. You know, you're absolutely right to say not to, you know, pour petrol on the fire and, you know, not give them the, you know, but the end of the day is it's like if somebody comes on and slags me off on Pap's live stream or whoever's live stream or whatever, then at least come with some fucking conviction. Because if you've got no conviction and you've got no proof of anything that I've done wrong, then please slag yourself off and take yourself off and go fuck yourself. That's
or the
what
bollocks to come on here and fucking speak to you personally.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, Pat.
Can I speak now, Dan?
And that's
Go on,
why.
Ian.
Actually,
Float. Sorry, just
Nathan.
let Ian.
Is it Nathan?
Wait. Ian wants to speak. Let Ian speak, and then you can go and say what you want to
Let Ian just say his
Sorry,
thing.
I was just going to respond to Nathan. Is just that I've been dealing with this for 3 fucking years.
Understandable.
I don't need to deal with it anymore. It's now getting to the point where I don't want to fucking deal with it anymore. That fucking prick wants to come on this fucking channel and Pat wants to let him on. Bring him on. Bring him on.
Listen, I've offered him to come on.
you £10 to a penny, that cunt won't come on.
Listen, I've offered many people to come on this channel. Okay, they're all very, very big in the comments behind their hidden profile. Their anonymous profile. They're very big, very outspoken, but they won't come on and fucking talk man to man with somebody because they've got nothing. They know they've got nothing, which is why they haven't got the bollocks to come on and be fucking grown up and speak to somebody fucking person to person.
Pat,
Ian,
could you full screen me, please?
Can I speak?
Again, I'm not going to take credit for this. Somebody else mentioned this a couple of days ago.
Can I just let Ian say what he wanted to say, and then I'll come to you, Vinny? Sorry, mate.
Sorry, yeah, no worries.
Right.
Go on, Ian.
Auditor fraud.
Anyway.
Okay, I've looked at your channel. I'm sorry you haven't got many subscribers. I really am sorry about that. Probably because the shit what you put out. And when you come onto other people's channels, such as Paps, right? Okay, maybe you should do a little bit more research before you start spouting nonsense about other people. And as far as Pap goes, I can back him up 1,000,000%. I followed this guy, right? Okay, I was 837th subscriber to his channel, so I've been following him.
Really? A nice one. All right, from the first year. Wicked. Thank you. Sorry.
So I've been following him from his first year. So the guy only speaks truth, not like you. You just speak nonsense. I'm trying to be polite because I'm on Pap's channel. So I would like to give a message to you. Quit while you are ahead. That's all I can say to you, my friend. Quit while you are ahead. Because if not, people are going to come and ruin you. And I can't say who, when, why, or what, but I can assure you, Pap's got a lot more people who could come and ruin you. So thank you very much for your time. Now fuck off with his channel because you're doing me head in.
Do you know what they do on Twitter? Before I bring Vinny up on the full screen, do you know what they do on Twitter? There's groups on Twitter of these absolute fucking wet wipes, right? If they don't somebody, okay, they will go let's go and get their channel shut down. So every one of them goes and complains about tweets, and eventually the algorithm, the bot that YouTube that Twitter has, will block your account. So that's, I don't say to people, right, everybody go and complain about somebody's channel, because everybody's got the right to have a channel. Everybody's got the right to say what they want to say. But for fuck's sake, if you've got something to say negative about somebody, grow some fucking bollocks and be man enough to come and say it to their face. Yeah, I had a run-in with
Someone
Dafter.
scratching their mic.
I had a run-in with Dafter last week.
Yeah, that's
I
all
went
right.
over because and we've sorted it now. But Dafter said in his Discord, he went, "Oh, if he wants to come over and fucking say this, that, and the other, let him do it." Rah, rah, rah. Now I went over and I was man enough to go and speak to him face to face. And do you know what happened? We actually left that conversation virtually shaking hands, virtually, like as in
As friends.
Yeah, exactly. Because we could do that. Because
he told me in an email.
We're fucking grown-ups and we can do that. Whereas there are some people that will hide behind their fucking profile, their anonymous profile, give it all the fucking big. What is the point? You absolute fucking waste of oxygen. Get a fucking life. Now I'm going to bring Vinny up because I said I was going to bring him up just a second ago. Sorry, Vinny.
That's all it is. It's just somebody quoted this the other day, Winston Churchill. You'll never reach your destination if you stop and throw stones at every dog that barks. And it's true in all areas of life. And we are being political here, so politics is obviously Churchill's reference. That was it. There's no more substance to it than that, unfortunately, Pat.
No, that's right. Listen, I said I'd bring you up, and I spoke over you, so I brought you up because I said I would.
Winston Churchill's correct in what he says, because if he goes throwing stones at people in glass houses, sooner or later you're going to smash a window, and then somebody's going to come and invade where you're standing.
Yeah.
Hey, Princess Angela.
I mean, basically, the same kind of the shit we're talking about is like a while back, and this is more for the benefit of like the ones that have just recently joined, the new subs and the new channel members. Like after all this shit, and welcome to you guys on you. But for those of you wondering why I've put in cult member up here, you, Dan and Holly and all that, you guys will all know, but this is a certain person that used to come on the channel, and she's turned into like a bit of a fucking psycho, and like she started making her own YouTube channels, saying shit about Dan, and I've actually took some fucking like the audio recording they had, and I've put it in a song and shit, and just took the piss out of her. But apparently Dan is a cult. We're a cult. He's the cult leader. You know, so to be like, fuck you, you know, I'm a cult member, fuck you. You know?
Sonic, he is the cult leader, though. You must admit.
Oh, hail Keith. Oh, hail
Keith.
Yes.
Do you know what? If anything, do you know? I'll tell you what. If this is going to be a cult, it will be a cult for people who can come together. It wouldn't be no negative cult, you know. So I mean, if they want to make it into a negative thing, then let them fucking go and do it. But at the end of the day, the reason why I come in there every single fucking Sunday night is because, you know, when I've got other issues going on in my life, I come in and I can have a fucking.
It's because we're the only place that fucking allows you to come in. That's why you come.
The real reason is the fucking.
Even you know that's a fucking lie.
Oh, come on, man. The real reason you joined up to this cult was all these secret special handshakes under the table. You know what kind I'm talking about, son. You know.
Oh, I'm having a handshake under the table right now, mate.
Excuse me, Dan. I've got no special name.
What do you mean, Ian? Go on.
In fact, Dan, you fucking changed my name. Sorry,
you've got DJ
Dan,
Sonic.
You fucking wanker. Changed my name.
And then you've got Mick. Right, okay, Hucknall.
Dan,
simply read from wish.com, yeah?
Exactly.
Change my fucking name now, so I'm going to kill you.
Do what? What?
Can you change my name, please?
Dan,
no, change your name.
Change my name.
It should be Wilson, Words of Wisdom.
No, Dan, see, Vinny, change him to fucking Johnny Vegas.
Johnny
Vegas.
Johnny Vegas. Let me ask Lost Souls Paranormal. Lost Souls Paranormal, what do you think my name should be changed to?
Monkey.
Some ideas.
Well, it should be it should be my surname, the Words of Wisdom.
Dan, ask Holly, because she's the brain. She's been able to guide me to a lot of things on Discord. Ask her what my name should be on there.
It begins with A and ends in E.
Right, there we go. She's told what you need to be.
What did she say? Wait, what was that?
You'll soon find out. You'll soon find out. Find out.
I think it was something to do. I think it was something to do with C.
What time we opening Discord in the morning?
No, wait. She said cunt face.
I love Roger with his words of wisdom.
No, she said cunt face, not fucking that I heard.
No, she didn't say cunt face. What she said was, see you next Tuesday.
In that case, I've seen some.
All right, well then change my name to fucking cunt then. And that's what she would have said. Change it to cunt.
And at the bottom we've got Johnny Vegas, and then above him we've got Cadbury's Flick.
What did you say, Holly? I didn't even hear you.
I'll tell you what, fucking DJ's killing me.
Johnny Vegas and Cadbury's Flick.
All right,
I'll say DJ.
Just go and call me cunt. Holly's not responding.
Don't call me cunt because cunts are useful.
Right. Okay. Well,
Exactly. I'll be very, very useful then.
Robinson Crusoe's bitch.
It's interesting when you look at the dictionary. The dictionary descriptions of what a cult is. Because there's four sort of examples in the Britannica, and the 2, 3, and 4 are very positive. Number 2 is a situation in which people admire and care about something or someone very much. The third one is a small group of very devoted supporters or fans, and then the fourth one, a system of religious beliefs and rituals. So it's my assumption that the word cult has been bastardized over the years, very much like the word community has been bastardized and forum has been bastardized, you know?
Right.
These were positives in our society.
Can I just hang on, I need to interrupt. Richard Upton's in the back room. Richard, do me a favour. Can you just touch your nose with your right hand?
I've got no fucking popcorn.
I'll tell you what.
Hold on, guys, 1 second. Richard, can you just touch your nose with your right hand, please? Yeah, right hand, touch your nose. Right, brilliant. Thank you. Well, that was left. Yeah, okay, brilliant. I'll bring you on if you want to go off camera. Fine, it's entirely up to you. But I'm going to bring you on now, Richard. All right.
Pat, I'm not being funny, all right, okay, but Vinny the Vega should be on the Vega bus.
You're muted, Richard. You're muted. Auditor frauditors in the back room as well. I will let you on.
Come on! Hell, it's all kicking off, isn't it?
Just bear with me. I think Richard and Fluke need to have a word together.
Start doing your stretches, Fluke.
You are muted. You've gone, but you are muted yourself at the moment. Okay, auditor frauditor. Your authenticated YouTube account is Lou Lee, which is quite interesting. But anyway, I'm presuming you're not going to show your face on camera to prove that you are an actual real person waiting to come on. But you don't have to show your face. You can put your face. You can lean off to the side and just put your hand in, and I will ask you to show me a certain number of fingers, and you can do that. So you don't have to show your face if you don't want to. I will give you that. I'll give you the benefit of doing that. Okay, because I'm pretty sure you
like one of them aliens of Star Trek that
Come on.
negativity and anger.
Right, let's see what you've got to say. Frauditor, frauditor, what you got to say for yourself? Don't be scared now.
He's on mute.
You're on mute.
He's on mute.
Yeah, I know. He's muted himself. I haven't muted him. I can't unmute him because he's muted. They have muted himself. Come on, what you got to say? Come on, mate. Don't be shy.
Let the entertainment commence. Come on, don't be shy.
Come on.
Listen, I'm not going to sit here all day, looking at a fucking muted profile.
Come on, mate.
So you out.
Come on.
Click on. There's a mute button right at the bottom. Right, it's quite clear. It says mute. So unmute yourself, and we can have a discussion, can't we? Richard,
full screen yourself.
Right, Richard,
just to be sure.
That's all right. It's fine.
Hello, Richard. Hello.
Right, Richard. Let Richard and Fluke do their thing. Go on. You need to talk to each other, I think.
Is this working all right?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Hello. Look, Fluke, I've been a dick in the past, but I'm trying to sort it out. I've never really had a problem with you.
Listen, can I just say, I know there are people, right, that will come on and they'll have a joke and they'll get carried away, okay? But sometimes, but the problem is, okay, and I'm not saying this is this. I'm not speaking for Fluke, by the way. Fluke needs to speak for himself. But the problem is sometimes, okay, people will will take things the wrong way. Okay, they will, and it's very difficult to know whether somebody's being serious or not. Now, this isn't my thing to get involved in. I just wanted to say that this is between Fluke and you. You two guys need to sort it out between you. All right, but I respect you for coming on, though, Richard. Let me just say that.
All right.
Fair play to you, Richard.
Yeah,
Fluke,
I've not got any problem. I've not got any problem with you, Fluke. I mean, I don't know you, do I? You don't know me.
Come on, Richard. Come on, Richard. You need to do your game. Fluke feels as though you've trolled him for a number of years, so you need to be a bit more honest with us. But do it in a nice way, you know. We can all do it nicely.
Let's hold hands and sing Kumbaya.
I guess it's just how I am with the streams. I just don't take things serious, and I just wind people up, I suppose. I don't know.
I think what he's trying to say is he just likes to have a bit of a joke, but I think.
Hold on, vagina face. Let Fluke talk.
Yeah.
Fucking cunt.
No, just carry on, Richard. Keep hanging yourself.
I don't think I'm hanging myself. I mean, I've not got a problem with you or nothing.
Well, if you've got not a problem,
if you haven't got a problem with him, why was you trolling him?
But let Robinson Crusoe's bitch. Let him talk just for a minute.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. Just let them clear this up. I'd rather people clear it up or walk away saying, right, we're never going to talk again, than have an ongoing problem. So, Fluke,
I'm going to shut up now. Fluke,
floor is for you two for the moment.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you say I've been trolling. I don't know if I've been trolling. Yeah, I have gone a bit far. I can go a bit far on these live streams, but it's not like I'm serious, really. It's just a live stream, isn't it? You shouldn't take it so seriously.
I'll tell you what.
Shush. Not for us. Come on, otherwise I'm going to have to move on.
Right, well,
I'm done. I mean, look.
Can everybody on the panel make of that what they will when that bloke speaks that sort of bullshit? If you haven't spent 3 years fucking trolling me, and then you make out that it's not fucking... Hang on. You said your fucking bit. I'm going to say my fucking bit, right?
Yeah, because nobody...
You said that you haven't spent 3 years trolling my ass. And then you try to make out that spending 3 years trolling my ass is somehow, something you didn't mean to do, right? Go fuck yourself, you bald-headed fucking piece of shit. How's that?
Happy birthday, Jake. Sorry, just wanted to get that out there.
This is a bit of an anticlimax, Richard.
You thought we were going to come on firing all guns.
I'll tell you what,
where's the energy from the chat?
We did, to be honest, Richard.
If you trolled Fluke for 3 years, right, okay, you're looking at 5 years in jail, mate.
Which I haven't.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, you haven't trolled me for 3 years. And you did it literally 25 fucking minutes ago in the chat. There you go. There you go. You just did it 25 minutes ago in the chat. Richard Upton, see you next Sunday. You said in the chat, Richard Upton, see you next Sunday, Fluke. That's what you just said in the chat.
I'll tell you what, Richard Upton, you'll get a little visit, and it won't be the visit what you want.
You're a fucking fat-headed wanker, is what you are, and you always will be, because you ain't got the fucking balls to fucking have a chat with me, because you're a bullshitter, you're a liar, and you're a fucking cheapskate piece of shit. There's your fucking chat there. See you next Sunday, Fluke. That's what you said in the chat.
Thank you,
Is Is this your first time on a panel, Richard?
18 fucking minutes ago you said that. I've screenshotted it as well. So if you want me to post it, Sunshine, I'll screenshot it because you said that 18
I'll tell you what,
minutes
Richard,
ago.
thank you very much for the reverse IP address. I've got yours. Thank you.
Right. Do you mind if can I just say something? Right, Richard's been coming on this channel for quite a while, and yeah, Richard, yes, you do sometimes get over the fucking top, and you have been timed out many times. Okay, but I will say this is my view of Richard. Okay, that sometimes he says things that he shouldn't fucking say, and he's been timed out for it. But he's normally come back on and apologised for it afterwards. Now, I'm not saying that makes Richard. I'm not saying that eradicates any blame from Richard with what's going on with Fluke. By the way, again, that's between you two. I'm just saying that Richard has been a bit of a Richard. Again, don't take this the wrong way, but you've been a pain in the arse on this channel sometimes, and you've been timed out many times, specifically by Holly over here. But you have always come on pretty much and apologised.
I wonder why.
Okay, but I just wanted to say that to just to balance things out a little bit. But again, that's not to take away any of the blame. For example, for what's going on between you and Fluke. What's going on between you and Fluke is between you guys. But I just wanted to point out that on this channel, there has been issues, but he has always come on and apologised afterwards. But other than that, I'm stepping back.
Good man.
Right, well, I'm going to step forward, right? This motherfucker has fucking been trolling me for 3 fucking years, and I just screenshotted him saying, "See you next Sunday, Fluke, at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock this morning, 20 minutes ago." He was quoting in the screen.
Fluke. I just grabbed his IP address when he did that.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you very much, wank stain.
Right, can I just make a wee point here?
You fucking fat piece of fucking shit. You fucking come after me, Sunshine. I'm going to come after you, you fat piece of shit. Okay? You can laugh all you fucking like.
No swearing.
You can laugh all you
man.
fucking like, you fat piece of shit. I'm going to come after you.
Fluke, there's more for you to take away from this than there is for Richard.
Believe me, you fat piece of fucking shit. I've got more shit on you than you ever have on me, right? So you look after yourself, you fat fuck, right? And you wait until I come after you, you fat piece of shit.
Richard, don't
Can
worry.
I just say something here?
I can tell you exactly where he's broadcasting from.
Right. Can I just say something here? For what I've noticed, this is just me personally, right? But see, if somebody was to keep on harassing me and keep on doing the same shit, then apologise, and then continue to do the same shit after the apology, then apologise again, and then continue to do it. As far as I'm concerned, this is just me. This is just me. See, the apologies, they don't mean shit. Yeah. If you're going to apologise for something and keep on doing the same shit, the apology does not mean anything.
Send the bobbies around the scene.
Richard, help us to understand what was your end game? What reaction did you want?
From what?
Well, from your behaviour in the chat.
Roger, you're in charge for a moment.
Okay, man.
Well, that's fair to say that you were looking for a reaction of some sort, right? Because you sure as fuck got one.
I suppose. I don't know. I just don't take it that serious. I just sort of have a laugh and stuff. But yeah, it's gone too far, isn't it?
Oh, you're just having a laugh. You're just having a fucking laugh. You fat fucking cunt.
Yeah, I know.
You ever fucking speak about me again on fucking any live stream, I'll fucking rip you a new arsehole, you fat fucking cunt. And you give me your fucking address, I'll come and see you. I'll rip your fucking head off. You fucking piece of shit.
Fluke, calm down. You're the only one that's throwing insults at the moment.
Well, at the moment, he's been doing it for 3 fucking years.
Yeah,
what do you expect?
We get that. We've heard that from you for the last 10 minutes, mate.
All right, come on.
Calm down.
Enough's enough.
No, it's right.
Just calm down.
I've been giving him a lot of stuff over the last years.
Yeah, you have, you fat fucking cunt. This is the first time you've shown your face on a live stream for 3 fucking years. You lying piece of fucking shit. You fucking lying piece of shit. Right? You know you're a lying piece of shit. You've been a lying piece of shit for the last 3 fucking years. You've been hiding your face. I don't hide my fucking face. Right? My face is all over fucking YouTube. My name is all over YouTube. My fucking email's all over YouTube. My fucking phone number's all over YouTube. Where the fuck are you, you fat fucking piece of shit? You're hiding yourself because you're a cunt.
Yeah, I just don't put that sort of stuff on YouTube. To be honest, I had a lot of hassle years ago. I don't even like thinking about it, but I did something like this years ago, and a lot of people came over to my place where I lived. This is when I lived back in England, and it scared the fuck out of me.
Yeah.
So
how do you think I fucking feel, you fat fucking cunt?
That's for the insults now.
Come on, man.
How do you think you feel if I trolled you for the last 3 fucking years?
Luke,
how would you fucking feel? How would you fucking feel?
You sound like you're on a
Calm
loop
down.
and you're just insulting. Now, shut up for a minute.
How do you feel about how people are reacting to you, Richard? You've done this before and got a lot of trouble with it. How do you feel about how people react?
I sort of expected it because I have wound people up in the past, and I have wound Luke up a lot in the past. I'll admit to that. But it's not like you say it. It's like I mean anything, but I can't say that, though, can I? I shouldn't have done it. And I can't.
Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have done it.
Fucking hell. Now he's just an apology makes it all acceptable, does it?
Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't make it right. Of course, it doesn't. But listen, it doesn't make it right. Okay, but I've got to say, right. Come on here. He's showing his face. Okay, and I've got to respect him at least for that. I don't agree with some of the stuff he says and some of the stuff he does. He's been told off many times on the channel, and I'm not saying that I agree with it. Okay, and I'm not saying that I agree with what he's been doing to you, Fluke. If he's been coming to your channel and giving you shit and all that stuff, I don't know. And I'm not condoning that whatsoever. Okay, but I have to say, from my point of view, I respect you at least for coming on here and showing your face. I've got to say that.
Dan, can we get down to nuts and bolts, mate? Right, okay. Auditor Fraudster's on here. He's on silence.
Yeah, but Auditor won't fucking unmute himself or herself.
Can you unmute yourself, Auditor Fraudster?
Right, he's another fucking cunt that needs to take his fucking.
Fluke.
I'm going to take his.
I'm doing Fluke.
You can smile all you like, fucking Richard Upton. You can smile all you like. You fat fuck.
Luke, calm down.
I'm fucking rinse you, mate. I'm going to fucking rinse you.
Fluke.
All right, Fluke. Come on, man. Come on. You're better than that, Fluke. Come on, man.
What a cunt. I mean, 3 fucking years of this bullshit. I've got to deal with this
Dan, mute him.
Dan, can you mute him, please?
I get it, Fluke.
Ever try me again, sunshine, I will fucking rinse you. And Fraudster, when you want to come on, let me know.
Right. Okay, Fluke. Man, listen, I get it. You're pissed. I get it. You're pissed, right? Last thing I'm going to do. Last thing I'm going to do.
I want to hear what you say, Fraudster.
Last thing I'm going to do is try and trivialize anything. Okay, because at the end of the day, you Fluke feels really aggrieved by what Richard's done. And I get that, but at the end of the day, Richard, you've come on here, you've shown your face. Okay, I can't knock you for that. At least you've come on here and shown your face. I've got to respect you for that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Auditor, I want to listen to what you've got to say.
But there is Auditor doesn't want to unfucking mute themselves for some reason.
Oh, they were unmuted a minute ago.
And if they don't unmute. Well, if they don't unmute themselves, they'll just get kicked from the fucking panel. I've given you the opportunity to come on here and say what you need to say.
Come on, Fraudster. I want to hear what you've got to say.
Just been that pussy hole. So again, I'm not vagina face. Shut up. I'm not knocking. I'm not knocking. Okay, Fluke.
Nice to see you.
I'm not knocking how Fluke feels. Okay, he's clearly upset. All right. But I want to say I don't want this shit on the channel, but I've asked you to come on here, Richard, and you have, and therefore I've kind of invited, you know, the discussion that you two are having. Okay,
Richard, what is your problem with Fluke? Basically, what is your problem?
I don't have one. I don't have a problem with Fluke, to be honest. I really don't. He might find it hard to believe, but
I will be honest here. I mean, I'm one of the ones, along with Holly, that has timed Richard out on occasions. And when he goes into one like that, it's not just Fluke. He has done it to others.
All right, 1 minute, Roger.
And
1
he
minute,
has paid
Roger.
the penalty
1
for
minute,
doing it.
1 minute, Roger. Just let him speak, Roger.
Yeah.
Go on then, Richard. Explain your piece.
Are you still with us, Richard, or have you gone?
Why are you trolling? Right, okay, Fluke.
You don't seem to be blinking. Oh, there we go. Go on, Richard.
I don't know what else.
What seems to be your problem with Fluke?
In the past, I have been. In the past, I have trolling a lot, yeah, but
why?
I don't have a problem with Fluke. Honestly, this is.
I mean, maybe it's the same reason. Maybe it's the same reason.
Hang on a minute, Dan. Hang on a minute, Dan. What is your problem with Fluke? What is your problem?
His attitude, maybe. I'm just saying.
Richard, what's your problem with him?
I don't have a problem.
So you don't really have a problem with him? You just like trolling?
No.
What do you mean no? So what's your problem with him?
It could have been it. Yes. It's hard to explain.
Is it really yes or no?
He's all right, what?
Well, not being funny, but just a couple of minutes ago, you literally admitted you trolled him in the past. And so if you've done that in the past...
Hang on a minute.
Yeah,
let Richard speak. Sorry, guys. Just let Richard speak. I want to hear this.
Yeah.
So what is your problem?
Yeah, I have trolled a lot in the past. I mean, but it's... I don't have one. I don't have a problem with Fluke. I don't know. Come on,
You don't have a problem with him. You just start trolling people. Is that what you're saying?
No.
I wouldn't say Richard was a troll.
Is it more of just for a laugh?
Yeah.
Hang on, guys. Let him finish. What is your bloody problem with Fluke? Answer the question. What is your problem? In my synapse, right, okay, it's telling me you don't have a problem, right, okay. Jealousy is an illness. Right, okay, jealousy is an illness. So I hope you get well soon.
I don't think it's jealousy. I think it's more, you know, like when the live streams happened before with civil disobedience and that, and there was like a lot of debates going on at the beginning of lockdown and stuff, and people had different opinions. Fluke has his way about putting things across, as we know, and people have their ways, and Crinkle has his ways, and there was always debates and stuff, and a lot of people were like going at each other in the chat, like you've seen tonight with what's going on with Gamer and stuff like that, and like the way it is, and I think that's where people are getting a bit.
Angel, can you answer the question? What's his problem? Right, okay, with Fluke.
Attitude, I'd say, mainly.
Richard, are your testicles still attached to your body? Because where have they gone? Why Fluke? That's what all we want to know. You know the reason. You just seem shy.
Exactly.
Just say the reason. Fluke's a fucking man. He'll take it. Probably respect you more if you say it.
Listen, if you don't, if you
listen,
don't like, hang on. One second.
I'm trying to get to this point. No, and nobody seems to find it.
No, that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at as well. If you don't like Fluke Richards, okay, and I'm not, I'm not. I don't want to pick on anyone. Listen, you listen, right? You've in the comments and you've taken a piss out of lots of people. Okay, I get that. Okay, but if there's an issue, if you genuinely have an issue with Fluke, I think the best thing to do is just to say, I think he's a cunt. That's why. If you do, okay, and just to be completely honest with it.
I'm going to go out on a limb here. Richard, do you find it easier to communicate typing or talking?
What the fuck's that got to do with anything?
Because he's very opinionated in the chat, but he's not very opinionated talking about it on here.
Yeah, sometimes
I'll tell you what, guys, in all fairness, I think Fluke's been vindicated, so I don't need to carry on this conversation.
You think he's been vindicated? Something.
Right, Richard, are you listening to YouTube or are you listening to StreamYard? Because there seems to be quite a delay. Yeah, it sounds like he's listening to YouTube rather than StreamYard.
The reason I asked that question is because I've known people like that before.
StreamYard.
You're listening to StreamYard and you've got that much of a delay. That's unusual.
StreamYard. Yeah, it's a shitty.
I'm sorry, guys. All right, okay. I think Fluke's been vindicated, so I don't need to answer any more questions.
Well, what does vindicated mean?
I don't think it's got anything to do with what Richard's saying.
Fluke, this has got to just release you from this whole fucking thing. Come on, man. I mean, look what you're faced with here. I'm sorry to be rude, Richard, but you're not really representing yourself very well. Fluke, you have to just literally be admonished of all fucking, responsibility towards this guy now. Block him in the chat is of no point. Again, no disrespect, Richard. You're not doing much more for us, man.
Right. Can I make a point?
Go ahead.
Can I make a point?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Dan.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Right. This is what fucks me off about fucking YouTube and these bullshit fucktards that cause all this fucking problems in the fucking the
no need to
comment
swear.
section and all that other bullshit, right? Is fucktards like this fucking cunt over here, right? And
Richard,
it's fucking got to end. And if it doesn't fucking end, people really need to realise that who these fucking retards are. And just like that little bitch down there is, the same fucking people, right? Don't fucking take the fucking piss out of me. Don't take the fucking piss out of me. I've worked my bollocks off on YouTube. I've worked my bollocks off.
Shut up, you
and I've worked my nuts off every day, going out with a video, with a video camera.
Luke.
Right, with a video camera going out day in, day out, fucking out video recording and doing everything else, and to turn up with these fucking shitbags, right? These shitbags fucking slagging me off on YouTube. Do me a fucking favour.
Okay.
Do me a fucking favour.
All right. Okay.
This is to do with you and Richard, not
hang on. Shush. Hang on. Auditor Forder, you keep unmuting yourself. Have some fucking bollocks and talk to me. you just sitting on here?
He won't
recording
come on. He won't come on because I'm on here.
The thing is, auditor for auditor, I've got a feeling that you're recording this to try and use this against me somehow.
No, it's not.
You know, I'm pretty sure that I've done fuck all wrong here. So I think
Dan, just
do us a favour. Hang on. So do us a favour, okay, and get onto the panel and say your piece with the rest of us. Don't be a pussyhole. Don't be scared. You're hidden behind a fucking anonymous profile because you're an absolute fucking pussyhole, okay? So at least have some fucking backbone.
Pat, let me just point out, he did actually speak earlier. He said exactly what he's writing in the back chat when he unmuted himself.
Dan, what I heard, every time I see him unmuting, all I hear him is shouting, pedo protector.
That's fine.
He's a troll.
Dan. No, listen, I know he's a fucking troll. I know he's a troll. He fucking slacking me off all over the place. I know he's a troll.
The minute Auditor for Auditor comes on this fucking channel, right, I'd like to speak to him. Yeah?
Wait,
I bet you a fucking tenner that cunt don't come on.
Auditor for Auditor, that one with
He's on now, Fluke.
channel.
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's the one that I spoke about in my fucking last comments video. Who's got a habit of slagging me off, but got no fucking bollocks.
I could have sworn that he was on Glenn's channel the other day, and I literally said to him, "Where's your proof?" Was it not him?
No. Go on, mate.
Well, she wants to get on, Pap.
He's going to get kicked in a minute unless he fucking opens his fucking mic and starts talking.
Fucking hell, how many more times?
Chill. It's my channel. Let me fucking deal with this. Chill out.
I'm not a bitch.
Auditor for auditor. You've got 10 seconds to at least fucking, come and talk to me like a fucking adult human being.
Right.
Or are you taking off your mum's underwear?
8.
Is that what you're doing?
Fluke.
7.
No, well, fuck you then. Or you've got nothing to
you didn't even get your 10 seconds, loser.
So you can fucking do one.
Right.
You're an absolute fucking
Dan. The reason I fucking get so fucking upset with this bullshit is you've got all these people sitting backstage talking bollocks in the fucking chat and everything else, like this fucking prick and that fucking tart, right?
Oi, chill out, man. Come on.
Listen,
no, hang on. This is
Fluke.
Fluke.
And hang on. Angela's not fucking said anything for fucking ages to you. Okay.
I'm starting on her, mate, because I was asking.
You might have fallen out before, but let's fucking, come on, man. This isn't current. That's something that happened in the fucking past.
Maybe
man.
not her, but this fucking fat cunt.
Can you at least apologise?
And it's like, oh no, I apologise if I said any. I'm not sure if that's the same lady that slagged me off in the last live stream, so I do apologise if it's not the right lady.
Fluke, pal, you feed the trolls. I won't come on to say this. No, you do, mate.
You
feeding the trolls.
I know what you're saying. I
understand.
Look,
that's exactly what you're doing.
Right. So, but I'm fucking sick of it. I've been.
Yes, I know you're sick of it, but you're making yourself ill. Surely, wait there. You're making. You sound that distressed. You're making yourself ill. Your body must be doing overtime. You can't. You're not.
With this people
fucking ignore it then, Fluke.
Welshie, you get trolled. Welshie.
We all get trolled.
Welshie, you get trolled, didn't you?
Yeah.
Simon gets trolled. Simon sideways. I get trolled. And I'm not dismissing your fucking you're being pissed off, Fluke. Okay, I'm just saying that lots of us get trolled. Okay, and the way that I deal with it is I take the piss out of people. Okay, I don't get angry with them anymore. I used to get really angry. You've been on here longer than I have, Fluke, man. And I know it can get to you. I genuinely understand that it fucking pisses you off. I do, because in my first year I wanted to quit YouTube 3 times. I'm glad I fucking didn't. But now instead of losing my shit over it, I will invite them on and I'll say your fucking piece. Got any proof? No, fuck off, mug. And they make themselves look stupid. So I do, like I do the comments videos now. I've done 2 comments videos, and I show people who have got plenty to say, but nothing to back it up. And I'll do the comments videos, and I'll make them look cunt out of it rather than getting angry about it, But I'm not knocking you. Don't get me wrong, Fluke. Right? Whatever. I'm not knocking you. I understand it.
Yeah. But by the way, Fluke,
brother,
we've all seen you. Looking really ill online, and when you do talk, you get really animated, and I feel that your heart could literally give out. I feel sometimes, and for anything, for your own health.
Can I respond to that?
I'll tell you what, Welsh, he looks withdrawn. He does look withdrawn sometimes.
Yeah.
Right. Can I respond to that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course you can.
Right. Okay. The point is like from a health perspective, yes, I'm a bit up and down and a bit sort of all over the place. So that's fine. I mean, that's been going on for years. So that's irrelevant. Do you know what I mean? It's absolutely nothing to do. It's nothing to do with fucking YouTube. Do you know what I mean? What I'm saying is from a YouTube perspective is the fact that when I do come on and I talk to people like this, that, and the other, and people in the chat and all these other wank stains, right? I've got a reason to be fucking upset about these fucking people.
Yes, I agree with you. But you
dealing with these fucking.
I know, but you're doing it again. You're doing it again. You're getting them worked up again.
Well, let me finish, and then you can address your problem.
Go on, I will.
Right? I've been dealing with these cunts for 4 fucking years, and they've been talking bullshit about me, slagging me off on fucking YouTube, slagging me off on the fucking comments section of every fucking video I've ever put up. They're bullshitters. Yep.
Right? Fluke, they've been dealing with you for 4 years.
Yes.
That's the difference. They've been dealing with you.
Fluke, please listen. Just listen, Fluke. Because it didn't. Fluke, listen.
Hang on. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll tell you what I'll do.
No, you said you let me respond. Let me. No. Just. Fluke, for fuck's sake, shut up.
Fluke. Do you want me to finish what I'm saying?
No, I don't want you to finish because for the last 4 years,
what I'm saying,
Fluke,
then fuck off.
No, you fuck off. For the last 4 years,
well, let me
for the last 4 years, the way you've been dealing with trolls, hasn't worked for the last 4 years. That's my advice. The way you've been dealing with them.
Oh, great! I'll take your advice. Oh, thank you very much for your advice.
Okay, so don't deal with them the way you have been for the 4 years.
And I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, but that's the problem. So you can't take any advice, Fluke. That's the problem.
Right, no, because you don't want to listen to my opinion.
No, I'm listening to your opinion.
You want to talk
but you're telling me you've dealt with trolls for 4 years. But you've dealt with trolls very poorly. That's your problem. You've dealt with trolls really poorly.
How I deal with trolls.
The reason why you're screaming now. The reason why you're screaming now is because you don't deal with them well.
It's irrelevant.
That's exactly the reason.
It's
irrelevant. Base Welshman. Base Welshman. Yeah. Am I correct? The way to deal with trolls is to ignore them. The people in the side chat. I've had people who on today saying things to me in the side chat. I just ignored it. That's what he needs to do. Just ignore it.
Or vagina McVagina face. You could just monetize their fucking comments.
Correct.
And I'm not trying to have a go at Fluke, but he gets himself ill. I can see it. Other people can see it, and he deals with trolls poorly, and you do, and that's my opinion. And I think a lot of people on the panel might agree with that.
Okay, that's fair enough, right? Now, if I deal with trolls poorly or professionally, do you know what I mean? What the fuck's that got to do with you?
No, I can say about it.
Because you're on panels that I listen to on a regular. You're on panels that I listen to on a regular. And you look ill. You look ill on a regular. You look ill on a regular.
This is how we go.
It's impacting you, Fluke. It's the impact on you. That's we couldn't care.
This is the point. The point is,
what's it got to do with
argue with these people? They start shouting back at you.
Fluke, I've been watching you on YouTube for fucking many years. I watched you on. That's the problem with Fluke. You can't speak to him. You just overtalk. You'll overtalk anyone. You literally will overtalk me now. Will you? Won't you? Are you going to stop?
Can I make my point and then you can make
keep on making your point.
I've been giving myself, Fluke. Just listen to me for a sec.
Right, hang on.
Other people give their opinion.
How about I just make my point? And then
you made all your points. Let other people make their points.
How about I make my point? This is my fucking
over me.
How about I make a point? How about I make a point? Seeing this is my channel. Okay, let me just say. Okay, I've got some other people wanting to get into the chat at the moment. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to let Fluke have his say. Once Fluke's had his say, I'm going to need to get rid of a couple of people. So I'm going to ask Fluke. No offense, but you're absolutely steaming at the moment. Okay, and I get it. I understand it. Okay, but this is getting a bit out of hand on here at the moment. Okay, so I'm gonna put you out of here, and I'm going to put Richard out of here. I'm going to bring in whoever's trying to get into the back, but I'm going to let you have your say before you go, Fluke. Okay, I'm not just going to boot you now and say you're not responding. I'll let you have your say, and then I need to clear some space for some more people. All right?
Don't mind getting.
No, this is right, Angela. Go on, Fluke. Say your piece. Go on.
Oh, right. Okay. So all I'm trying to say is the fact that I've had these people hassling me for 3 fucking years, and I'm fucking fed up of it. Right? Now, for based Welshmen who I like and I have a lot of time for, right, come in and say that, he's criticizing me over about what I say and when I say it and when I do it, then that's his opinion. Do you know what I mean? He's more than entitled to his opinion, and I haven't got a problem with that. Do you know what I mean? What I'm saying is, I've got a problem with people that have been slagging me off for 3 to 4 fucking years, right? And base Welshman comes in and knocks me on a live stream. Do you know what I mean? Absolutely no way, sunshine. Absolutely.
You look ill, mate. I'm not knocking you because
I don't care whether I look ill.
It didn't knock you. You look very withdrawn.
It
isn't. You can't take criticism at all by that statement. You can't take criticism at all.
One sec.
You can't take criticism.
Very withdrawn.
Hang on, 1 sec.
I criticised you because I'm concerned that you look ill on a regular now when you're dealing with these trolls, right? That's why I criticised you.
Why are you criticising me based on whether I look well or not?
Because your fucking heart could stop and you could have a heart attack. Because your veins are pulling out your fucking face. The trolls are coming over your face. The trolls are coming over your face. Don't you understand what you're doing? You're feeding the fucking trolls.
I don't give a shit.
Well, you clearly do because you get so worked up. This is when the bullshit of Fluke comes forward. This is when the bullshit of Fluke comes forward.
Your opinion is about whether or not I give a shit about.
Of course, you don't care about trolls. Look at you. Of course, you don't care about trolls. Of course, you don't care.
Can I please interject here a second? Let me interject.
Fluke, in all fairness,
wait a minute.
Pat, I'm going to jump off, Pat.
No, yeah.
It's a bullshit, non-existent argument.
I just want to ask a question.
Right?
Fluke, please wait. Let me say something. Remember what I said to you a couple of times earlier? I need to fucking make this clear. What I said earlier to you, the way you deal with these fucking trolls, you need to ignore them. Because, like I said, the reason they're fucking doing what they're doing to you, because you keep giving them a fucking response the way you're now. They're feeding off that response. And they keep let me finish.
And they are trying to make you ill.
Wait a minute. Let me. They're doing this because they can see what it's doing to you. They get pleasure out of this. This is why I've been saying to you, fucking ignore them. Don't have a go at Based. He is simply echoing what I've just told you a couple of times earlier. It's because we're concerned about your fucking health, man.
Yeah.
We can see how stressed out you're getting. You fly off your fucking handle and all the rest of it. The be shit like that. Ignore them. They're not worth it.
Yep.
You need to chill down, chill out, ignore the fuckers,
right.
and
Yeah.
don't fucking feed
He's
them.
correct.
Don't give them that fucking reaction that they're looking for.
He is speaking 100% sense, this man.
The way
tell
you
you
are
what.
fucking getting, hold on, the way you're getting fired up in such a fucking rage, they
Feeding.
love this shit. They love it. They love seeing this. This is why they keep doing it, because they know you will react in that way.
That's the
This
reason
is
why
why
they
I'm
jump
saying to
on
you, fucking
streams.
ignore them.
Correct.
Don't show
Why
them.
they keep coming back?
Be
Fluke?
honest, panel. Be honest with
Right,
Fluke.
right.
If you care about Fluke, be honest. Be honest.
Fluke,
Right.
Fluke,
DJ
I was
Sonic,
reacting the
I
same
love
way
Fluke.
you
I
are.
agree with
Right.
what you're saying, DJ Sonic. I agree with what you're saying, right?
Please
It does
try
piss
and change
me
it.
off. It does
Right.
stress me out, and it does fucking piss me off like you wouldn't believe, right?
Right.
Yeah.
But
And
it hasn't been like the last 2 weeks that it's been going on. This
No,
has
I
been
get
the
it.
last 4 fucking years,
I get it.
and I'm sick of it.
Right, I get it, mate.
Now,
Right.
if anybody like fucking based Welshman wants to talk to me about it, let him come on my fucking live stream, or let him come on my live chat.
Cam,
You know, and then
I've been following you on YouTube since you started, by the way.
yeah, and
Yeah.
here it is.
Yeah.
Here's the
Yeah.
shit that goes
Right.
on fucking YouTube, right? And I can literally talk
All
to you
right,
about
we don't need to see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
All
don't
right.
want to see that, do you? You don't want to see that.
No,
You
it's
don't
not that.
need
No,
to
no,
see
Fluke. It's not that. Okay, that's not part of the conversation that we're talking about at the moment. That's all. Okay,
That's not what we're
Listen,
here
guys,
for.
guys.
All I'm saying, Pap, is at the end of the day, I've had to deal with this bullshit for 4 fucking years, right? And I'm
Right.
sick of it, right?
Right.
I get
don't
it, man.
care about Ace Welshman, whether his last 1 year's opinion over my fucking I'm
Okay.
raging over this fucking bullshit, or whether it's DJ Sonic.
I'll tell you what. All right, okay. I'll
This
I'll-
is
I'll-
the way-
I appreciate
I'll-
because at least the approach, the manner, the way he approached in his
Jesus
manner,
Christ, man.
he's sort of like was genuine, and he was trying to sort of
Right.
put things in a perspective
You need
way.
to just take a step
That
back,
was a good
count
thing,
to 10,
right?
chill, and just
And yeah, okay. If I'm not chilled, then is it not my right to be chilled, or is
No,
it my
listen,
right?
Fluke. As I've said, I said to you earlier, right? I get it. I get you're pissed off.
We all
You
get it.
understand that. I've been there. Okay, in my first year, I wanted to quit 3 times, and I was talked out of it by other YouTubers who told me not to fucking let it get to me, to try and ignore it. I try to ignore the shit that I get. It's very, very difficult. I completely and 100% understand that. Okay, that is why I do what I do now with these troll comment videos. Okay, because that's my way of dealing with it, laughing at the cunts, okay, and saying, guess what? You don't want me on here, you fucking hate me, but I'm making money off of your comments, you fucking mugs. You know what I mean? And I have the last laugh at that, but I do understand where you're coming from. Okay, 100%. I've been there.
Can I give you something else? But it might help, right? But it's personally fucking helped me, so it might help you.
Wanking?
The way no, I don't want to snap my cock off, right? I don't want to snap my cock off. I don't have a wank when I'm raging. I don't want to snap it and break the pure bastard. What helps me? What helps me, right? Is see when I get fucking really pissed off.
Cocktail sticks are very sticks are very brittle.
Shut up. What helps me, right? I'm trying to be fucking genuine here, man. Help the guy out. Fucking dance.
Go on. Sorry, man. Go on.
What helps me, right? See when I'm pissed off. I was bullied right through fucking school and all the rest of it, and looking back on it, when I lived through all that shit, I was like, well, why the fuck are they constantly harassing me and picking on me and shit just keeps on getting worse? Looking back on it, it's because I reacted the exact same way you're reacting now. How I learned to deal with that is by, it's no easy, right? But I don't show them that it's affecting me. I don't show them that I'm pissed off. I don't show them that I'm reacting to it. I'm fucking raging inside. I'm pissed off. I go, as soon as I go home or I go away for them, I then get a punch bag and I take it out in that. I punch fuck out of that shit and I calm down. But I'm doing it out of their eyes. They don't see me. They don't they don't see that response because I don't give them it.
Yep.
They then that shows them, like, as far as they're concerned, it's not having a reaction on me. And eventually, do you know what happens? It starts slowing down and it disappears. They stop, they give up, they find somebody else to fucking pick on because it's not having the effect on me that they're wanting because I don't let them see it. Take out something else like a punch bag or some shit. You need to control your fucking anger, find something healthy to take it out of their way. And eventually, it will take time, but eventually that will fucking calm down and they will disappear and they'll find somebody else to take it on.
And you're absolutely,
take a breath.
You're 100.
Listen to Welshie, because he's just trying to say what I'm saying. Listen to the guy. Don't snap and have a calm down.
I think we need to look at what people are doing now. That's all. I think there's been a lot. I'm not going to bring it up, Luke, obviously, but there's a lot of things that have been said and done, and people remember them things, and you're going to get them people from past that are still going to have that as an issue now, still, like, because that's what people do. They hold on to things like that, and they will still troll you. And I think, like it's been said, the way you react to them is probably, I'm not saying best way because it's your way, but I just think like it is feeding them.
It's not working for you.
DJ.
It's easy to lose your shit over trolls. It is genuinely easy, which is
Can
why I'm not. Listen, no, wait. This is why I'm not knocking Fluke, okay? And I don't knock people, right? Unless they fucking.
I just say to remember what was said before to me. Thank you for saying in that video.
Listen, people deal with this shit differently, okay? I don't knock Fluke for the way that he deals with it, okay? I do think, Fluke, that there is other ways of dealing with it, but I can't knock you for dealing with it the way you do because I was like that initially myself.
But we need to change how we deal with it.
So I get it. I fully understand where you're coming from, but there are, again, I've had to learn to come to terms with it a different way, and the way that I deal with it is by taking the piss out of them as much as I can, rather than allowing them, than allowing them to draw me out on a live stream, for example. Yes, I've ripped Crinkle a new arsehole a few times, but Crinkle's a bit different from normal people. Yeah, I think you'll agree with that. Least.
He can have an intelligent conversation, and he can out-talk like anybody in a like intellectual way. But when you start going below the line of like getting personal and insulting and saying all the stuff that you say, that's when you go like that's below the belt, and then I think at that point you lose any credibility. And that's not just you. I think that's with everybody and anybody.
Basically, when people are losing an argument and they haven't.
Thank you, Helen.
I was just going to say, if you're in an argument with somebody and then they've not got anything to back up that argument, the key telltale sign right there is they're losing, is a simple fact is that they are simply resorting to personal attacks.
Absolutely.
Calling your names and that's it, they've lost. As soon as you've done that, they've lost. Argument fucking done. But there's a quote that was said a couple of times there on in the stream, and it was what was it? Basically, like they're repeating, keep doing the same shit over and over and again, and expecting different results is madness. See, the way you have been dealing with these trolls, like you've just said there, the way you've been dealing with them all this time with these trolls, and you keep doing the same shit, and you're wondering why you keep getting the trolls. It's because you keep doing the same shit, responding to them the same way, and it's not working. Change the way you deal with them, i.e., pissing you off. Change it.
Can I ask Fluke a question, please?
Sorry.
Hang on. Just can we just let
let's wait last time. So yeah, go on.
All right. No, go on, Robinson Crusoe's bitch.
Okay.
Sorry, Vinny. 1 second.
It's okay.
Dan. All right. Okay. Crinkle's subhuman anyway.
Of course.
Right, okay. And as regards, all right. Okay, to punching a punch bag, is punching my brother the same thing?
No.
Because I've spent the last 20 years punching my brother.
I'm the youngest of 5. No, I'm the youngest of 2 brothers and 3 sisters. Yeah, 5.
I'm the youngest of 11.
I was always the punch bag.
11. And my brother's a punch bag, and he's good at doing it as well. And
No, it wasn't
Right.
talking. What were you saying, Dixon?
I want to. Go on, Vinny.
So
I've always said to my brother Neil,
Right, Vinny.
right, okay,
Go on.
he should
No,
be like a
Vinny.
sparring partner. Right, okay.
So Richard was frozen for a bit. Richard's back with us now. Be interested in hearing if he has got anything for us now. But Fluke, surely meeting one of your nemesis on panel and seeing the lackluster display that he's given us so far, surely this has got to make you realise you've invested too much of your own emotional time into him. Surely, Fluke.
He's got a point, Fluke.
Sorry,
Fluke. That's the Fluke.
Sorry, right. So somebody asked me a question about 2 minutes ago, and I didn't hear the question. So
I don't know who that was.
Richard.
Vinny,
right,
Vinny,
right,
can
right,
I
right.
say something to you?
Wait.
Of course.
Wait.
I've been stopped. So give me a second.
Fluke just asked a question. Somebody said something a couple of minutes ago. If whoever that was can repeat that question, then let's do that.
Please, can you?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't hear the question. I just said, "Can I ask Fluke?"
It was Vega. It was Vega. Who said
That was
the
me.
question.
I'll ask the question again, Fluke. I'll simplify it. So now we've had Richard come on screen, and we've seen the lackluster display that he's actually come with. We've seen all of his moves. Okay, surely this now has to make you realise in some way that your reaction to him, your exchange with him in the chat, was of no purpose. Surely you were wasting your time, Fluke.
And that's directed at Fluke.
And that's my point as well. I mean,
Right. Okay. So if it was my waste of time for responding to that person, then that's my time to waste, isn't it?
Yeah. But
right. Okay. So let's leave it at that. And whether you think it was a waste of my time or whether I wasted my time is kind of irrelevant. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
Because
I'll tell you what, Richard. You sat here very silent. You've not said anything in response to what Fluke said. So can you give us a response, please?
I don't really talk a lot generally.
Right, I've got to say that's as somebody asked you earlier, as Roger asked you earlier, Richard, if you're more comfortable typing something out rather than speaking it. Okay, and some people are. I've got no issues with that whatsoever.
Can we have your response, please?
Hang on. But let me just say, but now it does seem like you're very very reserved in what you're saying. You're not saying the sort of things that you were saying in the comments. So
yeah,
I believe in that respect that you are more comfortable saying something when you're anonymous, when you're hiding behind, not hiding, but when you're behind your YouTube channel than you are
behind the keyboard. Yeah.
Can you please give us a verbal response?
Sorry?
Can you please give us a verbal response?
They were doing it now.
But shut up a minute. I mean, I wouldn't say anything to anyone because I'm a quiet fella. But yeah, when I go online, I go a bit mad and I sort of wind people up. But I honestly, I don't know. I didn't mean to upset or wind Fluke up. And
do you think, Richard? Do you think this is a bit of a wake up call? Do you think this is a bit of a wake up call to how people have taken your comments? Okay, are we to expect? Listen, Richard, I don't mind people having a laugh in the comments. Okay, you've never been banned. Well, I think you've been banned once from the channel. You are timed out a lot. Okay, but I don't. To be timed out and banned are two different. You've been timed out a lot. Okay, and generally,
I'll tell you what, Richard.
Hang on. One second. Sorry, most people that are timed out that many times will get banned. Okay, quite a lot. You've only been banned once, as far as I know. Okay, now is this, as I say, this is a bit of a wake up call for you. I think. Okay? You now understand how much you've upset Fluke. Okay, you do piss me off sometimes. Okay, but the mods deal with that. Okay, the mods deal with that. Without me having to get involved. and I thank them for doing that. But if this is a wake up call for you, is this now gonna is this made you think to yourself, maybe I shouldn't be as fucking, maybe I shouldn't be the way that I am so much with people on these live streams?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Richard, let me ask you another question quickly. Right, okay. Would you like to apologise to Fluke? Because I don't think, right, okay, you give him the credit for the sort of person he is. And I think you spend most of your time slagging him off.
Yeah.
Yeah, what, mate? Yeah, what? Come on, give us more than a yeah.
Like I said, I didn't mean to upset. Just like,
right.
Yeah, I didn't.
Surely,
go ahead, Richard. Go ahead, Richard. No. Let Richard finish, please. Please let Richard finish, please. Go ahead, Richard.
Like I said, I just didn't mean to wind you up. I mean, I know I have wound you up a lot in the past.
Yeah, but you must have seen that, because everyone else can see. Everyone else can see. Yeah, but everyone else can see. Everyone else can see how you wind people up. No. He said he didn't realise. How can you not realise how much you wind someone up?
Welshie, let me speak.
Listen, please, Welshie, please. I respect you. You know I do, Welshie. Right. I want to wrap this up now, like with regards to this whole Richard and Fluke thing. I want to try and wrap this up because we've gone on for ages now. I just want to try and wrap this up. So I'm going to let Richard speak, and I'm going to let Fluke speak, and then we're going to end it at that. Okay. Then we're going to move on, please. Okay. Richard, go ahead.
Like I said, look, I'm sorry, Luke. All right, I never meant to wind you up. I mean, I know it's not. That's an easy thing to say, because I've done it so many times too in the past, but I won't do it again. I'll leave it from now. I've got to stop acting.
No, Sonic, wait a minute, please. Wait. Just Sonic, wait a minute. Fluke's next. Go ahead, Fluke, please. Go on, mate.
All right, guys. Listen, for everything that's been said on this live stream and everybody that's had their opinion and whatever else, and I appreciate all of those opinions. I even appreciate, crikey, I can't even see his name. Richard Upton, appreciate your apology. Don't worry about it, mate. It's no problem. We all have our dramas. Do you know what I mean? Don't worry about it. Do you know what I mean?
Fair play, Fluke. Thank you.
What I'm going to
apology. It takes a bigger man to accept it. Well
done. And that's fair enough. Right. I mean, we'll put our foot in the shit every now and again. Do you know what I mean? So.
Right, guys. Can I roll the
cigarette? So what I just like to finish off with, and then I'm going to finish off with this, and then I'm going to go, right? And then you guys can do whatever you like, right? I wanted to finish off with something that we've got to fundamentally realise, that the government, whichever government they are, British government, American government, fucking whatever government they are, right? They've got a fundamental fucking hold over you unless you stop them from doing it, right? Okay. Unless you stop them from holding that.
Hurry up! I'm moving to Portugal next year.
All right. Come on, please. Let's listen. Let's not be rude. Fluke's saying one last thing, and he said he's going to get off, and let's let him finish what he's saying, and then we'll move on.
So we're going to talk about a guy called Jeff Winehouse, right? Jeff Winehouse was a Second Amendment advocate and somebody that was holding his government to account in Texas at the time, right? Now, the Texas
2012.
Texas government came in and took all of his guns, took all of his computers, took everything else away from him, right? And then eventually they said, no, we've got no grounds to hold you accountable for anything. So they returned all of his devices and all of his computers. Now he was returned to all these devices, and he turned up to he was turned up to this place where the government was going to return all of his devices and computers and this, that, and the other. Return all of his computers and everything else, and give it all back to him, and he could just go home. Do you know what I mean?
I'm going home. I'm out, everyone.
He turns up and they shot him twice in the head, twice in the chest, twice in the back. He survived all of those and was imprisoned for 25 years for assault on a police officer without even touching his weapon.
There's a bit of a different story if you read it on the internet.
Well, I've seen it online. I've literally watched the whole fucking thing online. So don't give me this. It's been on the internet.
Okay, but it's on the internet anyway, so there's a bit of a different story to it because apparently he turned up with a sawn-off shotgun.
No, he didn't. He turned up with a handgun in his. Yeah, I know. I saw the video, mate. I saw a video of it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Right, so he turns up with a video of him having a handgun.
I think there might have been conflicting internet videos.
Why did someone actually say anything then? Why don't you just let that one go? Because we're going to end up having a Second Amendment chat.
He just let loose.
Well, the point was, it was on video, live streamed. It was live streamed to YouTube. This guy had his gun in his pocket where he was legally allowed to have it.
We do not live in America.
And he walked up to the police and said to them,
why are we talking about this?
Where's my computers? You know, they were like, yeah, we've got all the computers. And the police said,
we don't live in America.
Why are we talking about this?
You don't want to talk about it now, do you?
No, why are we talking
about... Why is Richard getting away with being an internet terror? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, why are we talking about a Second Amendment story in Texas?
We don't live in America.
It's the basic point. Is the basic
Sorry,
fundamental
Richard.
right of taking away your
we don't have firearms, so yeah. Okay.
Regardless of your rights, whether your First Amendment rights, your freedom of speech.
Well, we don't have amendments.
We don't have First Amendment.
We
used to have. We don't have amendments.
It doesn't matter. If they're going to take away your rights, they're going to take away your rights. Right. It's irrelevant which one of those.
I agree on that much. But why have you brought that up then now after this conversation?
That was the whole point of it, was to make people realise that they're going to take away your rights regardless of what those rights are.
Just keep smoking the drugs, you'll be fine.
Yeah, but we could have made examples of the UK with Julian Assange. You could have made any examples. You don't have to go right to Texas.
We've seen this. We've seen this.
I don't think he was fully correct on your story anyway, but
we've seen this with regards to Oxford. Okay, they will make a decision.
Let's pick the fucking bones out of it then. So if it's your right to freedom of speech or your right to freedom of expression,
we're in the United Kingdom, not in
express
America.
yourself in a public place, right? Then you can't do that because the police are going to violate your rights to your freedom of expression.
Give British examples. There's plenty of them. There's plenty of them.
Don't do this to me. Grace Welshman, don't do this to me. Don't do this.
There's plenty of UK examples. You're going to go all the way to America to give an example.
And
it would be more relevant. It would be more relevant to you.
Can I just point out something?
Fuck me. How many times do I have to make
Blue.
a fucking point? Right?
Blue.
If I go out with a fucking video
It's really
and
nice
record
to
in a public place, right? And the police violate my rights, right?
then
Good night,
it doesn't
God bless.
matter whether it's Second Amendment rights in Texas
Right.
or whether it's First
Saul,
Amendment.
Saul, I can see you in the background.
The
Do us
whole
a favour,
point-
Saul.
The whole
Touch
point
your head
is
with your
the
right
fact
hand
that
for me, mate.
it doesn't matter where
Nice
you
one,
are
thank
in the
you.
world.
I'll bring you on in
These
chat.
people will
I'm off,
violate
mate.
your
Ta-da.
fucking
Yeah,
fundamental
so
human rights.
I agree. They
Okay?
violate your
Doesn't
rights all
matter
over the
where
world. But
you
why didn't you
are in the
why
world.
didn't you use
It
the UK
doesn't
as an
matter.
example? Shut up, Fluke.
It
Why didn't they use
doesn't
the UK
matter.
as the example
Lou,
It
instead of
doesn't
using
matter
Texas or North
where
Korea?
you.
now,
Well,
Where
then
mate.
don't
it
use
doesn't
Texas or
matter.
North
Luke,
Korea. Use the
Doesn't
UK.
matter.
It does
doesn't
matter. It's more fucking relevant.
Right.
You fucking
No,
idiot.
it's not. What's the
Luke,
relevance?
enough.
It's
What's
the
the
UK.
relevance?
It's
Enough
the
now,
UK.
mate.
It's
Listen,
the UK.
listen,
That's the
listen.
fucking relevance.
America,
Not
What
America.
There is a big difference
What
between America
relevance?
and us. Okay, there is. I believe there is a big difference between America.
Relevance.
No,
Okay.
hang on,
But
Pat.
I
Can I
don't.
just make one point?
Fucking
Can I
he
make
can't
Listen,
take
we
any
need to move
Can I
on.
make one point? Because this bloke's talking shite.
Yeah, you
right?
talk shite. That's
We
the
need to.
problem.
What I'm saying to you is there's one fundamental.
They all abuse the
Right?
people's rights. But you should give a UK
Don't-
example. It'd be
don't
more
fucking
relevant
start
to
with me.
people who live in the
Right.
UK.
No,
Can I just make a point
that's
here?
irrelevant.
In
What I'm
the
saying
UK, we do not
Just go,
have
Fluke.
fundament-
Just go, Fluke.
fundament-
Get some sleep and calm the fuck
The
down.
fundamental point is, at the end of the day, I have a right to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, the freedom
Yes.
to gather and
Let's not go to
disseminate.
Texas, yeah? Let's not go to Texas to give the prime fucking example.
Who's talking about fucking Texas?
You.
Hang on.
You've got a big fucking story
if you
about
let me
Texas.
finish, if you let me finish,
Luke,
I'll
I
finish
think
the
you're now
fucking
your
point.
time's
Right?
up.
When
Dan
I
wants to let
finish the
somebody
point,
else
you
on
can
the
argue
panel.
Honestly,
about it.
fucking God. I thought you finished your point
Right.
10 minutes
Dan
ago.
wants to let somebody
Right,
else
so
on the panel.
if I've got
I
the
think
right
your
to
time
freedom of
is now
expression
up,
and the
mate.
freedom to gather and disseminate information and the freedom to gather and disseminate the information, regardless of borders, right? That's my fundamental human right.
Which you have, Fluke,
So-
but you can't be offensive and you can't misinform.
Oh my God! Will you let me fucking finish? Is that
Well,
too
well,
hard? You let me finish.
We'll ask when you finish then.
Are
If
you
you
going to
finish,
let me fucking finish?
okay,
or
let him
not?
finish then, and we'll ask you if you're finished. We'll ask you if you're finished.
Right. I'm starting to get pissed off now. When it takes a lot for me to get pissed off, I've got to be honest, right? But I'm starting to get pissed off with people yelling at each other, right? Yes, we've got different opinions. Yes, we might want to tell a story that other people don't agree with. That is fucking life, unfortunately. Okay, but I'm now getting to a point after the last fucking hour or so, and people yelling at each other. I'm getting to a point where I'm getting pissed off. So I want to wrap this whole fucking thing up. I've got somebody else sitting in the back here that wants to come on. I need to make room for that. Richard, no offense, but you've been sitting there, been quite quiet for a long time, and we brought you on because we wanted to get your take. What's been going on with Fluke. So I'm gonna remove you from the stream in a minute, and I'm going to bring on Saul, who's sitting in the background. But I don't want this argument.
I'll finish what I was going to say, and then you can
Right.
take me off the stream, mate.
Right. Let me just say before you do, Richard, I don't necessarily agree with what you do, but I appreciate the fact that you've come on and shown your face. Right. That's it. That's all I'm saying there.
Okay, again, I'm sorry, Fluke. I didn't mean to wind you up or offend you, and I am sorry. It won't happen again.
Right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Right.
Okay.
He doesn't have to apologise, and it's irrelevant. What I'm saying is the fundamental right to freedom of speech, freedom of expression, the freedom to gather and disseminate information on a daily basis, your rights to go out and record, regardless of what you're recording, right? Based Welshman does it, I do it, you do it, everybody else does it, Cat does it, everybody else does it. Do you know what I mean? Dino does it. You know, we've got a fundamental right to do it, right? Now, when that fundamental right is denied, right, then we all have a problem. We all have a problem because they're taking away all of our fundamental rights to freedom of expression, freedom to gather and disseminate information, freedom
Fluke, you have them.
Thank you very much. If anybody wants to talk about it, put it in the fucking chat. Because it's that simple. It's that simple. If you don't like it, it's irrelevant whether it's the Second Amendment in America or the First Amendment in America or whether it's whatever. It's
no, but the Second Amendment's guns and the First Amendment's freedom of speech. You talked about freedom of speech, and then you brought guns involved.
Fundamental rights exist in the UK.
But that doesn't. That's not relevant to the UK.
And I said
that was the whole point.
Guys, no.
Freedom of speech is not relevant to the UK.
You were about the Second Amendment. Do you remember? You were talking about all the guns. You were talking about all the guns. No, you were talking about all the guns.
Oh, fuck off.
Guys.
Right,
guys,
enough.
Guys,
Enough.
I might put this argument.
Enough. Right, enough. I've muted some of you. I know you're still talking, but I've muted some of you. Right, that's enough now. Okay, that's it. I don't want any more of this shit tonight. Okay. It's been a heated debate, and I appreciate people coming on and having their say. Okay, but there comes a point where it just turns into a constant argument, and I'm not fucking having that now. Okay, it's 3:30 in the morning. I was only supposed to be on it till 12 o'clock, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? What's that all about? But I don't mind people having a fucking laugh and a joke, and even if Roger wants to call me a prick, I'll take that. Do you know what I mean? And I'll tell him what I think of him, although I think he's a reasonable guy. Don't tell him that. But I'm not gonna. This fucking arguing is fucking bollocks. It's doing my fucking nut in. And I don't want to hear about anybody's opinion on Fluke now. Fluke has left the chat. I don't want to hear anybody's opinion on Fluke. I don't want to hear anybody's opinion on Richard. Let's talk about something that's fucking relevant. Saul Goodman, welcome to the fucking panel. You stepped right into the fucking middle of it, mate.
Morning, Saul. Hi, good evening. I was just thinking about all the all this hoo-ha. About and it's like I never really seen that before. Kind of drama, like Tex-Mex.
The drama you've seen on here tonight, you mean?
Telenovel, very passionate.
A lot worse in other places.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
The thing is, Saul, right? I've got to allow people to have their say. Okay, we've got a freedom of speech. I've got to allow people to have their say, but sometimes it turns into an argument, or sometimes one person will focus on one person, and that then becomes not a debate. It becomes a fucking targeted attack on somebody, and there's a fine line between free speech and the point where you've got to turn around and go, fuck you, get off. So my apologies. I don't recognise your name, Saul, so I'm not sure if this is your first time on the channel or not. Definitely your first time on the panel, isn't it?
No, I've been around.
Have you been on this panel before?
I've been on. Yeah, I asked a question. I think Tina was around some time ago. Maybe
right. My apologies if I don't remember. But no, I appreciate you jumping on anyway, Saul. It's not always this bad, but this is YouTube.
I thought actually you did pretty well, keeping yourself out of it. But
well, here's the problem, Saul. I have a question for you, but I know the answer already. What's more entertaining, three dickheads arguing on a channel, and it's all very funny, and people are doing the little ad hominem attacks and shit like that, or three dickheads talking about 15-minute cities in a very calm way? Which one's more entertaining?
I think it's Plan B.
Tend to disagree. I think it brings that crowd in.
Vincent, I could listen to your voice on the radio. I'm telling you.
Wait until this voice clears up. Wait until my sore throat is gone.
I mean, it's not something. I'm not going to Twitch or anything, but it's a fucking great voice for radio.
It's 3:27 in the morning. You're listening to Vega FM. Here's a little bit of Luther Vandross.
Yes, mate. Exactly.
My God.
Exactly. Right, Spunkfish Tony, can you do us a favour? Can you just touch nose with your right hand, mate? Thank you very much. I'm going to bring you on now.
Spunkfish is a good man.
How you doing, Spunkfish? Do you want me to call you Tony or Spunkfish?
Legend.
Tony.
He's a legend. He's a
I
legend.
thought as much.
Yeah. No, what it was, no, people always say I'm some sort of nutcase because of Spunky. It was a band name from the 70s. And he died at 21 years
Sorry,
old.
Sorry, Sonic. Sorry, mate.
Fuck me, man. I don't know why
My
you muted
apologies.
me, mate. I don't know why you muted me.
I know you was trying to make a point. Everybody was trying to make a point, and I
couldn't get a
needed
word in.
to make.
I
I get it. I wanted to end it though. That's the problem, Sonic. I wanted to end it.
I know. I was just wanting to make one fucking point to try and hopefully put that argument to bed once and for all.
The thing is, you make a point, and somebody else wants to make a point against your point, and somebody else wants to make a point against that point, and so sometimes I've just got to say, and cut it. So my apologies. I respect you, Sonic.
Dan,
I just needed to end what was going on.
Dan, look at that hairy chest.
I'd rather not.
Beautiful, man. Beautiful.
Absolutely
Man,
beautiful.
what can I say?
I had a beautiful chill last night.
Children, I'm the only man here.
I might have had a beautiful chill last night, but I don't want to be facing it again. Anyway, Spunkfish. Hang on, guys. We've all been talking. We've all been fucking talking loads. Look, Saul and Spunkfish.
It's nice to be jealous. It's nice to be jealous.
Let's hear from Saul and Spunkfish. Are you both drinking, boys? What are you drinking?
I've had a couple of Jack D's.
Couple of JDs. What about you, Spunkfish? Tony. Sorry, Tony. What's that, mate? I can't see the label on it. Something like that.
I'm zoomed in.
Special brew.
It says
Carlsberg export.
The fucking harsh stuff.
That's the proper McCoy, yummy man.
Can I just say hello to Vincent Vega, who's a friend of mine?
By all
Tony.
means.
How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I've always got a lot of time for you.
You're a good man, Tony. It's good to see you.
Yeah. I've got a lot of time for Base Welshman. I know I've not spoken to you before, but I have followed your work.
We have spoken before. We have spoken before, Tony.
Don't worry about Welshie. He's a cunt.
We all know Welshie's a big cunt.
What people forget with me, my name is based. I was named based by some people. They said I'm quite based, but I mean well when I am based sometimes. So when I'm having I wasn't really having a go. Earlier on, I was just trying to make a point that please try and change it.
And another person got kicked off, and I don't know if it's in the chat. Another person I've got a lot of time is Fluke Dog. You know Fluke Dog.
Get that. Yeah, I get it, Welsh. Listen, I just wanted to end that conversation. Is all. Do you know what I mean?
I know that. Yeah, you weren't about Fluke Dog. It was just that you were just trying to keep the peace.
Yeah, we've spoken before. We have, Tony. But I think you were quite drunk. But we've had good chat.
What did it? We did. We had a good chat, didn't we? And I've always got all the time for you, Base Welshman. But what I like about you is you go out on the street and you do it. And,
is this your first time on this channel, Tony?
It is.
Right. Well, welcome to the fucking channel, mate.
Oh, thanks. What is your name, Danny? It begins with D.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, Danny.
There you go. Yeah, thanks, Danny. Thanks for that, mate.
No, it's nice to meet you.
Yeah, I do watch your channel a lot, and
excellent.
I do. I know you've been offline for a while, haven't you? And you've just come back on because
I went down south for 10 or 15, or well, 10 or 12 days, I think it was, to go and see my family. I've not spent Christmas with them for nearly 20 years. I had an opportunity to go down there and see them, so I came offline for a couple of weeks or so.
Years? Did you hear that correctly?
Yeah, nearly 20 years it's been, yeah. Wow. It might even be longer than 20 years, to be honest.
Bloody hell.
We've got a bit of a frayed relationship. Got a bit of a frayed relationship, do you know what I mean? Like me and my family and that. And,
can I just say that after 20 years you going down there and all that must be a positive move. That must be a positive move.
It was fucking hard work. let me put it that way. I suffer from anxiety, and I've got some depression issues. If you've watched the channel for any amount of time, you'll know that, right? And
I do, yeah.
And it was hard work, but I'm really glad that I went. You know, to see my sisters and my brothers, and I've not spent any time with any of them for so long, and it was really enjoyable.
I'm a big fan of myself, and I've not seen some of my members in like I said, 15 years. But in fact, my oldest sister, I've not seen her in 25 years, so I don't know exactly. Because I think what it is, when you were brought up together, you were that close growing up, and then they changed, don't they?
Ooh.
They change. Yeah. Am I right or wrong? Right.
Well, everyone gets their own life, don't they, and go in their own direction. And my direction took me to Liverpool, which was not the direction that I should have taken, but it was the direction that I did take. And it's left me in a situation now that I've been affected mentally and physically.
Sorry for interjecting, PAP. But
Go on.
Can I just say an important point is that you never choose your family. I have
That's true.
strangers and friends that have been better and treated me better than my own family, and I've had that on many occasions. And that is
this little murder, this who we call the little murder midget over here. She's one of my bestest friends now, right? And we've only known each other for what, 3 years since. For 3 years, right?
He's a wanker.
Oh, we all know that.
She's a top girl.
Pat,
And,
can I just say there's a guy behind SG. He will ID through Google as the same name as the gentleman bottom left. He's a friend of mine. I've just texted him to ask him if he is backstage. SG is a legend on panels. I'm sure you've come across him before. It's waiting
can I just say that the authenticated name is Saul Goodman, but we've got a Saul Goodman on the panel, and that makes me a little bit.
Well, he's going to come on and tell you the truth on that, but it is him, Pat. I guarantee you. I've just texted him, and he's texted me back.
If Vincent's saying that's the SG, then that's correct.
Yeah, because SG is a legend. If it is,
SG, I'm going to bring you on, mate. Okay. Please don't make me regret it.
God, no, I wouldn't make you regret it. No worries, thanks.
Listen, I trust Welshie. Welshie's been fucking good to me, and you know, for a couple of years now, I've spoken to Welshie, and he's always contacted me when he's needed something, and we've spoken loads. Do you know what I mean? So I trust Welshie, and if Welshie says you're fine, then you know.
I've got a lot of respect for these guys here, and you, of course, as well.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, SG. What's your name?
Yeah, no worries. It's Saul. Yeah.
So you're not Saul. Your name's not Saul Goodman as well.
It is. Yeah. I think a few years ago when I did a check, right, there was like about 3,000 odd people in the UK with that name.
Yeah, but I wouldn't expect two
but I
of
can't seem
them.
to find that anymore.
It's
Yeah, I know.
the same name. Fucking hell.
I want to know if the guy in the middle is an imposter. Come on, Lex Luthor.
Actually, I look a bit like him, so I thought, hold on, what's going on here?
Wait, who's an imposter?
No, fuck me, I'm already on the panel.
No, SG. Well, this is the truth, this, Pat, right? This is no fucking bullshit, right? Vinny Vega and SG, they've got similar voices. They've got like a really nice voice about them. And they've been on the scene for like 6 months. SG, I think I heard SG before I heard Vinny Vega.
Have they got the right face for radio? Is that what you're saying? They've got a face for radio.
I don't know about the face because they don't show the face. Vincent's never shown his face, and neither has SG. But the voices of the business.
But I think Vincent's probably got me clipped, actually. Yeah, I know.
SG, you speak, right?
You and everyone else.
The box runs over the hill, right? Or whatever. And then you said the same, Vinny Vega, Vincent, right? And I bet you guarantee they both got the same voice.
I don't think I sound like
Blackburn.
Vincent at all.
Tony
Vincent sounds more
Blackburn
like
and-
Darth Vader compared to me. Vincent Vader.
I think US
Darth
next to
Vader.
Welsh might be an invader because he's not speaking.
Well, I've been around for a year and a month, Tony. SG's been around longer than me. I was listening to SG
2 years
doing
in March, I
panels.
think.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. So I got it mixed up a bit.
SG has put in the comments that he's got a subject. So let's.
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so you're talking about USA, and I know it's not as relevant as the UK, but what in
This
my
is just
experience,
my personal opinion, PAP, because you're the panel master, aren't you? In my personal opinion, SG and Vinny Vega have got great voices. I mean, just listen to them. They've got
Yeah, but
great
hang on a
voices.
minute. Okay.
Right,
Yes,
okay.
SG next to Welshie is not speaking.
Okay, go on, SG. Go on, SG. Go on.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I know the US isn't as relevant as the UK, but in my experience, through things happening in the US, they eventually kind of come here. You know, it's like a bit of a
That's
testing ground for what they can get away with and shit.
Yeah.
But they've got guns in America more than we have here, so it's a little bit different. And it's bigger and it's more, whatever the difference is. But I watched some YouTube videos on the US, just interested stuff, nothing to do with First Amendment and sometimes, and I've been watching this group of YouTubers at Lake Mead. I don't know if anyone's heard of Lake Mead.
Yeah, so
in
it's
America.
been drying
It's
up.
been drying. Well, I mean, everywhere is, but it's just been really interesting to see all this sunken stuff appear.
Found loads of
they
bodies.
did find some bodies, in barrels and stuff.
towns.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting, entire town, so forth. There was some World War II kind of thing there as well. Something. Anyway, it was a landing craft.
Yeah,
that was it.
if you're interested,
really
by the way,
interested.
if you put Lake Mead, if you put Lake Mead in YouTube, you'll see loads of recent videos from big YouTubers.
Well, there's this one group I've really been watching quite recent, and I saw their latest video that I've seen, and they've been prevented from filming now at Lake Mead.
Right.
And they know themselves because there was some specific Lake Mead case where they tried to stop someone filming, and they made it to court, and the judge said, "Sorry, that would be if I was to rule against this, then that would be against the First Amendment."
Yeah.
Case closed. So what's changed? Something has changed, and these YouTubers, it's their livelihood, and they've gone for them because they're monetized on YouTube.
Correct. That's what they.
So that is my point, and I think it's quite relevant to us here as well because YouTube is worldwide.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you an example of the Royal Parks, London. So monetization videos have to be authorized by the Royal Parks. So that would basically that would destroy Speaker's Corner overnight. If that was
Well, Speaker's Corner's already fucked.
Yeah. I get it.
The difference is 50 years ago, you weren't like.
But we could give the same example.
See what they see to them girls,
in the UK. In the UK, I haven't got to go to America for it. You can literally go to the UK for the same shit. This is exactly the same.
Yeah. So my point is
monetization, because it's like I bet
that's what they're going for, though, isn't it?
Yeah,
they're trying to shut people down through that.
Yeah, but I bet Lake Mead is a bit like the Royal Parks. It's protected land. It's called BLM and stuff, which is, I know there's not Black Lives Matter is called BLM, which is like lots of nature and stuff.
Yeah, but they haven't been trespassed and said you've got to leave because you're recording.
It's mostly controlled land. That then can go against the First Amendment. Like loads of things can, because they can have signs. People have,
who the hell owns Lake Mead? Wouldn't it be the American people?
Yes, but
can I ask you a question?
Yeah, let me just finish this off a minute. Yeah, but when you've got spunk, for fuck's sake. But when you've got the Yorkshire Dales, and stuff like that, it's sort of separate because it's a nature reserve. Yeah, it's not like just And Lake Mead would mostly put on the same thing as the royal parks. It's controlled by a body. They can go against the First Amendment, like they do in America now, where the people have signs. They have city ordinance to say that you can't hold a sign. You've got to get permission. That goes against the First Amendment. It happens all the time.
Welshie,
Yes.
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Right, okay. Section 33A, public access of right of way, right, okay, covers all royal parks. So it means, right, okay, it's publicly accessible.
I don't know exactly what the situation is there.
Well, I do. Right, okay,
well, let me speak. Let me fucking speak then. But you know, I would presume it would work under Section 32 of the Criminal Justice Act. But the royal parks have evicted many people from the royal parks for holding flags, right? A country's flags will get you evicted.
That's only when there's a Section 65 order.
No, no, it's not.
Yes.
It's not because I've been there. I was there in person.
It's not by the police. It's not, so
I was there in person. No, I was there in person where they took. Well, look, wait there. I was there in person at Speaker's Corner where Red Cap Boy Max had a Trump flag, right, and they gripped it and they pulled it down. All right, there was no Section 60 in place. Section 60s are in place for serious disorder, and it needs to be authorised by an inspector. It's got nothing to do with that normal shit.
Wasn't there a case back during the protests when you were in London where you found out that they can stop you filming in the Royal Park, but not if you were stood on the grass, only if you were stood on the pavement because of some strange laws they had? I seem to remember that.
I believe in the US and over here, you can't cross it like you can't.
What that was, I remember because what it was because we were in lockdown.
It's Section 35 order during lockdown.
No, the Section 35 is.
It was a Section 35 during lockdown.
We got
where
Princess
they didn't want people out.
We got David Kelly. We got Fresh Tea. We got She and all that. You know what I mean? I know that these boring little fuckers on here going on. The Lost Souls Paranormal. Big up Steve H. Big up Steve H.
I'm not Lost Souls Paranormal.
Say hello to you.
Lost Souls Paranormal.
You got the Nightbot on, have you, Pat?
Hey?
You've got the Nightbot doing the business.
Nightbot's doing his thing.
What's your take on the Nightbot?
It was Section 35 order anyway.
Yeah, let's talk off. Yeah. What you say? Section what?
There was Section 35 order in place.
The dispersal order, yeah.
Then dispersal order, and then they upgraded it to Section 41 order, right? Okay, which is public disorder. So that's when they brought out the riot gear.
What date was that one?
Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, I know, but there's many a dates at Speaker's Corner in the last 3 years. So what date would that be? Do you remember?
Off the top of my head, no. I can't remember. I know it was 2001.
Are you talking about when they moved in during lockdown and like shut it down?
Wait. Are you talking about that time when they were in Hyde Park and Jam for Freedom was playing and the police basically come in like a bunch of videos? Yes. Base Welshman, you were there.
We did this video earlier, Welshie.
I was there. There was no Section 35s in place.
Yeah,
yes, there was.
There wasn't. I was there. I filmed it. I was there.
Yes, there was. Because they shut it down.
Well, no, they didn't shut it down. They shut it down because there was plus 30 people.
Excuse me, I got arrested on Section 35.
2 minutes.
I got to the police station.
You didn't get arrested on a Section 35.
Yes, I fucking did.
Okay, so let me talk about a Section 35. So Section 35 is when you're given a map. When you're given a map that you can't go back to. Now, if you were stupid enough to get served a Section 35, because I did a video yesterday and I kicked back a Section 35. I kicked it right back. I didn't give him my ID. I didn't give him my ID, and I didn't move on, and he didn't serve it.
How many police?
Section 35 gives the power for a police constable to direct you to leave an area. That's a section.
Is that not just the same as a section 27?
All right. When they had Jam for Freedom in the park, that there was no.
There was no section 35s in place. I would have seen it.
But there wasn't one in place for that one. I remember because the police jumped in. I was watching it live.
They would have had their maps out. They'd have had their maps out. They'd have been forcing maps in front of people's faces. I didn't see any of that, and I know when they do it because the Met, when they do it, they handed out like
I did because I was there, mate.
Yeah, I was there too.
They're usually prepared though, right, Ebbe? They're usually prepared because it's already in place, so they'll have those maps ready.
Yeah.
Can I just say, a section 35, okay, is an order to exclude somebody from a particular area, but there has to be people in that area who are being harassed, alarmed, or distressed. So there has to be public order going on, or there has to be
we're having a party.
Or they have to believe there is what they call an occurrence of crime or disorder in the area. That's
exactly
a 35.
like they did, right? Okay, when there's
well, there was no disorder.
Can I just ask again?
The bastards will make their own rules. I've seen it happen, and that's what.
Of course they do.
The coppers were the ones causing the disorder at that event in the park.
So the coppers went in because there was plus 30. That was the last restriction in place. Was the plus 30, and they decided because there was plus 30 to go in. Okay, that's why they went in. I filmed it.
Sorry, I'm getting a bit confused here. Because if that's a section, was it 35 or whatever it is you're talking about? Then what's the difference between that and a section 27 dispersal order? Because that's basically, but they're given that you need to leave and no return for 24 hours. So what's the section 35?
So a section 30. I've never heard of a section 27.
I've seen it. I've seen it.
No. A section 27 is to do with alcohol-related offences.
Is that alcohol?
Wait there. It's section 34, section 35. That's what it is. That's the ones we know.
Section 35. They grabbed this on.
That's the ones they use. That's the one they done us on in Manchester.
I take it those are both put in place before the moment.
No charge.
Yeah.
DJ Sonic, I don't want to interject.
They released this with no charge.
DJ Sonic, are you from Glasgow?
Originally, mate, I
do. Because you remind me of a good friend of mine that comes on Andrew. You know Andrew? Have you heard of Andrew J?
Andrew D.
Andrew J. Does it ring any bells?
Anyway, enjoyed section 35.
Well, anyway, there's a guy called Andrew J.
It's pretty hard to get nicked on that.
10 hours in the nick. Right, okay.
So did you disperse? Did you not disperse?
No.
So
you have to be given a certain amount of time to disperse, though, don't you?
Yeah, you got served a section 35.
Unless you refuse.
You were silly enough to give you details and stand there. They can't detain you into section 35. You know that, don't you?
They give us 15 minutes to fuck off. We didn't fuck off within 15 minutes. They nicked us.
Ian. Okay. Robinson Crusoe. They're supposed to give you time to leave the area. Yeah. That's absolutely correct. Not all of them do, unfortunately.
Okay.
Some of them get the fucking bee in their bonnet and go, fuck you, I'm gonna fucking arrest you.
Pat, I'm telling you. All right, okay. They said we got 15 minutes to clear the area. We didn't clear the area in 15 minutes. We couldn't even back up at 10. Right, so they fucking nicked us.
10.
Wait. Robinson. So basically, in the park, because I was watching a live stream, and the thing is if they want to put that up, then they didn't really go and tell anybody about it. There may well have been a case where some people.
They didn't tell nobody.
Exactly, well, that's the thing, because they don't, mate. They don't.
Yeah, I mean, the reality. I sent Pat the footage. Have you seen my footage from yesterday?
I haven't watched it. I'll be honest with you.
Okay. Oh, yeah, but I done a pre-record.
Not all of it.
Yeah, I done a pre-record, and what happened was they tried to serve me with a section 35. They tried and tried and tried, but I literally said to the guy, "I'm not obliged to give you my details under a section 35." And he said, "What? And he said, "Why is that?" I said, because I fucking read it, and I've double read it and triple read it. I haven't got to give my details, and you got no powers to detain me under Section 35. You can try and sue me.
Welshie,
but I can walk off.
Welshie, was you
I'm bringing
camping
the video
there?
out tomorrow.
Is it supposed to be fine then? Sorry.
I've seen you, mate.
Welshie, is that video of you with that? Is it your son or someone in it? That one that I saw. Is that the video?
No, I haven't released it. I've literally got it in.
All right.
It happened yesterday.
As far as I know, the police under Section 35, they don't need. Hang on. Under a 35, I believe they don't need authorization from a senior officer.
Correct.
It is something that any constable can use. Okay, and they give you
correct.
Again, it has to be that there has to be some kind of public order that is going on. It has to be public order that is going on.
And they
going on.
Okay, can they detain you and have we got to give you details?
All public parks, right, okay?
As far as I know,
parks now.
Which means they've got the right to remove anybody.
Remove or arrest, and then remove.
Remove, not arrest.
They can remove. Listen,
Okay.
they can remove people, right? The arrest is secondary to removing. If they want to remove you, they can use multiple legislation, okay, to try and get you to leave. If they've got, and again, they need to have the fucking. They need to adhere to the criteria, which most of them don't. They just pull a section out their arse, expecting the public not to understand it. So well done. Well done, Welshie, for reading that.
If you want to laugh, you can play it now. You can give your opinion now, because literally the cop was lost.
Well done, Ian, for getting arrested.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do then, Welshie. If you've sent it to me on WhatsApp.
If you go to 6 minutes 15, that's when it happens.
Let me open WhatsApp on the PC. Give me 2
Dan,
seconds.
I'm going to drop out, mate.
It's on Welshie video.
No, it's not. I haven't released the video. I've only sent it to Pap.
Have a good one, Roger.
All right.
Take care, guys, on the panel.
Right, Roger. Take it easy, bro.
Roger, much appreciated, mate. Thanks for joining us.
Not a problem,
Can I just have a quick 5
Good night,
minutes?
sir.
Is
Good
that
night,
allowed?
guys.
I haven't seen Vincent in about 3 months. Could I have a quick chat with Vincent Vega?
We were on a panel 2 nights ago, Tony. We were on Andrews.
6 minutes and 15
Was you on the chat?
Yes, I was in there with you.
I must have been pissed.
Right, guys, I'm gonna open up Welsh's video that he sent me. I've opened it on the desktop, so I'm gonna play that, and we're gonna listen to that, and then we're gonna comment on that. So give me 1 second to open this up.
Good night. God bless. That's what it was.
Can you let me know if you can hear this?
No.
Can you hear that?
No, can't hear nothing.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
You're fucking useless, Dan.
Not my fucking fault, you prick.
Your channel, you prick.
Bumblebee in the chat.
Settings.
Lisa Stokes in the chat.
This is it's pretty funny. This.
It looks like he doesn't know what his job is.
Started yet. It hasn't started yet.
He looks a bit
it just looks like it, you know.
Yeah.
He looks a bit lost.
It would be a
Right,
fucking
guys.
on his stream if it wasn't for a few.
Guys, tell me if you can hear this now.
He looks a bit like he's
Nope.
puppy
No.
walking.
I think
No.
Is there a volume button?
Oh, for fuck's sake. No, the volume's up full, mate.
Do you know what? He actually looks like he's doing his usual cosplay shit. You can tell we're looking at his face.
Pap, is there, you know, when you add it, is there like an extra
You can't
box to click to add audio?
You can't do that.
No,
You
there's
can't
nothing
do that.
showing. There's nothing showing.
We need to send it to you on another platform.
Okay.
Speak now, 30.
No, I'll tell you what I can do. Let me try. Well, no, I've opened it on YouTube.
He's got a finger nose.
Actually, have I opened it on YouTube? Let me have a look. YouTube.
I've seen this already, right, okay? So
ironically, he looks a little bit like a pig there, doesn't he? Oink, oink.
It's where Welshie says, all right, okay, I'm not giving you my
fucking
details.
pointing at me. He's well rude, this copper is, ain't he?
He's looking like an oink.
You should be able to hear
He's pointing at us all.
Shut up, fucking Nathan, fuck's sake.
You fucking
I don't know.
you wet wipe.
I don't know why you can't hear it. It should be coming through. And I don't know why it's not fucking coming through.
Press it again.
It's because it's your live stream and there's always a fuck up.
Shut your fucking cake up.
Yeah, you fuck up.
Just leave it play. Just right. Just leave it play and see if you can fiddle it to make it like just so obviously the
right. Okay.
Welshie, don't worry, we can lip read.
Yeah, can you do the audio then, Welshie, if you know what he said?
No, but hopefully we'll get it now.
Just fucking let it play, man. I'll get it right over.
Listen,
I can say.
Listen, Welshie, I need you to be
Yeah, we got volume. We got volume.
Right.
I'll mute myself.
I just had volume. I heard the volume.
All right, I'll put it back to 6 minutes and 10 because you tell me from 6 minutes and 15. So I'll put it 6 minutes and 10.
I got no volume now. We had volume then. The volume's gone again. It's one of your connectors.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Just press play. Just keep it playing.
Mousy has been chewing the wires, Dan.
I can give you the commentary. I can give you the commentary. Welshie, what are you doing here? You know you should.
Do we just send you on Twitter or something? It's unlisted on YouTube. It should just come in.
I'm going to give you this bullshit reason that you've got to leave this place, Welshie. Blah, blah. And you've got to do what I say because I'm wearing this high vis. And that gives authority.
Respect the beard.
I'm a copper.
Look, it's not coming. The sound's not coming from. Listen, I need to go for a piss. Don't fuck my channel when I go for a piss, or I'll kill you.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck it up.
There's a gore bomb in the middle of the panel. What are you on about?
Wait there. Vincent can play it. Vincent can play it.
So the thing is, Welshie,
take over.
Give us the link in the back, Welshie. I'll bring it up.
We're really angry about you.
Yeah, Vincent will get that.
So I'm going to tell you, Sunshine, you need to give me your details. Because if you don't give me your details, I'm going to bust you. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you in and I'm going to strip search you. And you will be sorry when I stick my fingers up your backside.
Request a female officer.
I need to know if there's any.
Is that what the copper said to you?
You get his number.
While you're in the custody suite, you've got no rhyme or reason to be here. But I need to strip search you anyway.
Wow.
And that's how it was, wasn't it, Welshie?
It's good to see you up on a panel, SG, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I haven't really been on for it. Like,
did anybody got my commentary?
Yeah, I fucking love.
We're back now. I'm just getting that video for Vincent.
Right, we go back for round 2, Welshie now, because we got him in the cell now.
There it is.
Right, okay, and he's bent over. Right, okay.
so, can I ask you something, Based? I take it you didn't have to leave the area then, or you did? Did you have to abide by what the copper was asking you to do? Because we don't know exactly. But I don't think he's there. Oh, you're there.
Is it on your channel, Welshie?
No,
nope,
Welshie.
He's gone.
Welshie went down. Welshie went down the cells. They bent him over spread eagle, right? Okay, to give him 3 plug, see what was up there, right? Okay, and it was negative, so it wasn't a problem.
There was no dragons.
I want a VD test then.
What, like a swab, you mean?
Yeah, it's stuck a swab.
It's like a big COVID swab for your anus.
Yeah, I got it, Welshie.
I don't know if we've been able to keep hold of it. It might have lowered a bit since you left.
So, do you want me to give you part 2 now?
I don't know.
Yeah, I want to hear part 2.
All right, he's had the 3-finger plug. He came back negative. Right, okay, but right, okay, they said there could be some other implements inside you, so we need to do further investigation. So what they did is got the horse stirrup, pulled his arse wide apart, had a quick nosy inside there, just to make sure there's nothing in there.
Did they shove
And
their hands up there as well?
Oh, of course they did. They got the rubber gloves on. Right, okay, but it was all clear. It was all clear.
He got
Don't worry.
fisted.
Did the officer have a rainbow on his police badge?
I think
Well, hold on a minute. They didn't find anything.
It's 6 minutes 10. You go to go to them.
Yeah, I'm just downloading now. Well, 20 seconds to download it. Same.
I think my comment. He did have multicoloured flags as well on his.
Aye, with swastikas on them. Aye.
Of course he did. He had a swastika on his nuts.
Je vais l'expect-
What, it was a sticker?
He was doing a bit of he was doing a bit of Harry.
Show me your papers.
What the fuck?
Show me your papers.
I mean, actually, it is getting like that now, isn't it? You know, all the police they don't wear blue, do they? They wear black.
That's why you've got to know about these fuckers. These
Pat, that's in the back now.
I'm pretty sure they got him in the cell and showed him his papers.
In the back, right? Hang on. No, can't see it.
It's the second me. You'll see the copper's ugly-head.
Oh yes, I see that ugly cunt.
The other people recording as well.
Okay, well if that's the case, and there's further evidence of that.
Can you hear it?
That
Let me know you can hear it.
I can't fucking hear it.
So call 101, and we can investigate that then. But from the footage I've seen at the moment, there's been no assault. Okay, and
are you happy with me now? Or?
Yeah. What we are going to do though is we're going to take the details. I'm going to issue what's called a Section 35 notice.
What for?
A direction to leave the city centre.
For what for?
To prevent any.
I told you it's a Section 35.
You've already said.
Not any offences, but there's been a breach of the peace,
but not
which you were involved
in. No, I
in.
was filming.
Okay. Yeah, but you were acting provocatively, and in order to prevent any further breaches of the peace, you're going to be given a Section 35 notice to leave the city centre.
Vinny, just pause that for 1 second.
Now, I might be entertained.
Oh, I can pause it. I didn't know that. Breach of the peace. Okay, let me just clarify something. Breach of the peace. There needs to be a threat of violence for a breach of the peace,
and or a complainant.
Well, yeah, but there still needs to be a threat of violence.
And if I'm right here, the copper just admitted that Welshie was not the active person doing any of that.
Yeah, and if you notice, the last thing I said, am I being detained? And watch what he says. Look.
Yeah, it's bollocks. Is misusing the legislation.
He said to you, Section 35 first.
Yeah. Yeah. He's going to detain you under Section 35 now.
Correct.
Right, but again, breach of the peace. It needs to be. There needs to be a threat of violence.
Yeah, but that's Section 5 public order. It's not Section 35, which he's trying to detain Welshie for.
Well, no, he wants to give Welshie a dispersal order. Rather than detain him, he wants to give him a dispersal order, but he wants his details in order to give him a dispersal order. But from the legislation, as far as I can remember, well, that's no more.
You don't need to give details.
As far as I'm concerned, that could possibly, and I might be wrong. It's early in the morning.
Let's play it though, because otherwise it's going to be chopped up too much.
No, I'm not being detained. Come on, let's get it straight. So what am I being detained for?
For the purposes of obtaining.
No.
Let me finish, and I'll answer your question.
Let you finish.
We got a weirdo in the corner going la 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 la.
You're being detained for the purposes of obtaining your details and issuing you with a Section 35 notice.
Okay. Just you cannot detain me to give me a 35 notice. Okay. All right.
Ooh.
Where does it say?
He's a very salty fucking copper, isn't he? Look at his face.
I know.
Did you see that long period of deep thinking he did there?
Go back to 10 seconds and play it out for the next 30.
He did that whole. This isn't what usually happens. I'm not used to this. Look.
The funny thing is, Dan, for purposes of obtaining details and issue with the Section 35 notice.
Okay. Just, you cannot detain me to give me a 35 notice. Okay.
Oh, Backer, what bullshit can I make up this time?
He's thinking this NPC's gone faulty.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Sorry, I've just fucked up and pressed the wrong button. But that was definitely a dun 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 moment.
He looked so lost, it's unbelievable.
He was
Look at it.
by yourself and the two other ladies who've now left. And with regards to the assault that you're claiming against you, from the footage that I've seen,
you can't see that.
No, I can't. One, I can't see the assault. Two, he's trying to detain one person, and then three other people are swarming him and getting hands on with him, preventing him from doing that.
Right. Well, that person wasn't there. That was when he assaulted my camera again. That person wasn't there.
Okay, but equally, he was surrounded by three people.
Earlier on.
Here on the footage that I've seen, on the footage I've just seen, there's the two females.
But it's not me, is it? It's not me committing assault. It's not me doing.
What time are you on?
I haven't said you have. Okay, I said I was detaining you for the purposes of the investigation. Okay, so that's been done.
Okay.
No action is going to be taken against the security guard because he's acted in self-defense when you and the other two ladies are around him. And he's acted.
Okay. I'd just like to say that when the girls were getting involved by that concrete pillar, he came out to here, and that's when he assaulted me. And it was only just me and him. There's no one else. I mean, that's the real time what happened, and there'll be other footage showing it when I have a look back. The other people.
What minutes we on?
If that's the case, and there's further evidence of that on the cameras that the two females who were with you show. Call 101 and we can investigate that then. But from the footage I've seen at the moment, there's been no assault. Okay. And
are you happy with me now? Or?
Yeah. What we are going to do though is we're going to take the details and going to issue what's called a Section 35 notice, a direction to leave the city centre.
What for?
To prevent any further breaches of the peace.
I haven't committed any, as you already said.
Not any offences, but there's been a breach of the peace,
which you
were involved in.
I was filming.
Okay. Yeah, but you were acting provocatively, and in order to prevent any further breaches of the peace, you're going to be given a Section 35 notice to leave the city centre for 48 hours.
Okay. Now, am I being detained?
For the purposes of issuing the Section 35.
No, I'm not being detained. Come on, let's get it straight. So what am I being detained for?
For the purposes of obtaining...
No.
Let me finish, and I'll answer your question.
Let you finish.
Can you give me some space, mate? Give me 2 minutes. You're being detained for the purposes of obtaining your details and issuing you with a Section 35 notice.
Okay. Just, you cannot detain me to give me a 35 notice. Okay.
Ooh.
Where does it say that?
Well, I've read Section 35. I know all about Section 35. And I'm not obliged to give you my details under Section 35. You can give me a map if you want to give me a map. But that's up to you.
Why did you say that, Welsh?
I'm not being detained because at the moment under what you've just said.
You can try and give me a lap of maps. I can still walk off.
I just got to Google the law.
I've got to say, his face was just a perfect picture.
Section 35, off the top of my head, Section 35 does not require you to be detained. It does not require you to give any detail. Again, I might be wrong. It's very early in the morning.
I've read it. I read it a lot. I read it an awful lot during after 2017. Red Pill Phil and John Lawrence, they all got done on 35s. It was brought in London. People getting done in London. So I read it inside out, and as far as I can see, nowhere does it say being detained or give you details. Just like I'm saying.
And can I just say that to get this straight, that you aren't even really eligible to be given it anyway, Welty. You haven't been involved in any shit for them to give you one.
Oh yeah.
Myself and John Lawrence, when we was over in Rochdale, we was given a Section 35 to disperse from the city centre. We didn't have to give any details whatsoever.
So I've made it clear in front of this constable straight up. That's it.
Yeah, his look was like, we've got one who knows.
Yeah.
That'd be
Absolutely.
God is a thinker.
And he's got a camera.
He calls me an
Oh,
auditor.
shit.
He calls me an auditor.
Absolute look of terror on his face. Like, let's carry on watching.
But equally, you've also said that you were assaulted, and
Yeah, I was assaulted.
Okay.
So why would I be given a Section 35 if I'm the one assaulted? There's no claims of assault against me, is there? There's no claims of assault that I've assaulted anyone, correct? There's no claims that I've assaulted anyone, correct?
Yeah.
So then why would I be given a Section 35? Wouldn't it be the persons that committed the assault or disorder?
You were involved in the disorder.
I was filming.
He ain't got a clue.
Do you know?
Oh, for fuck's sake! I'm filming as a journalist. You forgot to add that. That's what you need to be telling them.
Yeah. But my classic one is, why are you filming? I said public interest. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all.
Just say fucking journalism, mate. End of.
I had my press card for over 18 months during lockdown. That got me out of a bit of trouble.
In the comments there, Dave Kelly's just said, still reckon that copper looks like Rev.
Not being detained officially at the moment.
He looked revved up, for sure.
Simon's cousin.
Give him a wee dog call on his own.
But equally, you've also said that you were assaulted, and
Yeah, I was assaulted.
Okay.
So why would I be given a Section 35 if I'm the one assaulted?
Okay.
There's no claims of assault against me, is there? There's no claims of assault that I've assaulted anyone, correct? There's no claims that I've assaulted anyone, correct?
Yeah.
So then why would I be given a Section 35? Wouldn't it be the persons that committed the assault or disorder?
You were involved in the disorder.
I was filming.
What you need to do is edit this. You know the scene from Scanners where the head explodes? Just cut to that as soon as he goes into his quiet period. In fact, I might do that for you, Welshie.
Who the fuck asked this for academy?
Go back 10 seconds.
How are we going to get in contact with you?
Well, what's that got to do?
Sorry.
10 seconds.
I thought I didn't think I mentioned it, but I was thinking of something else. But go on, just play it anyway.
Currently, I've been detained for about 15 minutes now.
What's your name?
I'm not obliged to give you my name.
Why are you refusing to give me a name?
Because I'm not obliged to under Section 35.
Okay, but equally you said you've been assaulted. How are we going to get in contact with you?
Well, what's that got to do with you demanding my details?
I'm not demanding your details at the moment. I'm asking you what your name is.
He's not demanding. You're in the clear.
Over 15 minutes. Okay. You're now
It's a request.
I'm not holding you. I'm standing.
You've said you've detained me. You've said you've
He's not
detained me
holding
to
me.
offer me a Section 35. You've got no powers of detainment on Section 35. You can give me the map and I can walk off. I can walk off now under what you've just given me. Well, a bit of an internet thing on all this sort of stuff.
I appreciate that.
So Section 35.
You're an auditor, are you?
Well, no, I'm not an auditor. I've been to enough protests to know what a Section 35 is.
Listen to what I say though. I've been to enough protests to know what a Section 35 is. Go back.
And no powers of detainment at
Just
Section
10.
35. And I'm not obliged to give my details under Section 35.
Just 10 seconds or so, or 15.
Yeah, come back.
Well, no, I'm not an auditor. But I've been to enough protests to know what a Section 35 is and what it demands of me and what it demands of you. And no powers of detainment at Section 35. And I'm not obliged to give my details under Section 35.
No, I appreciate that, but equally, without you providing the details, that raises my suspicion as to whether or not you're
wait for it.
wanted or showing suspect for something completely unrelated.
If I wanted to go, I would have fucked off. Excuse me, I would have fucked off like the other 6 8 people. I'd have stayed here because I knew there was nothing wrong. Now, you know and I know, I'm not legally obliged, and for me to exercise my rights to not give you my details, you know who I am anyway. You should do. Right?
I've never met you before. I don't know who you are.
Okay, but the reality is, right? Just because I'm exercising my rights, not to answer questions. Now, that's not suspicion of guilt. You should know that.
Boom.
No, I'm not saying it's suspicion.
You said it raised my awareness. The reason why you don't want to give the details.
Yeah, it raises my suspicion.
Yeah.
It doesn't say, no, that's not me accusing you of being guilty. It raises my suspicion as to why you won't provide your details.
Yeah, because I'm not obliged to. No.
Because I've got a fucking right not to, you silly cunt.
Yep.
Hey! Section 50 and then threaten my arrest.
Yeah, wait for that section 50
on me. I might have given you my details, but I'd have gone after you. I'd have gone as a person. I'd have gone after you as a person because you'd have used that section 50 illegally as also. So
how would I have? How am I?
The only way you're going to get your details from me today is by using section 50. Because you use section 35, it can be.
Well, I haven't used section 35.
You just said
that's my intention, but without knowing your details, I can't issue a section 35.
Exactly.
Can I?
Exactly.
I'm not obliged to give my details under section 35.
Boom.
Honestly, it's crazy, isn't it? How the law's written sometimes. I've read section 35 legislation, section 34, section 35.
What a salty cunt. He's really upset, isn't he? Well done.
I'll tell you what.
Spot on, mate.
I'll tell you what, mate. You've rang his phone box. He looks out of answers.
You've run him round fucking wagged, mate. Fair play.
Yeah, can I say basic? I'm sorry.
Yeah. You notice, like, after a few pauses of silence, before he starts talking, he has a wee quick sniff.
Yeah.
Because he feels his heart collapsing that fucking bad, he has to check it with. Oh, no, I'm all right.
Have you noticed he's outnumbered, right, okay, by a man who's smarter than him, who knows the law better than him, right, okay, and he feels just outnumbered. And he's just stood there like a wet lettuce. Thinking,
the thing with the police, right? The thing with the police is they're taught the absolute basic of each piece of legislation. You can use this legislation if you want to do somebody for this. You can use that legislation if you want to get somebody's details. But they don't explain it to them, and they don't fucking learn it.
I'll tell you what, though, Pat, when somebody questions them, they just look like fucking limpets lettuce.
I will say though, even though he persisted, and he got his sergeant along as well, which is not on the take. My battery died, but he did honour his oath. Even though he tried, he didn't push it like crazy. Push it. So,
because you prevented him from that.
Yeah,
you did,
and you did it in a really nice way. I've got to say, you were actually kind to him.
He had nowhere to go. He had nowhere to go with it.
The tainment's ticking on.
All right, let's keep playing.
Come on, let's go.
Okay.
All right, are we done? We're up to over 20 minutes now. Detained for over 20 minutes, and it's for a non-crime.
Non-crime.
When you're detained, it's a minimum of 1 hour, so it's all good.
Okay.
I film things, that's what I do, mate. It pisses people off, I know. I can't do anything about it. I don't stick it in their faces. But when you've got security guards like that, acting like that, you've seen the way he acted? None of those people are committing criminal damage or anything, yeah? None of those people are committing criminal damage or anything. They're just disgusted at a shop that's going to sell penis-shaped lollies to children.
Help! Please, I'm getting on my radio. I need help.
That's it, Sergeant. I'm being fucking wrapped up in fucking words here, and I don't know what to do. Can you come and fucking save my ass?
I've tried all the word salad. It's not working.
Dan, I'm off, mate. All right.
Take
it
easy.
Yeah,
vagina face. All right, bro. Take it easy.
Take care, mate. Take care.
Peace out, all you lot.
Right, Cop is still sat at home scratching his head, wondering what went wrong here.
Hang on 1 second, Bob. Do you like the taste of cop cheese? Is that what it is, Bob? Right, a copper doesn't want to clear the area. He wants to get rid of one person. If they wanted to clear the area, they'd use a fucking section 60 or something like that and frighten everybody into leaving. He's not. He's got one person using a section 35. Okay, he's not trying to clear the area. He's trying to clear one fucking person.
Can we say why he's trying to clear that person? Because he's got a camera.
Dan.
Hello.
I've tried all the word salad, my friend, but nothing's happening. Right, okay.
Yeah.
This guy won't leave me alone. Right.
Time me up. Time me up. You're not Sarge.
Yeah, and I've tried to get massage on the radio, but I seem like misconnected, and this guy is just wrapping me in knots.
Yeah, 100%. Bob is not trying to clear the area of all involved. He's trying to fucking deal with one person because one person has a camera, and he'll probably go and do the rest to other people with cameras. He doesn't care about people without cameras because they can't catch what they're doing.
Correct.
Yeah, so he's trying to get rid of fucking people with a camera. Let's keep watching.
I think it's disgusting too.
I agree.
So,
am I still being detained?
So I just mentioned that the shop selling lollies shaped as penises for kids, and people in the background are saying, "I agree. I agree."
Proper distance, isn't it?
So he could have taken me away here. Watch what he says in a minute. Might zap it 10 seconds. So you.
Do you want to walk up with me to the police van and we can?
No, I want to be not detained anymore.
No, not really.
So I'm still detained, but he walks off.
You admit that I haven't committed any antisocial behaviour. I've recorded it.
I didn't say you haven't.
Well, you've seen the footage. You've seen all the footage from.
I showed him my live
from before we walked in till when we left, and that's when you turned up. You've seen all the footage. Committed any antisocial behaviour. I know that. You know that. You've seen it. I know you want my details. My details are available. They're all over there, South Wales. They know my details. I'm not a criminal. I film things. I film things.
Okay. What's your name then?
No, I'll give you my name. I'm not obliged to. Come on, man.
We're going around in circles.
I know we are going around in circles. And currently, you've detained me now for plus 20 minutes. And you know it's plus 20 minutes. I know it's plus 20 minutes. And I've got it recorded as that. I mean, you're only supposed to detain me for 20 minutes. What's that mean, man? You're supposed to detain me for 20 minutes. And you haven't detained me for a crime. You detained me for a Section 35, which is a non-crime. Unless you break that Section 35 in 24 hours. I know more about legislation than quite a lot of officers do.
Stop picking on him now, Welshie.
I've only got to learn the stuff that applies to me.
Yeah, stop, Welshie. He's digging a hole.
I know, driving and everything else. Apart from that. But
Welshie's going for the win.
Nothing in it, is it?
Say again?
There's nothing in Section 35 that requires me to give my details over.
Without rereading it, I can't remember off the top of my head.
I said it to a few people. I'm thinking, is this true?
I said it to
and
Pat.
they said, yes, it is what it is.
Fucking hell.
It is what it is. The legislation.
Britain's finest.
So that's near enough about it. He fucks off to his superior, and I thought, why did I? He left me there. He said I'm still detained, but he left me in the middle of the road, and he fucks off 50 yards to have quiet words with the superior, and then he comes back.
Sorry, Vincent. Come back on. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, and then he comes back on trying to. His superior comes back, trying to serve me with a Section 35 to do with procedure. And I was like,
no, Bob. The policeman tried to use a piece of legislation. He fucking got it wrong. The cop got it wrong. He couldn't use that piece of legislation to try and order Based's name. So therefore, he was wrong, and Based wasn't.
Who's saying I was wrong? How could I have been wrong? You viewing the video?
What, Bob? What are you? Are you a probationary copper? Because I tell you what, if you are with that attitude, you'll make it to fucking superintendent really quickly.
Let's have a look at Bob. Bob's getting triggered.
God.
Hi, Bob.
Hi, Bob.
Oh, Bob.
Bob, I need a piss, mate, so I've got to go for a
Those
second.
sweets are not for children. Oh, right. Those sweets are not for children. So Based. It's right. It was funny that because those penis lollies were all under 3 foot tall. So like people who are small people can pick them up, and there's no such thing as an 18 section. You know, like those old news agents that had an 18 section. There's no separation. It's just penises and vulvas and stuff, lollies next to, a normal lolly, 3 foot high. So if you want to talk about that, and the footage is available online, so you're welcome to have a look.
In fairness, though, Welshie, if you go to the seaside, they always have penis and booby themed rock.
Yeah, but,
and
that's different to the boots, though, and the sweets of kingdom or the sweets of Phil.
It's something I object to, because it's all a full show.
Well, I think the point is that the sales, like you say, there's no separation. It just seems to be all like, who gives a shit anymore?
Mummy, Mummy, please, Mummy, can I have one of them?
People do give a shit.
That policeman.
Because they
Bob,
should give a shit.
whether they were sold to children or not, from what was said on that video, even the copper admitted that Bass hadn't done fuck all wrong, but yet he was trying to get him to leave the area. Would you be happy if he was told to fuck off from an area, even though you'd done nothing wrong? Would you be with that? I'm sure you fucking wouldn't. So you're sitting there in the comments giving it, the police are wonderful, the police aren't to blame, you're to blame. Fuck off, mate.
The police are embarrassment.
Wait a minute, man. Seriously, he's asking why he wasn't outside in office.
Bob, just jump on the panel, Bob. Okay, because something to say.
Manager in Wales is responsible. Just because you've got somebody who might own a company, the manager is a fucking manager for a reason. They run that particular branch or that particular store. They are the one who are responsible for that store. Okay, so to say that the manager is not responsible is absolute bullshit. If I worked in a hotel like I used to, okay, if I was in a hotel,
jump on the panel, mate.
I would be the one. You're allowed an opinion. You're allowed an opinion, and I'm fucking talking back to you about your opinion. Okay, you're talking shit.
Pap,
sorry, but you're talking shit.
Pap, can you put link back in the channel again?
The link is at the top of the comments. It's pinned comment.
All right.
So
Bob, if you got something to say, come and have a chat with us. We don't bite, honest.
Fuck Bob. Don't worry about Bob, man. So I done everything correctly, didn't I? Basically, Pap. That's why I sent it to you yesterday.
Listen, the geezer, you tied him up in knots. End of. You tied him up in knots. You done well. You stood up for yourself. You stood up for your rights. Okay. You questioned him, and that's the best thing to do. When a copper questions you, the best thing to do is to respond to them with a question, not with an answer, with a question. Okay, because they don't expect it. They expect people to just bend over, lube up, and let them go fucking elbow deep, right? When you turn around and you say, "Well, hang on a minute, mate. No, that's not fucking correct." The copper that you're dealing with goes, "Oh shit, is it or isn't it? I don't know. I've not been taught this much. I've only been taught to use it, not to fucking understand it."
It's not their fault.
No, you're right. It's not.
They should know better, mind you.
What's this balance? Yeah, I got a video. He's fucking slapping on a bit.
I can imagine, first day on the job. Here you are, mate. This is what you do. You have to pull the wool over their eyes. Use your authority. Stand, put your chest out. They'll give in. This is how you do it.
But he was standing there.
And then he comes across based.
I bet he was standing there. Nobody stood there for about fucking 10 seconds just looking at you. I bet he was standing there thinking, fuck mate, I had a shave and everything this morning to make myself look good. And I've just been wrapped up in fucking circles to look like a cunt.
Bass never gets dressed up for anyone.
I noticed he had a haircut recently. Quite sharp.
But when I announced to him that I wasn't obliged to give him his details, and he had that pause, he had that like Microsoft moment. That's what it was. It was a Microsoft moment.
Glitch.
This program is not responding.
He didn't.
Error 404.
He decided to act dumb.
Bass.
Yeah, you mean it?
Was you in your PVC suit again?
Yeah.
Press Control Alt Delete.
I thought you were.
Yeah.
Press Control Alt Delete to restore the program.
Yeah, but it was he didn't. He sort of made himself to be silly instead of saying to me, "No, you've got to give your details," because he was trapped. He had two ways of going. He's either going to turn around and say, "No, you've got to give me your details," or "I've got to act dumb."
Yeah, I've got to ask my superior.
Right. Yeah, I believe he knew I was right, but he didn't want to challenge it.
He knew you was right. He knew you was right anyway.
And so, Based, did you say that his superior came to you and tried to do the same? After?
No. I meant to finish 4.5 hours ago.
Is that all?
Sorry?
Did you say that his superior came and tried the same thing on you?
Have I?
Yes. Sorry.
It's good thing I didn't call Sonic a cunt, isn't it?
He said he had to follow procedure.
Oh, so he had to follow procedure, of course. Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it?
But I don't.
But this is my camera bag. Okay, this is the bag that I carry my camera equipment around with when I go anywhere.
It doesn't follow procedure.
Now let me just open the back up and show you something. Okay. One thing I think everybody should do. Okay, and that is carry a folder with the legislation. In that page is the legal restrictions on photography in the UK. The next page is the Association of Chief Police Officers guidance for photographers. Who are you talking about?
Okay. Okay.
Right. Then I've got the Metropolitan Police's very own fucking guidance on photography. Then I've got the Criminal Justice and Courts Act 2015. Then I've got PACE. Then I've got several PACE. And then I've got Section 50 of the Police Reform Act. Then I've got the Terrorism Act. Okay, and that's what I carry with me if I go out photographing. Because when the police turn around and go, oh, XYZ, I go, hang on a minute, and I'll fucking look it up. And they can't stop you from looking it up because you have to understand your rights. By law, you have to understand what they're saying when they arrest you, okay? Which is why they said, do you understand? Yeah. So I go, hang on a minute, let me just clarify this. And you look at the fucking legislation, which I've got printed out in this folder. And this is what I've done outside the police station up the road here. Even though they still nicked me, I was able to sue them for that because they went against the fucking legislation.
And you showed them the legislation, didn't you? You pointed it out to them.
Yeah, exactly. So I would suggest anybody that goes out and deals with the police, print off the legislation and carry it with you in some kind of folder, or even if you roll the paper up and stick it in your back pocket.
Dan, that's what Rob did. Right, okay, Crime Boss channel. He did exactly the same thing. He just rolled out legislation in front of him.
Yeah, well, Rob
only had it on the pad.
Rob's good because he's understood the legislation, he's taken it in, and he can read it off. For me, it's not so much that easy, so I need to write it down. And I would suggest that anybody have it on paper so you know 100% what the fucking legislation is.
He helped one that I think. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, he helped me with my court case against the police. And
cool.
He was a good lad. He was a bloody good lad. Bob,
based harassed an innocent man for a mistake of someone else. So if you was running, let's say you was running a pub, and the manager in your pub turned around and said it's okay, you can sell beer to 13-year-olds. Would you turn around and go, okay, I've got to sell beer to 13-year-olds, or would you go, hang on a minute, that's against the fucking law, or hang on a minute, that's not right? Every single person has choices. It don't matter who tells you what to do. You still have fucking choices. So to say, poor copper and base Welsh is a bastard. Fuck off, mate.
I'm sorry. I could have acted like an arsehole with him. I thought I was really polite to him.
Yeah, you were really polite.
Do you know what? I don't understand why you're entertaining him. I really don't.
Well, I'm just responding. I'm answering. He's in the comments. He's putting questions in. So I'm just responding to those questions as I would do anybody else. I think some people just don't understand. Some people are, I'm so for the police. I'm deep throating them in my sleep. Yeah. And they need to understand that there are limits. The police have limits. The police don't have carte blanche to treat us how they want. Okay, the police have protocol. They have laws that they have to follow. They have policies that they have to follow. When they breach those policies or laws, they're fucked. The same as if you breached a fucking policy at your job and you got suspended. Okay, would you turn around and go, "It wasn't my fault. It was his fault"? No, you wouldn't. You go, "Okay, fuck it, suck it
I'll
up."
tell
Do
you,
you know what I mean?
I'll tell you what, Bob. You don't get carte blanche of this channel either. So I think Dan should just block you and get rid of you personally.
I'm not going to block him. I'm not going to block him. That I'll leave all that stuff to the moderators. If they want to block him, they can block him. They know what my level is. They know where my standards lie. If they want to block him, they can block him. You know, if they don't, that's entirely down to them.
That's my personal assumption. It's not Dan's. Okay, it's my personal assumption.
Yeah, no, I get that. I get that. I just think that Bob needs to understand that just because somebody's maybe not made the policy, they still have choices not to follow the policy. Exactly the same as the police have a choice to turn around to their superior and say, "No, I can't do that because that's against the law." Instead of going, "Okay, Sergeant, finish off in my mouth quickly before I go and arrest that person for wrong speak." You know what I mean?
Is this you talking about your experiences with I just missed it.
Can I say a bunch of laws that you didn't mention there, Pat? When I say a bunch, it's another group of one of the many that you mentioned then. I thought you covered them all, but I've just thought of one. There's journalism laws as well.
There is and there isn't. It depends on what you're stopped for. Now, if you're, and I know this from being stopped in London, okay, because I've had to go through this. Now, if the police come to your house, for example, and you're a journalist and they've had a report and they come to your house, they're not allowed to touch any of your journalistic materials. So they can't take your computer, can't take your fucking phone. They're pretty fucked. Okay, unless they get a judge to fucking agree to it, which is to be honest, it's quite unlikely. If you are in the street and the police believe, that's the important word, the police believe that you're involved in an offence, then they can take all of your shit, regardless to whether you're a journalist or not. That's the difference. Okay, so if you're in the street and they believe you're involved in an offence, they can take all of your stuff. If they come to your house because they've had a report of an offence, they can't touch your journalistic stuff, and that is a big difference in that, because I have had to fight this myself with the police in London over my arrest in January last year. So you are right, but again, there are caveats to that, unfortunately.
And there's, of course, quite a broad range of journalist laws in place, for lots of different things. Like journalists are a little bit more limited on, sensitive military internal areas, but they're still covered by your normal laws, photography laws as well, unless something sensitive is actually filmed.
As I say, if they believe you, even as a journalist, to have been involved in a criminal act at the time, they can take your equipment off you.
What if I'm not
with all the other laws as well? Yeah.
What if I'm not a journalist?
If you're not a journalist, you don't have the same protection as a journalist.
So
if they come, they can still take your shit off you in the street.
If I got my camera phone out, Dan, right? Okay, I'm taking pictures of what's going on. Can they take that phone off me?
They can if they can. Remember that the police will come out with bullshit and they'll say things like, "We believe there's evidence on that device," or "We believe your photography and video could be used for terrorist activities," whatever. Do you know what I mean? The bullshit they come out with, as we all know, and therefore they can take that device.
What's my protection?
Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of protection for a general member of the public. The police can misuse many pieces of legislation.
Shove the phone in my back pocket and walk off.
If you think you're about to get fucking arrested, I would suggest
keep filming.
I would suggest either put your phone away and walk away and then carry on. Okay. or deal with the situation as it arises. I mean, to be honest, the majority of people who get arrested for filming in public will get away. Will get some kind of payout from the police.
What I'm saying is, if the police come to my front door, should I still film
it? Yeah. Oh God, yeah. Of course. Yeah, absolutely. If the police come to your front door, you always film them. As far as I'm concerned, that filming, especially if it goes to a cloud. I mean, my phone's set up to send everything I record or photograph to Google.
Everything on my phone goes to the cloud anyway.
Right. So what happens there is the police will take your device, like mine. Okay, they've got my device, but they won't look at it for weeks. They won't look at it straight away. They'll take weeks. So you have then got a chance to go into your Google Drive or your
on my
whatever it is, and download doorbell. Exactly, and download that. So you then have a copy before the police go through your phone and potentially delete any evidence. I'm not saying they would. I'm saying potentially. So always upload it.
I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm just looking at the theoreticals.
Just 2 secs. I just popped Bob in the chat talking about. He says it's not let's have a look. It's not a cock. It's a piece of candy. So would you agree that a trans lady is not a lady?
Oh, can somebody please? Can somebody please kick Bob off?
Guy's problem. Well, if it's not a cock and it's a piece of candy, then surely.
Bob, do you have children? Quick question: do you have children, Bob? Well, to be honest, he's not he's not targeting anybody. He's asking questions, and I've got to be, there is a line, and although it's very fine.
No, but
I get it. I get it.
Apparently, are different.
I get it. But this is why I'm asking him, Bob. Do you have any children, Bob?
It's just written on there. No.
You've got 6 children. Six kids. Okay. If one of your young children came home with a penis-shaped lollipop, would you go, "Oh, it's a penis-shaped lollipop in his mouth or her mouth," and forget about it? Or would you go, "What the fuck is that?"
It's okay though, because it's not a penis.
No, I'm not insulting you, Bob. I'm asking you a question. It's not an insult. I'm not insulting you, Bob. I'm asking you a straight question. Okay, regardless to what other people think, everybody's got different opinions. Okay, as the owner of this channel, I'm asking you. I'm not ridiculing you now. I'm not fucking calling you out. I'm asking you a very straightforward question. If one of your youngest children came home, I don't care if those sweets are not for kids. It doesn't mean they're not being sold.
If you look,
sorry, Welsh. I'm asking Bob a very straightforward question. Don't try and skirt around it, Bob. If one of your children came home with a penis-shaped lolly, would you be fucking happy with it? Answer that question. Don't try and skirt around it. Answer that question straight up, please.
It's a fair question. I mean, most people have families and most people have kids. And that scenario could literally transition to any or whatever.
No, in all fairness, he's answered right, okay? Those sort of sweets are not for kids.
No, you've not answered. That is not an answer to my question. My question was, would you be happy if your youngest child or one of your youngest children came home with a penis-shaped sweet? You have not answered that question. Answer that question, please.
And you've just answered it same again, Bob.
Okay.
He says, obviously, the sweets are not for kids. Obviously, what? Obviously, the sweets are not for kids.
He's sort of trying to answer your question. So you post a question saying that would you be upset? And he said, obviously, Dan. That's what he's saying, but he's not answering it correctly, really. Not being clear about it.
Obviously not.
Obviously not.
Right. Okay. So that is the point. Okay. Again, just because the people who own the store or whatever, okay, might have certain particular morals, it does not mean that the manager of the store. And and to be honest, if Base has said that he's seen children with these lollies, I've got no reason to disbelieve Base Welshman. Okay, he's always been honest to me in the past. I've got no reason to disbelieve him. If he has seen children with penis-shaped lollies in the street or whatever, okay, then he's seen children with penis-shaped lollies. Okay, and that is disgusting as far as I'm
to be
concerned.
fair,
they would have to be over 18.
Yeah, I can't remember actually ever saying that, but all those gifts, when you have a look at it, all those gifts, the people were picking them up from the lower shelves. They were on their like knees, cooping down to pick up these stuff. So it was all under 4 foot tall. There's no separate department.
The low hanging fruit. They call it the low hanging fruit.
Yeah. So if you look at the way the shop's decorated and all that, yeah, it's designed for kids. I know adults buy sweets too, and that's what it's there for. But it's not a separate department. It's not cut off.
There's usually a display procedure.
Yeah, it's just
common fucking sense.
Just on the shelves, man.
Yeah.
It's on the shelf and it's not marked over 18. And I know that because my daughter took me into a sweet shop. Right, okay, and I couldn't believe what I saw. I just could not believe.
Yeah, but it'd be a bit like the magazines, eh? When you put it 6 foot tall, and we always used to look up and see the magazines on the 6 foot tall. But but you couldn't.
When we was younger, you couldn't even reach the magazines on the top shelf.
No.
When we were younger,
at them, wouldn't you? You'd look at them.
Of course you would do. But
when my one mate he could reach.
Yeah, so
you couldn't reach it when we were younger.
That's always fun.
Yeah, it's just common sense, isn't it? And I tell you what, if I was the manager of that shop, I'd prefer to get sacked because management above said you've got to put it down there, and I hadn't put it up on the top of the shelf. Really.
Yeah,
it
would make common sense.
I'm sorry, Bob. It is a big thing. It is a big thing. I'm sorry to say this, mate. Right, I'm sorry to call you out, but it is a big thing because I've got young children, and I don't particularly like them. Right, okay, looking at something they shouldn't be looking at, and one of them, right, okay, is when they go into a sweet shop, being shown a penis. I'm sorry about that, mate. I've got to call you out for that.
Oh, this guy. Look, I live stream, mate. That's what I do. I had a phone call. I had a phone call that said, "Can you come out on this date? We've got a job on." So literally, I didn't even know where I was going. I wasn't even told where I was going until 20 minutes before we started it. So that's what I do. I film. So I don't know where I'm going. I wasn't told where I was going.
Yeah.
I was told we were going to do something in Cardiff Town Centre on that date at just after that time. So that's what I did. I film. I don't write to management. I don't write to CEOs.
Obvious population.
Bob, cocks are between the legs of more than half the world.
Yeah. Sorry, mate.
Judging me,
there's a lot of women with penises.
So is Bob saying he would be happy with one of his children? Actually using one of those lollies.
To be honest, I think
Bob.
I think Bob's a he/she, so he'd be satisfied with anything.
Well, like I said, if you sell candy like that at Ann Summers, which they wouldn't do much of it, but if they did, I can understand it. Or in a place where the kids can't get to it, they can't physically get it without like stepping on a. Then I get it, but no one is 3 foot tall.
I would imagine.
Anyway, Bob's not based.
I might be wrong, but there is an what they call the Obscene Publications Act of 1959, I think it is, right? And on that act, or 1957, and on that act,
it's the Obscene Act, for prostitution.
And it's not just prostitution, okay? I've just opened it up here, right?
It covers up a big
obscene, what they call obscene matter, okay? And it's a common law. It's a misdemeanor, but it's still a criminal offence. Okay,
you don't want to do that as a sale company, do you?
And this is UK law, okay? Not although I'm talking about misdemeanors, it's classed as a misdemeanor here in the UK as well. It is it's a common law situation, okay? For example, giving a child giving a child a cock-shaped sweet or giving a child a dildo is the same as far as I'm concerned.
Inappropriate,
right? And it's an obscene object that you're giving to a child. And therefore, it's fucking wrong.
So we did achieve something on that day, and just because we went to Boots that previously had stock of similar, and they are now not stocking that on the shelves.
Right.
Well, we're British, mate. Right, okay. We do everything at our own speed.
Guys, I'm going to have to call this a night in about 10 minutes because it's I would say it's late. It's not late. It's fucking
later.
It's nearly an 8-hour stream.
It's silly o'clock in the morning, mate.
Take it easy, Welshie. Ta-ra, mate.
Yeah, mate.
See you, Ross.
We're out, Welshie.
Well, Bob, you're saying they are not available for children. Don't you get it? How do you know they weren't sold to children? How do you know? If they are low level, okay, any explicit stuff should be on the top shelf, okay, like they do with magazines, away from the reach of young children, okay. So explicit anything, okay, should either be in a shop specifically for that kind of stuff, or it should be out of the reach of children. Based is saying these were in the reach of children. Children could have gone into the shop and gone, "Oh, look, mummy, it's a willy on a stick." Even that is fucking wrong. What don't you get about that?
They used to
all
do
in
that.
all,
They used to do it.
You seem to be okay. I mean, you say you've got 6 kids. You seem to be saying that it's okay for your children to see a pseudo penis. What is the matter with you?
Ask Bob, would he take his children to a drag time story time? Would you go there, Bob?
He probably fucking would.
The way I see it is, you go out
tells
into
us
public.
everything we need to know.
You go out into public, and potentially as a family, you're going to see some stuff that you don't want to see, and you don't want the kids to see out in public. And the odd shop's probably got something on the window you don't want them to see, And
if you say
you just don't need you just don't need this stuff being brought down to the level at which children can buy or pick up, like you say, and go, "Well, look."
Would you, Bob? Would you and your missus leave your sex toys around for your children to pick up and play with? There's a question for you. Would you leave your sex toys, if you have any, for your children to pick up and play with?
It wasn't until the late 60s, right? Okay, I think it was 1967 or 68. I'm not sure. Right? Okay, they actually outlawed adult magazines.
I think they are, Tiff.
Being on a lower shelf, right? Okay, and they had to be moved up to the top shelf.
Then they put covers over them, didn't they?
Because you're responsible. Exactly, Bob. Bob said no, he wouldn't. He's answered my question. He said no, he wouldn't be happy if his children got hold of sex toys that he and his partner use. So why is it moaning about, Bob? That they can go into a shop and pick up a dolly that's in the shape of a penis. Okay, this is the situation. We're not saying that children have been running around with cocks in their mouth on sticks, okay, sweet, made of sugar. We're not saying that. What we're saying is there is an opportunity for children to pick up lollipops that are at their level, okay, that are of obscene nature.
Where I live in Oxford, there's a pastry shop, and right next door, right, okay, they've got a chocolatier, and right next door, right, okay, they make penises out of chocolate and they display it in the window. Tell me that's not wrong.
That's wrong as far as I'm concerned. They shouldn't be doing that. It should be treated exactly the same as any other fucking inverted commas sex shop, okay? Where you can buy other sex-related stuff, i.e., dildos, poppers, fucking ball gags, and that shit.
Dan, this is a chocolatier.
He makes chocolate vaginas. He makes chocolate penises and displays it in his shop window.
I mean, actually, advertisements have had nudity on for years, haven't they? Like, not full frontal or anything, but like, you know, bums and obvious nudity. I always thought that was a bit...
Bob, I don't believe you've got 6 children. I think you're talking out of your arse. If you say if they get hold of one, then you're irresponsible, then you're a fucking mug, mate. I'm sorry. But children, you cannot keep your eyes on children 24/7.
No,
when you're out and about and there's a fucking sweet shop, they're gone. They're fucking in there. Okay?
Bob,
stop talking shit, mate.
On the side note, right, okay, away from what Dan said, I think you're a nonce. I think you like children.
I just thought he was a moron who couldn't form sentences properly, maybe, but...
I think he's one. He might be one of these ones who I knew they're trying to brand as maps.
Oh.
Have social services ever been involved in your relationship with your children? Because I think they fucking need to be.
Bob, there's something not right about you, right? And
is it crinkle?
I don't know what it is, but
I was thinking exactly the same fucking thing. Exactly the same thing.
There's a certain like crinkle speech that comes through in his messages when he's pretended to be some one of his 100 accounts he's got.
But I'll tell you what, then fucking Bob, you can fuck right off, mate. I don't often delete people from the channel.
See you later, Bob.
You're gone, Bob.
I've given you the opportunity, Bob, okay, to talk fucking sensibly. And you've been
he can bob around. He can bob around in the toilet of block. Do you mean?
You
sit there, block.
Bob, you can go and hang out, right? Okay, in local gentlemen's toilets.
I bet he'd fucking Bob's.
Yeah, go cottaging, mate.
I'm sorry, Dan. Right. I knew that.
No, listen. I get it. Listen, right? I understand that some people will see people differently. I think that everybody, and I've said this earlier, I think that everybody deserves to have their
chance. Yeah.
If they then want to be a dick about it, I mean, he's called me a fucking idiot. Okay. Yeah. I'm not having that. Do you know what I mean? Fuck you. I've been I've let you have your say, Bob. I've even fucking shown your comment on fucking screen. Okay. I've highlighted you several times.
Even Hunter in chat says he's wrong. And so
yeah. Well,
I do trust Hunter's judgment because he's normally quite a good judge character.
Well, like I say, I think everybody deserves to have a say, which is why I invited Fluke's mate on earlier, Richard. I think everybody deserves to have the opportunity to have their say. I've given him an opportunity, and all he wants to do is go, there's nothing wrong with children having cocks on sticks.
No.
Fuck you. Come on. Call me a fucking idiot for it, then go fuck yourself, mate. Guys, listen, it's 5 o'clock now. It's just hit 5 o'clock.
Right, okay. Richard, right, okay, and the other guy needs to have a chat. So fair play to you, Dan, because you know, did the right thing by having him on.
It was a bit of a disappointment, though, Richard was.
Oh yeah, I was looking for something a bit more than that on myself.
Needed a bit more meat, Richard, if you're still listening.
I actually thought there was going to be a bit more conflict, but
but the way he came on and he just sat there, said nothing, and just sitting there smiling, and
he said,
the impression I got off him was just like
Tony.
It was like
Tony, sorry, mate. I've only just seen you sitting in the back there, but I'm calling it a night now because it's 5 o'clock in the morning, and I've been
just gone over 8 hours.
Silly o'clock this morning. Do you know what I mean? So I think this is my longest live stream yet. I think.
Pap, I'm going to dip out. I'm going to make this easy for you. Thanks for letting me on, man. Cheers to the other gentlemen on the chat.
Thanks for joining us, mate. I appreciate it, man.
Really, big love, mate. Big love.
It's been.
Thank you. I shall come and see you again. Tony, love you, man. Take care. Bye bye. Good night. Good night to the chat.
Salam, mate. Salam.
Cheers, Vinny. Cheers, Vinny.
All right, guys.
I'm going to go as well. My phone's about to die. Thanks, Pat, for having me on. Much appreciated. I like the conversation after the drama, anyway. It was great.
You've been a star, mate.
Peace, everyone. Good to see you, Spunkfish, as well. And peace out.
Look after yourself, man. Thank you.
No, thank you. You too, everyone.
Take care.
Shut up, mate. Shut up.
Cheers.
Robinson Crusoe's bitch, Spunkfish Tony,
Oi,
DJ Cynic.
Oi, don't even call me a fucking bitch.
It's your name. Listen, this is what your name is on screen. So you know what can I say?
Yeah, but keep it that way. Keep it that way as well, so you know where I am.
Go on, Tony.
I was backstage a long way, but I'm not bothered about that because that's trivial. Can I just say a big shout out to PAP for like getting back onto the YouTube scene? You have been missed. I mean, I missed you. I've been on the YouTube scene for about, I don't know, a year, maybe longer. I don't know. But I know when you went off the scene, I did miss you. So can I just say a big to you?
I'll tell you what, Tony, all right, okay? I was 873rd subscriber to his channel, right, okay? And I've never looked back since. Never.
43,500 now. So, although it's plateaued, it's a slow growth from now for a while.
Excuse me, sir. I was there at the beginning.
I appreciate it. Absolutely appreciate it. Thank you.
And now I'm going to get off because I'm getting boring now.
I'm getting tired. That's why. Listen, guys. Tony Wilson. Wilson. I can't remember your first name now. Fuck's sake. Too much brandy. Look, I've done over half a bottle.
Hey!
I've not fallen asleep yet. I think I'm doing quite well.
Turned that bottle yet, man?
It is a big bottle. It is. So I want to thank everybody in the comments. I want to thank anybody that that's jumped on the panel tonight and phoned up earlier. Big up to Brummy, who's got a battle ahead and who has done extremely well. Had a fucking
fair play to him tonight, though. Right, okay, at least to come on.
Oh, I agree. Totally agree. I cannot disagree with that at all. He's come on and he's fucking been honest, and he's told us about his situation.
What about DJ Sonic Cult member? I've never met him before, and he's chilled out. I'll
tell you what. DJ Sonic's been there since the beginning as well.
That's what I mean.
Like it's like a couple of years after he started.
Always beware of the quiet ones. That's what I say. No, I'm only joking.
Boys,
Tony, man, is a problem again.
I'm sexy. Look at my sexy.
Oh yeah. Anyway, got some chicken.
Got some more.
Lion brood,
baby back ribs.
Baby back ribs.
All right, boys. Listen, I've got to get the fuck off because I've got shit to do tomorrow. But
good night. God bless.
Again, Mr. Wilson, thank you so much for jumping on tonight. Tony, nice to meet you. Thanks for jumping on. Sonic, I wish I didn't have to fucking see your ugly mug every fucking time I come on here.
Yeah, that's all right, mate. I'll be fucking seeing you later on today.
Cheers, Robinson.
Listen, everybody that's in the comments, HE Media and Bongo, Ben, Lost Souls is behind me, so there's no point in saying anything to her at the moment. Tiff, who else we got? Active,
Danny Boy,
Fresh Tea, Ben Smith, and anybody that I've missed, I apologise. It's just very difficult to go through all the names. But thank you for joining us this evening. Much appreciated. This has gone on way long. 5 hours longer than I wanted to. 5 hours longer than I wanted it to go on for. But now I've got to go sleep on the sofa because Holly's got the fucking bed.
All right. Thank you.
Take it easy and fucking good night to you all. Much appreciated. See you soon.
Good night, Betty.
Bring it up. Bring it up, man.
Bye bye.
Great.